Hello, and welcome back. It's another Sunday Sprints. Celine, how are you feeling after the game yesterday? I know you said earlier when you came in that you really enjoyed it, but are you refreshed? Are you got some reading done?
I really loved it. It was so much fun yesterday. I'm a bit tired because we stopped late, and so a lot of coffee. Coffee is needed this morning, but I'm also very excited. Just reading with you the whole day. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. I'm really excited about it. And actually, I agree with you. Yesterday was a lot of fun. My issue was whenever I do a live stream like that and I'm buzzing afterwards, I don't sleep for another hour and a half. Yes. So I got even less sleep than I was hoping to get. But that's fine. It happens.
That's why we have coffee and tea for you. So.
Now, Emma was here at midnight, ready to go. I don't know if Emma is still here. Cara is also here, but it's 1:30 a.m. where they are.
Oh my god, that's
so they need to. But hopefully reading Legend of Skeleton Man, which is really interesting. And then we've got Jamie here this morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I know, again, you told me this off camera, so I'm going to have this entire conversation with you again. What are you reading today, Celine?
I have a little pile of books. We are starting with We Have Always Lived in the Castle. Think that I'm supposed to read that for one of my book clubs. I'm not quite sure, but I think. So very excited about this one. I have on my Kindle a very, very short thriller. It's the Woodpine Murders or something like that. So it's less than 100 pages, very short. And then we have the sequel to Evelyn Jones. Very excited about this one as well.
So good. I can't wait for the third book to come out. I'm so
When is it supposed to come out? I thought it was either this month or next month.
I think it's November, because I think I was going to put it as, usually with the giveaway, which if you haven't entered the giveaway, go and do that. It's a scavenger hunt. It's so much fun. And we've got 100 books to go. I was going to give away the third Evelyn Jones as part of that giveaway, but I don't think it comes out until November. So I'm just going to have a look.
Yeah, I think that it was November, because I think that I remember thinking this should have published it in October.
Yeah. Oh no, it is October. It's the 27th of October, so the last weekend.
Okay.
Very helpful.
Maybe I can try to buy it for the last weekend.
Maybe. Good morning. Let me know, guys, what you're reading. Obviously, I put in the description that I will be reading Anatomy. Now, this is shorter than the book I tried to read last week. Last week, the book that I read was 394 pages, whereas this one's only 304. And I have a whole bunch of chores and stuff that I've been avoiding all week that I also need to get done today. So I'm going to be doing a half read, half audiobook type scenario. The audiobook says that it's 5 hours, which is great because it means that I may finish this quicker than the 13-hour sprint we did last week. But Amy McCaw, who wrote Mina and the Undead and has her sequel Mina and the Slayers out now, will be joining me about 7:30. So we will be sprinting until at least 9:10. But I'm hoping that if I finish this nice and quickly, I can actually finish some of my shorter reads, because I've got loads of books that are under 200 pages for Gothtober, and it's been a week and I've read 2 books. So we need to get those reads up. So I'm hoping to start with this one, and then I'm going to pick up some shorter reads.
That sounds perfect.
I can't wait to see what you think of Tiapolo Blue, because it was so not what I expected. It's so interesting. It's a proper Greek tragedy, and it's so good. It's dark academia for anyone who doesn't know. Tiapolo Blue is a new release and also one of the books in the giveaway. It is the book that I chose instead of Evelyn Jones. It's a really easy hardback. So yeah, need to
go. The cover is beautiful of this book. Really love the cover.
It's so, and it's the inside pages and everything. The inside pages have all classical art in them.
I haven't seen that. I want to see that.
Okay. Let me get it. One sec. Okay, I'm trying to run, but I'm wearing socks, so I keep slipping over. But it's fine.
Just glide over.
Yeah, if only she could glide. If only she had the elegance. So this is the front cover. Okay.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So we have 3 of these that will come in a bundle with Mexican Gothic and M is for Monster, which is a Frankenstein spelling.
I need to be one of the winners. I want all of those books so bad.
So this is the front, and then the naked hardback, and this is just a standard edition. This is not like a Waterstones exclusive or anything like that. This is just a standard edition. That is the hardcover.
I need this book. I need this book.
And then the inside pages, because it couldn't get better.
Oh my god, it's gorgeous.
And it's just it's magnificent. And it's really sad. It is a really it is high class dark academia. A lot of dark academics being really mean to each other. There's no necessarily any magic element to it. It's very psychological. It's written like a contemporary.
A bit more like the Secret History, maybe.
Say that again.
A little bit more like the Secret History, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. But yes, very gay, very tragic, and very, very good.
Love that. Love that.
Cool. So I hope you enjoy it, Jamie. Then we have Heidi reading Gallant. We've got, I'm finishing Drakenheart, a Dutch fantasy book. That's got to be a dragon book. Yeah.
I haven't.
I hadn't even got to the title translates to Dragonheart. Like, there it is.
Anything with the dragon.
Yeah.
I'll read anything with the dragon.
I love, and also my favorite film of all time is Dragonheart, which is the terrible film with Sean Connery as a dragon. So
I have never watched that.
It's so bad. I cry every time. The story of it is that a dragon, to get into heaven, has to do something that is completely selfless, which is not very easy for dragons to do. So when a queen who he has befriended comes and asks him to give his heart, like his literal heart, to her son who is dying, he does. Except that prince grows up to be an a-hole. And then later on, is when the actual show takes place. So you can't kill the dragon without killing the prince, and you can't kill the prince because the dragon's still alive. But it means that because he's immortal, he's just an asshole. So, but it's a really good film. It's a classic 80s, 90s film. There are no the CGI in it is shit. The dragon in it is really bad. And the fact that he has Sean Connery's accent doesn't help. But the film's hilarious. But it makes me cry every time. I cry every time.
I'll add it to my to-watch list. I'm very curious.
It's so good. It's so good. And I'll tell you what, it'll be a really nice palate cleanser after you've done your 31 days of horror films. It'll be a really nice,
I'm starting to be traumatized all over again by those horror movies.
That's
and
fair.
One day, 9. So yeah, it's great.
That's fair.
It's going great.
That's fair. I have about 50 pages left of The Blade itself. I don't know what I'll read when I'm finished with that. Well, give us options. What have you got on your TBR? You're called the TBR Diaries, so I'm going to assume you have a TBR. Let us know what your options are. Yes, agreed. Very beautiful cover. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe. I feel like a lot of dark academias have really simple covers. They're kind of understated, and I feel like this one again is very understated, but very, very beautiful. But
it gives Greek vibes also, which is a plus.
Yeah.
Because you said Greek tragedy and yeah.
Yeah. So the main character is obsessed with this painter who created this color, which is known as Tiapolo blue. And he very much sees the world in a very particular way, but it means that he robs people up the wrong way a lot. And when people at his, he works at Cambridge College, when people start deciding they don't like him, they kind of oust him and he gets kicked out to work in a museum. And then things start to get even worse from there. And you don't know whether he's being manipulated or if he's just too stupid and just not very nice. The book is the second in a duology, but sadly it's only in Dutch because there's a lot of diversity there. That's fair. Sadly also dramatic oppression and sexism, but sexism is called out by some of the characters, but still stand. I find for someone who is an angry feminist, not just an opinionated but an angry feminist, I read a lot of high fantasy, but I have to palate cleanse it with female serial killers, I have to do something to make it equal. I'm all of the sexism, but also she straight up killed a guy because he looked up a skirt or something. I love that.
Just balance.
Yeah. Absolutely. I thought so too. I'm sat in like the worst place. The sun has
Yes.
decided to move. I was fine for like a sec, and now the sun's come out, and I'm like
in 2 minutes, you're gonna want to kill someone.
yeah. So I'm just like leaning. Anyway, would you like to do some reading? Should we do some reading?
Yeah, we should. What time is it? Let's not talk for like 2 hours. Let's try to read right now.
Right. I know. We'll be so good if we actually manage to start reading before the 15-minute mark. Yeah. So I'm going to use the Jane Eyre inspired reading timer this time. Thought I'd mix it up a little bit.
Perfect with my classic that I'm starting with.
Exactly, because this anatomy is another kind. It's semi-dark academia. She's learning to be a doctor and cutting up dead bodies. So I feel like semi counts, but I felt like it would be a whole vibe. And also, I did the leaves rustling last time. So yeah, but basically, this one for anyone watching, I've created 2 timers. One is a very simple rustling leaves. If you want to listen to that whilst we're doing the reading, that's also fine. But this one is a classical music one, and the images in the background kind of are inspired by Jane Eyre. I've kind of pasted together some royalty-free clips that kind of tell the story of Jane Eyre without actually giving too much away if you haven't read it. Although I don't know why you wouldn't have read it yet, because like, no, I'm joking. It's not for everybody. But anyway, I do indeed have a TBR. I'm either thinking Yellow Jessamine, which is nice and short, Certain Dark Things by Sylvia Moreno Garcia, which is amazing.
I love
Going in the direction and read a romance. I mean, I'm up for all 3 of those. I feel like if you read Yellow Jessamine, it's a nice short read. That's 2 wins in one day. And it's probably one of the short reads I'm going to pick up later if I have time. So win-win. But anyway, right. There's no buzzer at the end of this one, but that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
The music will stop, and that's when I'll know. And if not, Celine, feel free to shout at me.
I will not know because I don't pay attention. So you will have to, like, someone text us or like call us or whatever.
Yeah, because I forgot to put the buzzer on this one, but that's fine. It should be fine.
It's okay. Yeah. I'll check time. I'll try to.
Cool. Right. See you in a bit. Welcome back, Celine.
Hi.
Managed not to frighten you that time.
Yeah. For once.
For once, yeah. So before we started the live stream earlier, Celine was basically summoning me like you would the Candyman or Beetlejuice by just shouting my name. Not that I could hear her until I then put her
I
on screen.
think it was more of a chanting than shouting. I was on my phone, I was like, Hannah, Hannah, Hannah.
But when I put Celine on the stream to hear what she was saying, what I heard was, nah.
It was the last part of your name. You just,
to be fair, which I responded, excuse me?
You scared the hell out of me.
Scared the life out of you. Scared the life out of you. So how'd you get on?
21 pages. It's taking me forever because I'm annotating the book, which always takes me more time, but I'm enjoying it. I have no idea what it's about, so
Okay.
I'm confused. but also I'm liking it. I'm liking because I've read Hill House by her, and I did not enjoy it that much. So I think I prefer this one so far. We'll see.
That's fair enough. Well, I manage 53 pages because I was doing it via audiobook as well, which actually wasn't like, in comparison, it's about 15%, so it's not too bad. It will still take me like 6 hours to finish this. But it's really interesting because this is definitely like a Victorian Gothic, and Victorian Gothic is not my favorite kind of Gothic.
Really?
But what I do like about this, it's just, I don't know what it is. Like, I like historical fiction and I like Gothic, but for some reason, Victorian Gothic is just not my vibe. Probably because I just like it darker and spookier. But this is very, very YA. It's got a very YA protagonist. She's very much kind of, but I want to be a doctor. My gender shouldn't stand in my way. Like, it's very much like that. But she's just met the boy who has been digging up graves. So I like that there's like a dual perspective there. I don't know how I feel about it in general, but I'm enjoying it. As a first impression, I'm enjoying it. So, yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Good as well.
Say that again.
Is the audiobook good?
The audiobook's interesting because it's got two narrators. So one for the main characters and one for the interruptions by Beecham's anatomy, which is what she's been studying. So it has a woman's voice, and it's very, very similar. I don't know if it is the same narrator as the one who did A River Enchanted, but to me, it's an American doing a Scottish accent, not a true Scot, but I don't know if that's true. But it feels like it's an American doing a Scottish accent. So
Interesting.
It's not always my favorite thing either, but it's not bad. It's not bad. So let's see how we all did. I'm hoping, having now seen what I mean about like the fact that it's Jane Eyre inspired, it's not given too much of the story away. It's just like, but that's fine. Most people don't read classics. Good morning. I hope you're well. Hello, Celine.
Hi.
Good to see you. Hopefully we will have a wonderful Sunday. I listened to 1.5 chapters of my book and did the dishes. Good. I did my washing as well, actually. I mean, I've still got my bedsheet hanging up here.
You guys being productive.
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday, nonetheless.
I know, right? Well, the thing is, last week was great because I managed to like cram the whole book in. But because it was such a dense book, I wasn't expecting it, because it's a YA book, I wasn't expecting it to be as dense to read. Like, it was quite hard to get through. I didn't move from the sofa all day. And I found that the day after, my body really hurt because I am such a fidget that to sit still for that long was really uncomfortable. So that's one of the other reasons why I've chosen to do this one as an audiobook as well as read it.
Can still do things on the side. Yeah,
because I need to I need to, like, I think like every sprint I'm gonna get up and move for like 10 minutes and then sit down, because otherwise I'm just gonna seize. And I didn't get any work done last Monday. I had to take Monday off. Like, I was just done. So I was like, I need to move around.
Fine being a complete lazy potato on my chair. I'm completely fine with that.
No, like, don't get me wrong. It makes it sound like I'm a real martyr and that like I need to move around all the time. I don't usually, but this sofa, like, so it's just this, right? It's it's a big leather cushion on a wooden frame, and it's very low to the ground. So I'm currently, I don't even know if you'll be able to see this. I'm currently sat cross-legged, right? This is the most comfy. I love sitting cross-legged. It's really, really comfy, but there's like no support. Like, it's cozy, but there is no support. So if you sit a long period of time, like, your body does just hurt. And I now have my desk set up upstairs, which is great because I was working downstairs for a really long time, and I was like, my knees hurt. Why do my knees always sat and my knees are like this?
You need like a proper setting, proper desk and everything, for sure, when you're working like basically all day at a desk, like laptop, computer.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, love that for me. Just finished playing a video game, and I'm going to finish my current reading Middle Game. Interesting. So good. 4.5 stars so far. Where has it lost its 0.5? I'm interested.
Yeah,
I didn't love Middle Game. I gave it 3.5 stars. Well, because it's by the same author that does the Wayward series, like the Wayward Children series, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, is it the the book with like a hand on the cover?
The hand and the candle, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I knew exactly why I didn't like it as much as I thought I would, because obviously the Wayward series is a fantasy, right? It's a kind of modern fantasy where it's like our life, but like magic and stuff.
Yeah.
Middle Game is a fantasy, but it reads like a sci-fi.
I thought it was urban fantasy for some reason.
Yeah, and that's what I thought as well. But then I read it, and like there are some sci-fis that I've read recently that read like fantasy, and it's just something in the writing style. I just can't. My brain just doesn't enjoy it as much as like a fantasy like style writing. So for me, that's where I really struggled to get into it. Like it's not a bad book by any stretch, but I can see why people don't like it, especially if they start with Wayward Children. If you go in with Middle Game, like great. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, because I would recommend it to people that like generally like sci-fi. I feel like a lot of people who like Middle Game also like Gideon the Ninth, which is the opposite, where it's a sci-fi that reads like a fantasy and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, they're good times. You got 40 pages done. That's really good.
Great.
Didn't you have like 50 pages? Was it you that said you had 50 pages left? Because then you only got like 10 pages to go. That's exciting. Got enough done that I'm ready to race through my video prep and go to bed. Yeah, maybe go to sleep. What time is it there? Like 3 o'clock in the morning now?
Yeah,
like I probably need some sleep.
Yeah.
Jesus. Well, I mean, I love to see the support, but you should sleep. You should sleep. Just vibes and confusion. Yeah, always.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll go with that. I don't mind it that much.
I don't mind.
Used, so here we go.
What was the last book where you're like, this book had absolutely no plot, it was just vibes, and you didn't mind it? Because like, and the reason I ask you in particular is because I know that you and I are very similar in that we do like classics and we do like really like convoluted books. So I feel like there must be one.
Yeah. Let me just go on Goodreads, because I feel like I read a lot of books like that where I'm like, didn't make any sense, but it's okay. I liked it. Which was the last one? That's a very good question.
So for me, I know the Plain Bad Heroines falls into that category for me. Loved it. Cold Boys Wood was the one that I read like probably Plain Bad Heroines is the one I finished, but Cold Boys Wood most recently, and Catherine House. Those 3 books I find so difficult to recommend because I'm like, nothing happens, but enjoy, you know, like it's just a good time.
I honestly don't know. I'm trying to think of like any books that I've read recently, and they kind of all have a plot of some sort.
That's fair. Well, I'll let you have a little think whilst I tell everyone that your booktube and bookstagram and Twitter are all stuff Celine does, or Celine does stuff.
Stuff Celine does.
There we go.
Yes.
But yeah. Celine's booktube is relatively new, which is why I'm forcing her to be on all of my live streams, because I'm like, it's the most aesthetic thing. But you don't have nearly enough subscribers for my liking, so gonna keep promoting.
You're way too nice.
But yeah, no, Celine makes great content. Definitely check her out. Hello there. I'm reading my best friend's Exorcism. I started it yesterday and got to page 40. Today I want to finish the book, so I'll be here for a while. So will I. Celine's got 3 books to read. I have my entire Gothtober TBR because I've read 1 book so far. So, and I just looked. Technically, Beyond the Black Door is not the book I picked for the LGBT prompt. I picked Wranglestone.
Interesting. Okay.
The Beyond the Black Door was from Racing Stacks, which is the game that I play for my TBR. Same month, but that one was for LGBT main character.
Okay.
So I could use it for Gothtober.
I could
like if I don't read Wranglestone, then I can double up.
But well, I guess we'll see at the end of the month if you managed or not to read the other one.
Right? Fingers crossed. So yeah, don't worry. We will also be here for a while. So what are we reading? I am reading Anatomy, which is a gothic fiction love story set in Edinburgh in the 1800s. And Celine?
We have always lived in the castle, and I have no idea what it's about.
But she's enjoying it. So. I'm halfway through chores, hopefully reading by 12, or we can just relax the rest of the day. I love that. That is a classic Sunday. Getting the jobs done first thing and then just relaxing the afternoon away.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So this year's theme for Gothtober is Final Girl, hence the Final Girl reading sprints. And is there anything more slasher friendly than just a very aggressive knife?
Yeah.
And this graphic is the one that I've used for the Gothtober merch. We have hoodies available. So if you like it that much, then maybe you could support us and do that. You don't have to, but if you want
to. And there's also the candles now, or like soon.
Yes. Oh my God, I'm so excited for the candles. So the candles are done by Becca from Becca the Books over on Grace and Honey. All the bundles have sold out. The bundles have sold out. So there are the occasional individual candle, and I am so excited. And I was also really, really cheeky because obviously having told Becca what candles we wanted, what colors we wanted, etc., she got to choose all the scents, and I trust her implicitly because honestly, the woman knows what she's doing. I also then said, can I have some per side? Can you like specifically? And she's put like, before I shared the link, there was another one that said custom for Hannah. Me, that's me. I got to like bulk order them. I need them. So yeah, I've definitely got some coming. I'm really excited. Lizzie's also ordered some because she knows what I'm like. I will buy Becca's candles, and if I can, I will wait until Becca does more of the same candle to burn it. I just collect them like they're collectibles rather than actually burn them like candles. I've still got my Gothtober ones from last year because I'm like, I don't want to burn them. And Lizzie every now and then will be like, I mean, we could just burn it a little bit. And I'm just that's frustrating when the idea is so heavy-handed. Yeah. No, like I absolutely agree. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with this, but it reads younger than I was expecting. I was expecting, because it's a YA romance. I don't know if it's just the fact that because I've been reading a lot of adult and new adult romance, I was expecting it to be like the higher end of YA romance. And although these characters are 16, the target audience is probably more like 13 years old. So it's very, very gentle, and it is very, very heavy-handed with, I want to be a doctor and stuff like that. And I get it. I get why it is, but it's just... It is what it is. And it's one of those ones where like I can already tell I would love this so much more if it was an adult novel. Like I would love this so much more if it was an adult novel. Like if Sylvia Moreno Garcia had written this, I'd be all up in it.
You do love her. You do really love her.
It takes me forever to read her books, but I love her.
What would you like to change in the current book to make it adults? What elements would you need?
It's a bit too, because it's all from like the perspective of this main character. It's a bit too, I'm telling you how I feel and I'm telling you what I do, and it's like I'm doing this thing and maybe I think this and then I saw like this kid and and it's not actually like from her perspective, it's close third, but it's just very kind of first I saw this and then this happened. And it's, whereas what I want is I want the writer to just take their time a bit and just to lean into like the decadence and the gothic. You know, there are descriptions, but they're kind of just set dressing as opposed to her engaging with any of it. Do you know what I mean? Like Sylvia Moreno Garcia, Elizabeth Thomas, and Emily M. Danforth are really good at decadent writing, where it's really slow pace, it's really slow burn, and it kind of just builds. And then you don't necessarily need the plot to carry tension because there's just tension in the way it's written. And it's so fucking hard to do. Like that is such a hard, like for me to be like, I want more writers like this. There's a reason those writers get 5 stars from me every time, right? Like there's a real skill to writing something that is taking me forever to read and I'm just lapping up every word. This isn't that. This is definitely, I do keep meaning to do another video where I do like an intro to Gothic, books to read if you're not sure if you like Gothic or if you haven't tried Gothic before. This will make it on that list.
Even within Gothic, you have so many different subgenres and writing style at this point. Like from classics to modern to YA to even we have some middle grade actually. Yeah. So many, yeah. And it can be very confusing if you want to just jump into the genre and try it.
Well, there are so many tropes, and that's kind of why I did this readathon in the first place, is because it doesn't have to be spooky. Like this book isn't spooky. There's nothing spooky about this so far. They're digging up bodies and they're cutting them up. But the way it's done, it's all for science. It's all out of interest. There's nothing insidious there. Whereas The Beautiful Ones by Silva Moreno Garcia is about a young girl who's telekinetic, who has fallen in love with this guy who's also telekinetic, except he's in love with the person who married the young girl's cousin. And there's like this love triangle that's just a lot of drama. There's almost no plot there, but it is so insidious. Like there are moments when you're like, this is her villain origin story. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's so good. And I think because with Gothic, it can be anything from just like being isolated, right? Being in a setting that's in the middle of nowhere, or being in a foreign place is a Gothic trope. But then equally, so is being in like London, where it's like the opposite of being isolated. You're kind of, what's that word when you're like stuck in a lift and you hate it?
I do not know.
Claustrophobic.
Oh,
like that kind of like, do you know what I mean? So it has such a variety. It's has always championed kind of the weird and the wonderful. Like it's always championed LGBT, BIPOC, disability rep. Like all those things have always been inherent in Gothic as well. So it's just a fascinating genre to me. I'm such a fucking nerd. I love this genre so much. So yeah, and maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe that's what I'll film this week, is I'll do a beginner's, an intermediate, and an expert level.
I think you should, definitely, with recommendations. Yeah, it's a very good idea.
I mean, I've planned my content from like now until like January, because I want to get all of the stuff done. But that's fine. I can just completely reschedule everything, because I will absolutely film those this week now. That's absolutely what I'm in the mood for. Do a little studio clean after lunch. Excellent. I'm currently listening to it at 1.85. So that is just a little slower than I normally read.
It's so precise.
Yeah, because I would listen to it to 1.9. Audio Audible is a lot easier to do that. Scribd doesn't really allow that. It's 1.5, 1.8, or 2.0, and I'm like, no, I need something that's like just in the middle of that, because that's the speed that I usually read at. Unlike Lizzie, who I can hear like wandering around upstairs, who reads at like 3-point speed. So
how can you do that, Lizzie?
She's a speedy little bean.
Yeah.
I just don't like the villains. They're boring. I want power to end the world type villains. I hate villains like that as well.
I do. Me too. Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like I feel like there are so many great villains who have actual motives. Like they have actual things. Like, what do you want power for other than just for power? You know what I'm saying, don't you, Lizzie?
What?
What?
I have misplaced my phone.
Oh, it's next to the sink and it's been there for the last 2 hours. Yeah. I did nearly bring it up to you earlier, and then I decided I didn't like you enough.
No, it's fine. I'm just having a coffee and then I'll be on. But I was in my room. I was like, I haven't had my phone. Where the hell have I put it? Hello. Oh, I'm headless. I love that.
True Gothic vibe. Lizzie's got no head. There we go. And now she's just head.
Hi, Lizzie.
Yeah, no, when I grabbed myself my tea earlier, I was like, oh, that's Lizzie's phone, and then did nothing with that information.
I was fine.
I love that.
I was gonna come get a coffee. I thought, it's all right. I'll take my phone down. And I was like, where have I put it?
Where is it gone? Where is it gone? To be fair, I know what my go-to move would have been if I had. Yeah, it's very bright in the kitchen, so I shut the door. I would have texted her to tell her I had her phone, which would have been of no use to anybody because her phone would have been right there. So I'm glad I didn't do anything. I think there's still tea in the pot, but I haven't finished opening it. If you're baking chai latte, I'll have a chai latte, but if not, I'll have tea. Thanks. Okay, making drinks in this house is hard. Anyway, I'm only 10 pages in. Cool. I'll definitely finish it in sprint. Love that for you. Yeah, vibes and confusion. I really like the sibling dynamic though, and I do like books that focus on a sibling dynamic rather than like a romantic one. I really like
for a change.
For a change, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and like even a friendship, I would take that over a romance sometimes.
Oh, we've got a crybaby. Hello, and that's the cat. That's not Lizzie.
Oh, can you?
Okay. There we go.
Can we see
there
baby?
We go. Okay. Magic system is boring. Okay, Skylar, I'm interested. What is your favorite magic system that you've read? What's like your go-to? This is a great magic system, because I love complicated magic systems, but they have to be like. Go on.
That's a great question, actually.
Because there's when you're writing, there's a phrase that's like hard or soft magic systems, right? So Tolkien has a soft magic system. There's magic in this world. It's never really explained how it works. Like, you have to really go deep dive in the lore. You don't read the Lord of the Rings and understand how Sauron works by the end of it, right? And then you have hard magic systems, which is like Harry Potter, where you see them, they have to learn specific spells, they have to use specific ingredients, they have to wave their wands in a specific way, right? Brandon Sanderson,
behind the whole thing,
yeah, he will go for hard magic systems every time, right? I prefer a hard magic system because I like knowing things. I just like to know. Just like to know.
So for sure.
So yeah, Skylar, let me know. And Skylar has subbed. I'm assuming that's for you. Might be for me.
I'll go check.
Who knows? Who knows? Lizzie has edited their video and will be on soon. Well, you've just seen that Lizzie's already been on. Passing, fleeting, but she'll be on properly in a sec. Baloo. Okay, so Baloo is Priscilla's dog, and they are adorable. So Priscilla, we love to see you again too. The cover of Anatomy is really pretty. So it's the heart made out of a dress.
Yes. I wish we could have like kind of design on the naked cover, like a fold heart.
Yes.
Something like that.
If it was like the outline of it, even just the outline of it.
Exactly, just the outline.
Cool. To be fair, I do like they've got the Gothic font.
I do too. Yeah, nice touch.
The only issue I have with this, and it was one of those things where, because like I was listening to it, I was just kind of staring at it. That is so clearly a wig. It's so clearly a wig. And that's the only thing that upsets me. So I'm like, what, you couldn't find a single redhead person? Okay. I don't believe you, but okay. I hope I've answered this already, but yes. Yes. And so last year I made the mistake of putting 2021 on all the merch. So at the end of like the month, I was like, no one's going to care about any of this because it has like the date on it. Didn't do that this year. Just put Final Girl Gothtober. So the merch will be available all year. It will be available until next
year. Let's be honest, it's always live.
Yeah. So it's on Waypoint Books. So treat yourself. But yes, it will be available, because I know that obviously some people get paid on different days and stuff like that. And sometimes you're like, well, I don't even know if I really like this readathon. I don't want to buy merch. And then other times you're like, yes, support in all of the ways. So the face Lizzie's pulling as she's trying to work out how doors work is really funny to me.
I was going to ask, what is she doing?
Thank you very much. But she has made me the biggest chai latte, so I'm going to stop bullying her now because she doesn't deserve it. Yeah. I am such a bully. Such a bully.
Listen, I was trying to figure out how I'm going to carry everything, and I decided against carrying everything. So.
I don't know if you guys heard. Did you hear that? Did you hear what she just said?
Half of what
she couldn't decide how she was going to carry everything, so she decided she wouldn't. She would just hand me my latte and then carry everything else. It's a struggle bus this morning, isn't it? It's almost like we were up late or something, playing silly games.
Almost simple.
Yeah, got the Gothtober candle bundle, and I'm so excited for them to arrive. Me too. I'm really excited. Which one are you most excited for? Because for me, the summer camp one, that green is incredible. And I don't know if Becca's done other candles with quite so much green in them before, but I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with that one. It looks so good.
It is.
Audiobook speed for me depends on the narrator. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. If you like Mexican Gothic, you might like What Moves the Dead by T. Kingfisher. I DNF Mexican Gothic, but loved What Moves the Dead. Interesting. Now, I really like T. Kingfisher. I've read The Hollow Places, and I've got their newest one pre-ordered. And I also loved Mexican Gothic. So I'm intrigued by this What Moves the Dead. I'm now going to look it up on Goodreads. Let's have a look. Let's have a cheeky little look. You've read Mexican Gothic, haven't you?
Me? No.
Yeah.
I've only read Certain Dark Things by her. But I'm very interested by everything else, actually.
Okay.
That's why I also want to win the giveaway, because more books from her.
Oh, What Moves the Dead is the one that I've got pre-ordered. That's the one that I've got pre-ordered. Lizzie is dancing behind screen, and I was so tempted to just not bring you on because Lizzie was literally sat there like this, like trying to get my attention, I assume. But yeah, no, I've got What Moves the Dead pre-ordered. It's that one, but for some reason it's not out yet with my distributor, which is very annoying. But anyway, Lizzie, what are you reading?
Well, I wanted to read a few things, but it's not going to happen. So I'm going to read Just Like Home.
Interesting.
And I have about 8 chapters to catch up on the buddy read that no one else seems to be doing, so I don't know why I'm so...
I'm reading it. I finished.
Sorry, Celine, you're already what, 300 pages in? I'm in like 156 pages in. So
I haven't started it yet.
Like, the buddy read you're doing with Ali like seems to be different than the buddy read that the rest of us are doing.
Just
But,
that's why.
But you, at least I can talk to you about it, you know. But also, I am going to say I've got 8 chapters because I'm enjoying breaking it up by 2 chapters a day. It's just things have happened in the last couple of days and then I couldn't read them. So I'm enjoying Babel and I want to read some more today. So I'm using this as an excuse. Okay, guys.
That's the perfect
Yes,
excuse.
good.
I know I said earlier that I was like, I want to finish Anatomy and then I want to pick up a whole bunch of my short reads so that I can at least tick off a couple of books for Gothtober. But I really should start Babel. This buddy read that I was like fully endorsing. And the fact that I was all like, hey guys, can we wait until October? Can like we read it for October? Does everyone want to read it for October? And then was just like, oh, just not going to pick it up. And I know I'm going to love it. I know I'm going to love it. But I'm
Also,
still like...
Do you want to annotate the book? Because
Yeah.
I remember you said, okay, it might take you fucking forever to do so. There's so much you can annotate.
Probably. And actually, I'm going to get up again and try not to fall over again because I want to show you the tabs that I bought specifically to annotate it with.
Because I decided not to annotate it this time, like first read. But I will.
Yeah.
I just bought another edition, like the US hardcover, so that I can annotate the book. I really want to. It's going to take me
I did the same.
I think I'll probably on a second read possibly annotate it because I think right now I'm just kind of enjoying like
exactly everything. Yeah.
And I haven't felt the need. Like I haven't felt the need to annotate it yet, but I feel like on a second read that'll be when I want to properly delve into it because it's just so rich. Like the everything in it, like it's so vibrant. Like so we live quite close to Oxford, so that helps as well. But that it's the writing style is so deep. So I'm just enjoying doing it slowly. And yeah, Hannah's tabs are amazing.
Where did you buy those?
Amazon.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to buy them. I love them. I'm going to buy those to annotate this one as well.
They were like £6, which I thought was like not too bad considering. And like there's loads of them. So I am and that's one of the reasons why I haven't had a chance to, because what my plan for Babel is I want to listen to the audiobook again whilst reading it, and then I can like annotate bits and continue to read it as it goes to like speed up the process a little bit. But I got the Illumicrate copy because I get the Illumicrate box, and then I bought the standard edition through Waypoint so that I could have something to annotate, because I am not I'm not moving a hair on that original copy's head. Like it's not happening. So that's why I've got like the newer edition. And I actually got one in for Lizzie as well because I thought she wanted to do the same. And then she didn't annotate it. She just read her Fairy Loot one. And then I made a comment the other day. I was like, oh, that's fine. Like if you don't want it, if you're not going to annotate it, we can just put it back in the shop. And Lizzie went, And I was like, you can keep it. It's fine. I just thought.
The edition is so bad. It's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
But this one. This one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one. It's gorgeous. Yeah.
This is my favorite like stenciled edge they've done, I think, just because it's so perfect.
It's so
That's why I
detailed.
want this specific one just for those edges.
And like, but like, I love that it's.
I love it. I want it so bad.
Yeah.
If anyone is like selling it or whatever, please message me. I want it.
Contact me.
I have 2 kinis. I can give you one. I don't care.
I love that.
I keep my eyes, but I don't care about my kinis though.
No, I mean, who needs kidneys anyway? My library finally has more options. So focuses on the shoes. So listen to it. That's at 1.25 speed. It's so funny to me because so I've had people that are in my real life start subscribing to my channel and talking to me about books, which is very, very bizarre. It's great, but it's really bizarre when you spent like 3 years on the internet. And it's only like now that people care. And I've known these people my entire life. So it's very strange to me. But I was talking to someone that my dad works with. And they were like, oh, you listen to audiobooks? I love an audiobook, blah, blah, blah. And my dad was like, yeah. Hannah, play her some of your audiobook in like the most sassy way, which I love my dad. He's so sassy. And I played her the audiobook at 1.85 speed, and she went, I don't have a clue what's going on. And then I played it at 1 time speed, and I was like, this is causing me physical pain. Like, this is physically painful to me. Like, I can't do it now.
I was listening, so the October before last, 2020 October, I was living in my parents' house, and my dad walked past my room, and I was listening to it at the time, and it got to a really, like, messed up part of the book, and I heard my dad walk past. He stops and he goes, what are you listening to? And I'm like, oh no, is he like and then I was like, oh, it's It by Stephen King. And he was like, how on earth do you understand what's happening? And he hadn't heard what was going on. He just heard, because I listen to it, like, if I'm reading along, it's normally about 2.2 2.5 speed, because my reading speed is quite quick. If I'm listening to it without reading along, it is 1.8 to 2, depending on the narrator. But it was so quick. My dad was like, how can you understand the words? And I went, I'm reading along, Dad. But I honestly, my whole body just sort of like went into like meltdown of, oh my God, he's just heard this really messed up thing. He's questioning my reading taste. And I panicked, and it was like, no, he just didn't understand any of it.
Didn't have a clue. And that's a real reader problem. I really need to, like, the next book that I need to write once I've done with my werewolf thriller is it needs to be like booktuber problems. And it's just going to be anyone who makes bookish content trying to explain these things to people who don't make bookish content. It's a very niche book, but I feel like it could sell really well, especially because it's the right target audience for it, isn't it, really? Well. Hello, Pixie. I'm late due to another reading group. That's fine, but I'm here now for the rest of the day. Excellent. What are you going to be reading? Tell me. If I listen faster, I struggle to... That's fine. That's completely understandable. And I know that some people really struggle if there's like a particular type of narrator. Like they struggle if like the accents don't match, or if someone's voice is super annoying, or like anything like that. I completely understand that. I'm currently listening to the audiobook for Assassin's Apprentice. And Becca, who endorses that book wholeheartedly, hates the audiobook because the narrator is very much a stuffy old man. And it reads like a stuffy old man. And to begin with, I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get through this because this audiobook is not good. But actually, it's kind of adding to the atmosphere of it now for me. It reads more like a historical fiction, which I'm really enjoying. But like, I get it. And I know that I grew up on audiobooks. My parents used to read to me all the time. But when we used to go for like holidays, we would always drive and we would always listen to an audiobook. Not everyone grows up like that. Like, not everyone does that. So I feel like it's sometimes it's something you have to train yourself to do. When I first started listening to audiobooks, I was listening to them at like 1.2 speed. And it's only really because last year I made the mistake of challenging myself to read 300 books that I was like, I need to get through these audiobooks faster, that I then like train myself to listen to them faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think I only started really listening to audiobooks like properly and like using them as a medium of consuming books was like this year. Like realistically, when I think about it, the amount of audiobooks I've listened to this year versus last year has gone up exponentially. And I used to only be able to listen to them on like 1 time speed because it took me a long time to train myself to not tune out. And I think it's totally fair saying like if you listen to it too fast, you struggle to keep focus, because there are some days where I'm like, no, I need to slow this down to like 1.5 to just be able to consume it. And especially I find it really interesting with female narrators, because some female narrators, like my voice, they're quite high pitched, and if you listen to it faster, it can sometimes lose some of the diction. And that's just how like human voices work. But it is with female narrators, I find it much more prevalent than I do with like deeper male voices. And it's just, I know that is quite natural, but there are some audiobooks I can't listen to on 2 times speed because you lose all meaning.
Yeah. No, I think that's completely fair. That's completely fair. Yeah, I love Roger and Dodger, and honestly, because I didn't read many books that have magic in them, I liked Harry Potter and The Witches Don't Burn. I've got these Witches Don't Burn on my own TBR. I need to get to that soon. I love a magic system that is just vibes. If the other vibes are good, I love a hard magic system that actually holds up to, unlike, like for sure, like a hard magic system doesn't have to actually work. Like it just means that you understand the general mechanics and all rules of it, as opposed to just Tolkien your way through. You know?
It's like, magic exists, but the one wizard that we really focus on doesn't really use magic, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. What about you, Lizzie? What's your favorite magic system?
I think it really depends, because sometimes if it's just kind of wishy-washy, I don't really understand what the point of having this magic in. But there are some books that do it really well. So like Tolkien, like you have wizards, there is magic in the world, but because that's not like the main focus, like I don't mind it. But I do quite like a hard magic system, like the Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson. I think the way that he writes magic is one of my favorites. But to be honest, if a book has magic in it, I'm all in anyway. And either way, if it's done well, I don't care.
Yeah. My only issue with some magic systems is the idea that you only get your magic when you hit a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that that's usually because it's meant to signify, like, that's why it's YA or that's why it's middle grade, because you finally reached this age and that's why it works now. But I find it a lot harder to believe. And like, it's fantasy, right? Magic isn't real. So it shouldn't make me suspend my disbelief any more than that anyway. But I have like a real issue with that. So it's really interesting because it's so easy to write books like that I've had to, like, knowing that I annoy myself, I also don't want to be a massive hypocrite. So I'm like, in the books that I write, I try and write stuff that like has some rules to it, and I always actively try and avoid the "well, you've turned 18, you get magic now" thing, because I can't deal with that. I love both soft and hard magic systems, but I don't like nonsensical magic where there is just no system. Yeah, whimsy, I call this. Whimsy, where the magic just seems to happen for magic's sake. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. And it makes it really hard for these guys to recommend me middle grades, because I end up being a party pooper.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't mind whimsical magic in middle grades and children's book, because I feel like you don't need to have a hard magic system for children. They're not reading a book to, like, in the same way as adults we read books. Kids are like, oh, pretty, like, oh, that man just grew a flower out of his hand, like, that's cool. They don't need to know why he's been able to do that. Like, that's why, like, in like particularly children's book, I can forgive not having a hard magic system, because I'm like, a kid is not going to give a shit about the science.
No, for sure.
So, like, for me, whimsy is one of the reasons I love children's books, because if I'm like in a really bad headspace and I just want to read something that's really nice and really easy, I will always go for a children's book or a middle grade, because like they're so whimsical and so easy to just sink into the world. So yeah.
And that's why you and I are very different people, because if I'm having a bad head day, I reach for a thriller. I reach for something that is more traumatic than my current life. And I just go, you're right, it could be worse. I could be in like Saw 4, you know?
You say way to go about that.
You are training me to enjoy thrillers though, aren't you, Hannah?
I think there's the occasional one that I'm like, you know what, Lizzie, give it the time of day and see what happens. I'm not expecting you to pick up like standard thrillers. I'm not expecting you to pick up the ones that you'd find in like the airport, because those aren't my favorites either. But when you find a book that is just weird and insidious and creepy, that gets me out of the head funk every time. So we have, Roger and Dodger's magic is really interesting. I also feel like there's a lot of talk about how badass Roger and Dodger can be in the future, but I don't think I'll see that by the end. You never know.
What is this?
Middle Game?
I've not read that one yet. I want to though.
I feel like you need to. I feel like you will enjoy it a lot more than I did. I feel like it's definitely more your vibe than mine, because it reads like a sci-fi.
Mm-hmm. I want to read it. It's been on my radar for like a while since I read like Every Hard Doorway. I've had Middle Game.
Oh, it's very different.
Well, I know it's really different, but because I was looking at what Amy McCaw had written, and I liked the sound of Middle Game.
Yeah.
And weirdly, I've read Over the Woodward Wall, which I think is the story that's within Middle Game, but I still haven't read Middle Game, so I feel like I've done this all the wrong way around.
Yeah,
but
that is definitely the wrong way around, but that's fair enough. Can you tell me the title of that one again?
What
was the title of that book you had read?
Over the Woodward Wall.
Loved it. Thank you. I read Certain Dark Things this week, had a vampire week after I finished Kraken, and read 3 vampire books. What were the other vampire books? Because I have The Reluctant Vampire and Mina and the Slayers on my TBR, and I'm so excited for both of them. I did consider reading Mina and the Slayers this week in prep for seeing Amy later. But then I was like, I know what will happen. I will just turn into a gushing fangirl and it'll be really embarrassing. So we're just going to talk writing instead, and it's going to be really chill. So that's why I put it off. But I will get there. I will get there. So let me know what the other vampire books are.
I was on Amy Sprint's not last Thursday, the Thursday before, and I literally was like, yeah, I really liked Mina and the Undead. I turned into a gushing fangirl because I can't help myself. It just happens. But I've got 4 vampire books on my TBR, and I'm going to do a vlog for it. But that one, I haven't read that one, so that sounds really cool. Hi, Jamie.
I was like, I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it there until you say hi. Yeah, no, that's fair. She's interesting. I love that you've brought that energy today. I love that. Just back at tabs too, and love them, the different themes, colors, etc. I love buying new stationery for new books. It's my favorite thing. Hey, I just joined. It's 6 a.m. here, and I'm waiting for my coffee to brew. I hope that by the time we've actually got to this comment, you've got coffee in your hand.
I need to say, Lynn, it took me until 10:30 this morning to be sentient enough to join the live show. So I was an hour late, as you do, a bit more than an hour late. So I respect you so much to be awake at 6 a.m. and brewing your coffee, like hard mad respect to you. Because
can I just say, I'm really glad you didn't jump on when you were here first thing this morning. Because last week you were here as early as you could manage, and you were fucking miserable for the first hour. Like you were just like talking to me was hard work.
It showed for sure.
Oh, thanks, guys. Love you too. It's so good.
Look at her knocking back coffee.
Yeah, that's my second coffee done. I'm gonna have to get another one before fucking root. No, I won't get another one.
Don't leave your phone down here. It's
2 is enough. 2 is really enough.
Not for me.
Could you imagine if you were listening to, because like Lizzie does listen to the audiobooks of Katie Roberts, so it could have been.
That would have been real awkward, because even with Katie Roberts, sometimes the narrators are quite slow. So if I had read that, and my dad definitely would have heard, my dad is one of those people where he wouldn't have said anything. Like if he genuinely have heard something like a Katie Roberts thing, he would have just ignored it and pretended like it didn't happen. But I would have died. Like I actually would have died. And if I heard my dad coming, I would have paused the audiobook. I wouldn't have risked it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, there have been times when like I've been working downstairs and I've had Katie Roberts on, and then Lizzie's been working upstairs, and then I've forgotten that Lizzie's upstairs, and then Lizzie's chair will like move, and I'll hear it, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm not alone. Yeah, we respect the hustle and forget. And on a Sunday, on the Lord's Day, I don't. Anyway, that was just me being a dick. Anyway,
that was really strange.
It was really strange. Do you know what it is? It's not even like I can say that I'm quoting anything interesting in that. It was Hank Green, who no, the other one, John Green, who said, yeah, I couldn't remember. I was going to call him Jamie. It's like that's not correct. Who said, it is Sunday, it is the Lord's Day, and we don't check vibes on Sundays. And I just love that. It's my favourite thing.
Yeah.
So I hope you finish your book. I hope you enjoy it. I mostly enjoy lower voices. Yeah, high-pitched voices can be too much. And sometimes Americans doing bad accents is also enough for me to turn an audiobook off. Can't do it. Can I do it? I finished 4 books this week. Wow. Nice. Incredible. Paradise Lost. Okay. Intense. Love that. I don't think it is sexist. I don't think it is, because it's not at the very least, it could be internalized misogyny, but I don't think it's straight up sexism. It's not that you're saying those women don't deserve to work and that they are narrators that are shit because they're women. We all process information differently, right? That's humans as a general rule. We all process information differently. Some of us are visual, some of us are auditory, and some of us are kinetic, right? I remember stuff if I write it down. I'm a kinetic learner, but I also like listening to things. But I'm not an auditory learner. If I listen to a book and don't talk to people about it, I won't remember what happened in the book. If I read it, I'm more likely to remember it. I remember a lot more from books that I write, which is a good thing. Like, that's a helpful process to have. But I don't think there is anything inherently sexist in struggling with higher pitched voices, because if it were the case, you wouldn't mind an audiobook narrated by a young boy with a high pitched voice. I think I'd find that really fucking irritating. So I don't think you should come down so hard on yourself on that. What about you guys? Do you agree with me? What do you think? Like, do you disagree?
I don't really listen to audiobooks, so
Oh, she's too cool for us. That's what it is.
no, I cannot do audiobook. I've tried and it's not for me.
No, that's fair enough.
I don't think it's sexist to feel like it's more difficult to listen to higher pitched and female voices. I don't think that's a sexist thing to have. I mean, it's at the end of the day, you might prefer listening to a violin and hate the piano. You know, I think that's the same thing, because audio, it is about sound, and if you don't resonate with someone's voice, and that can be literally anyone, it could be a dude with a high pitched voice, and I might go, absolutely not, fuck that. But like, for me, if someone has got a annoying accent, that is when I'm more likely to not listen to it. I just know if there's a higher pitched narrator, I'm like, okay, well, I'll listen to it 1.5 and not 2. Like, that's how I generally, but if their voice is just irritating, like, if it's a 15-hour audiobook, why the hell would I choose to listen to something that annoys the hell out of me? Like, I'm just not going to enjoy the book. And that isn't like a racist or a sexist comment. That's just me going, it's not for me. But the book, I will still go and consume the book if it's a book I'm interested in. I'll just get the physical copy. Like, it's just how it is.
Yeah.
Listening is very different way of consuming stuff. It's like not every song is for everyone.
Yeah.
Not every musician is for everyone. It's for me, it's the exact same thing.
And also for me, it's on a bell curve, right? Because I don't really like high pitched voices either. I can't stand when I love a low voice. I love a deep voice. I love a rough voice. But sometimes it can go too far. And there are some TikTok sounds going around at the moment where it's like a really, like, not quite corpse husband, but like a deep voice saying things like good girl that makes me cringe every goddamn time because they're trying too hard and it's too low and it's too much. It's too much. So yeah, don't worry. You're in good company here. You're fine. I'm not good at processing things via audiobooks. Listening speed slower helps my reading speed. But I have to speed it up if I get distracted. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Or, like I said, audiobooks aren't for everyone. The only time I will ever come down hard on any kind of audiobook discussion is when people say that audiobook reading isn't reading. It has to be for my own selfish reasons, because I've done more audiobooks this year than actual books. So I need it to count as reading. I need it to. So that's the only time. I don't mind the narrator for Assassin's Apprentice as much as I do Live Ship Traders. Haven't got there yet. Can't wait. can't wait to experience that one. That's going to be intense. I read a series of 10 books also years ago, and can't remember the name, but they have magic aided by tattoos. That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Interesting. That's not your Skin one, is it? That's your Skin one.
No, that's
cool,
definitely...
That book you read was called Skin, wasn't it?
No, it's the Skin series, but it's Ink, Scar, and whatever the last one's called. But it's that book series is wild. I'm never going to be the same, although the second one was real disappointing. But Ink was like, it told your life story through the tattoos you had. It wasn't to do with magic. I wish it was. If there were magic involved, I would be more intrigued, I think.
I can't believe I said that book you read called Skin. Anyway. Oh god, I need another coffee. Middle grade fantasy is my favorite genre, but I don't just like whimsy a lot when it feels contemporary world with just a world as whimsy. That's fair enough. I think I prefer those because that sounds to me very similar to like Book Wanderers, where it's like a contemporary world that has magic in it, like just a sprinkling of magic. I quite like that. But I love that you all love whimsy. If Ali were here, but she's not because it's her bedtime. If Ali were here, she would tell you that I don't know how to experience joy, and that is why I don't like whimsy. So don't worry about it. I didn't know that.
Really? I didn't know.
That's amazing. And I listened to the audiobook and I still couldn't work it out. Amazing.
Let me go and see if this is on script, because if it's on script, I'm going to save it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay,
so now. Yeah. Watch as Lizzie drops all their plans and changes it for middle game. The other banned books are Strain by Guillermo del Toro, Plus Another Day, Not Worth. Oh, these are all different ones. I'm trying to work out because of the I'm I feel like my brain wants to read it all as one sentence, not with the commas. Not Worth, 2 Stars and a Woman, Eating by Claire Conda, Excellent Vamp Take, Perfect Real World Parallels, 4 stars. Okay. I think I understood that. I don't think I read it like a human being, but I think I understood it. Cool. Another guy. And another guy. That other guy and Another Day. By Wife Energy. She's got By Wife Energy. Yeah, that's I am an atheist going to read an epic Christian poem on the Lord's Day. Yeah. But the thing is, though, I can't wait to see your TikTok about it, where you start with, I'm an atheist, and it's Sunday. It's going to be great.
Middle game is not on script, and now I'm very sad.
Oh, I think I've got, I was just going to say I've got it as an audiobook, but I'm using my phone for my audiobook, so you can have it after I'm done. You can have my phone after I'm done, so you can listen to it if you want. I'll check to see if I've still got it. I may have removed it, but I think I've still got it. Oh, you've gone. Have a nice day. Sorry. I thought you'd already disappeared. Hey, Amy just sent me here from Insta and said you're going live reading sprints all day. Yes, we are. Reading some point horror for this month's book club. What is the book club? A book club reading horror? I need to know all about it. I love Pages & Co. Yeah, but I don't like Magical Treehouse. Oh, okay. That's a shame because I bought all the books. So I'm hoping that I like that one too. But fair. I'm so sorry, Rip. It's fine. And I finally reached the bottom of the comments. I love that you guys are being so talkative this time. This is great. I'm
more awake. I apologize, but I'm more awake, so you'll have more chatty.
That's good.
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. I've got time today. I've got 4.5 hours left of my audiobook, and then I'm going to pick up the next one. So we're going to be here all day, as per the usual. Celine, I'm assuming you're going to disappear and eat lunch at some point.
Yes, I'm going to have lunch now. I'm so behind schedule on my reading. I thought that I would have finished the classic by now. I am 20 pages into it. I'm doing great. So I'm just going to go have lunch, and I'm going to switch to the thriller that I have on my Kindle because it's a very short one, and hopefully I can read that very shortly. So
perfect.
That's the plan.
And Lizzie, which one are you picking up?
Just like home. I'm going to start because I want to read that, and then this evening I'll read Babel because I like reading it in the evening.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I have no idea why, but I just feel like the vibes are right.
The vibes are right. And you know what? Sometimes that's all the excuse you need. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to press play then, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
Very soon.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Hello.
Did you have a good lunch, Celine?
I did. It was good.
It was good. Excellent. How'd you get on reading wise?
I've read 16 pages of the thriller. Not that much. I need to really get a grip on reading this afternoon, but yeah.
We've got time. We've got at least another 7 hours before Amy turns up. So that's at least 7 hours that you can be reading in.
Yeah. It's also a very classic slasher, or like it's about to be a very classic slasher. A group of teenagers going camping in the woods, some tensions between the group of friends.
What is this one called?
Very good question. Something with, I don't know, with woods. Wolf Pine Woods Murders.
Wolf Pine Woods Murders. I'm making a note of that. Right, where's the pen?
Wait, I'll send you I'll send you the link.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
It's way easier.
Wolf Pine Woods Murders. We love to see it. How about you, Lizzie? How'd you get on?
I read 21 pages and then swiftly got distracted by my phone and TikTok.
That didn't happen in the first one because you left your phone downstairs. So it's fair. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry about it.
Although this is very the start of this book is quite slow, but it's also very kind of I can't remember the word to say it, but it's like very off-putting. Like it gives you, it's really uncomfortable. Like it makes you feel
like insidious, kind of like.
Yeah.
Interesting. Love that. Well, I managed 45 pages of anatomy.
It's really amazing.
I am enjoying it. The initial kind of response to like it being a Victorian Gothic wasn't my favorite. It's interesting because like it's not technically Victorian because it's set like during the Napoleonic era, so it's just before that, really. But it feels very Victorian Gothic, which is really interesting. The main character is so funny to me because she, like, clearly her mom's like, you need to get married, otherwise your life is going to fall apart. And she's like, okay, I want to be a surgeon. Like, it's very much like she's very, very driven in that, which I respect. I respect that she's a very consistent character. And like sometimes when you read YA, the main character can spend way too long just kind of like explaining how they feel about stuff and like explaining why they want to do certain stuff. And for her, it's like, this is just what she's interested in. This is just who she is. And I kind of respect that. So I am enjoying it. I'm just shy of 100 pages now. So getting through it. Not too fast, not too slow. I'm enjoying it though.
Good.
Cool. Right, let's see what's happening in the comments. I've got to scroll all the way back up because I lost where I was. So we have Susie, finally finished your book. What book were you reading and what did you pick as your replacement? Gonna go have lunch. Hope you enjoy it. 32 pages of My Best Friend's Exorcism. Just joined. It's like 4 a.m. here, but I couldn't sleep. Oh, I hate that for you. I hate that you can't sleep. But hopefully you'll get some reading done and it'll make you feel better. Olivia, one of our co-hosts, or like one of the main hosts, she gets insomnia and it gets really, really bad. So we can all kind of appreciate how shit that is if you can't sleep. Finished my book, updated my vlog. Thank you. That's what I need to do. I need to update my reading vlog. Thank you. Decided on Yellow Jessamine for my next read. Excellent. Let me know what you think because that is one of the books that I've got to kind of read this afternoon as a shorter read. Have either of you read Yellow Jessamine yet?
No.
Interesting. Okay, it's a really nice short read by the looks of things, like teeny tiny. So 45 pages of House of Hollow, about halfway through and loving it. The mystery is great and the tension is super nice too. Love that.
This book.
Yeah, Celine picked this for me to read this month and I'm really excited for it. I should have read it last year for last year's Gothtober. Didn't. So I'm going to read it this year and I'm excited.
Looking at me on my shelf and it looks quite short, so you should be able to read it quite quickly, I think.
Fingers crossed. You've met me before, you know that's not always the case.
Well, compared to what I've got to read this month, I think you'll be all right with House of Hollow. Considering I've got to read Ordinary Monsters.
Yeah, That's fair. That's fair. I'd normally read 50 pages or so in 45 minutes, but Paradise Lost, 12 pages. It's an epic poem written hundreds of years ago. No one is expecting you to read that in like an hour. No one. There is a reason people study this at uni and have to have lecturers explain them what the fuck is going on. Like, it's okay. No one's judging you for that. That's, if anything, I admire you for getting 12 pages done. That's incredible.
The fact you picked it up, that's more impressive than anything else.
Insane. I was way more productive than I thought. Did half a task that I put off for months, and it only took 20 minutes. Okay, why is that an entire mood though? Because I will put stuff off for weeks, and then it'll take me 5 minutes to do, and I'll be like, oh, the world didn't end.
Absolutely. I think it's just being with other people and setting a time and everything makes you more productive.
Yeah,
you can be by yourself.
Yeah, for sure. All ready to relax and read the next sprint. A stew is in, soup is cooked for lunch tomorrow. Hoovering and mopping done, dishes cleared, chilling with a cup of tea. Jamie,
everyone is being so productive. I feel like lazy potato. Not even being able to read that much. Like,
no, that's fair. To be fair, the way you say lazy potato makes me really happy. So lazy potato.
Oh, lazy potato.
It's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday. We don't trick vibes on Sundays. That was fab. Got 30 pages read of Collect Call #1 by Christopher Pike. Interesting. I don't know anything about this one. What is this about? Tell me all about it, Karen. Tell me all about it. I'm going to have lunch in the next sprint since it's, of course, 1 hour later than Britain here. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, I might have lunch in the next sprint too. That feels like a valid thing to do. What are we doing for lunch, Lizzie? What's the plan? We've got soup. We've got noodles. We've got chicken dippers. I need to get chicken out. Remind me to get chicken out. Please, someone.
I'll come down when we do the next sprint and figure out what we got.
Okay. I think both of us need to move because I can feel my legs seizing and you're falling asleep again. So
the thing is, I stopped drinking coffee and immediately my body's gone, excuse me, I'm still in bed. You've not got coffee, so clearly you're tired.
Yeah. That's how that works.
So I'm not moving. Like, I will come downstairs and do stuff, but I'm going to come back to bed.
Like, even your vocal cords have slowed down because earlier when you were talking, you were like, yeah, it's really interesting. But now, like, I'll come down in the next sprint.
I know, I'm sorry.
At least you're not miserable like you were last week, so it's fine.
I can be if you want.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Just finished listing Satan's most important demons, his favourites, as it were, which included the merman monster, Dagon, who I believe Lovecraft used. This list did include a dick joke, but I needed the footnotes to get it. That is my favourite thing you've ever said. That is my favourite thing you have ever said. It included a dick joke, but I needed the footnotes to get it. Incredible. Incredible. In this first bit, he talks about angels being able to assume either sex or both. That's really cool. That's really cool. Anyone else?
It is.
No one else think that's super cool? Like, it's literally hundreds of years old.
I need to read it. Yeah.
Incredible. This is what I mean about, like, gothic fiction, and, like, I would argue that because it's got demons and angels in it, it definitely counts, being like pro LGBT before LGBT was even legal. Like, anyway. Essentially gave myself a homework assignment. I did that with Fairy Queen because I wanted to write something that had like fae mythos in it, but I didn't want it to feel like Sarah J. Maas. So I was like, well, I need to go back to like the source material. I need to find some of the oldest fairy stuff and like kind of work from there. And I think I read like the first 2 parts because it's in like 27 like different like little stories basically. I think I read the first 2 and I was like annotating it as I went, and I was like, oh, I've given myself homework. That's what I've done here. I've made my life more difficult than it needs to be. But also I love that because also massive nerd.
Yeah, you do love that. So
it's a short story and 13 tales of horror anthology, and so far a girl has accidentally killed her nemesis. Another girl is leaving her voicemail messages from the grave. That's very Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, it is.
I love the idea that she's accidentally killed her nemesis. Like, at least it wasn't like her best friend. Like, I'm glad that she accidentally killed someone she didn't like. But of course, I would, if someone did that to me, I would absolutely haunt them too. So I feel like I'm on the nemesis's side. Right now.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Is that your way of saying that if I do end up killing you, that you'll just haunt me forever if I do that?
Yeah. But you're not my nemesis, so maybe not.
Even if someone else kills her or she managed to kill herself, she will still haunt you.
Yeah, no, for sure. If Lizzie dies, she'll haunt me, no matter how she meets her untimely end.
Exactly.
If I outlive Lizzie from old age, she'll haunt me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, right. Well. Oh wait, nearly. I thought I'd reached the bottom. We hadn't. There's one more. I study theology, but I also have like 10 to 30 books on my TBR that tackle some of the topics, but I absolutely don't need them for my study. That's a standard reading list, right? Like, you get loads of books that you're like, oh, I have to read. Actually, speaking of which, for today's Final Girl Challenge, the prompt is open pages. So I thought what I'll do is I'll try and capture like a book in motion thing and like flip through the pages so that they're open. And it's okay. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look how it looked in my head, but it's come out quite nice. But I used my old copy of Northanger Abbey, which I used for my undergrad, to study Gothic fic. And I have just written on one of the pages, like I was just flicking it through, on one of them, where one of the characters says, oh, I like a modest lifestyle. I've just put bullshit. That's my annotation from undergrad. Bullshit.
I love that. That's
very informative, Hannah. Good work. My annotations for Babel will be more complex than that. They won't. That's not true. That's not true at all.
You need to send me pictures. Oh, I want to see.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd like them to be more complicated than that, but I don't think they will be.
That's fair. Mine aren't complicated at all.
My friend Lena says she's going to send me her copy of Verity because I don't really want to read it.
Wow.
But she has annotated it and she's just put lol at bits that she thinks are funny.
All the time. Yeah.
I read Credence by Penelope Douglas. Right, I got a physical copy of it. I gave it 1 star. I fucking hated it. Just to clarify, it was the worst thing I think I've read, and nothing has beaten it yet. Like for the content wise. And I bought it specifically to annotate it to send to my friend Valentina because Valentina gave it 5 stars and she loved it. And then I annotated the shit out of it and I sent it to Valentina. And she every now and again she messages me to tell me that every now and again she just flicks through to a random page to read my annotation because it brings her so much joy. And it's very funny because I wrote things like and like why now I want to gouge my eyes out. I'm like this person. It's stupid. I was so angry. I annotated it and then sent it to my friend who gave the book 5 stars because I'm that chaos demon.
That is absolutely why I annotated Say No to the Dress, because I wasn't going to annotate it. That wasn't the book I was going to annotate, but it was for Aurelian where I needed to annotate a book anyway. But I annotated it because I got so angry at the fat phobia that I was just writing no like across certain bits or like rude, get out, fat phobic, like stuff like that. I like my annotations to be monosyllabic, apparently. But it was, no. I mean, that's a great problem to have. My parents tend to read one of two things. They either read very cozy mysteries or they read trash that I don't like. So it's not, we don't have the same problems. Bullshit is a valid annotation. It gets straight to the point. That's fair. It's the one that I use the most. So anyway, we're going to jump into another sprint so that I can have some lunch and you can get some reading done.
Let's hope.
Fingers crossed. Just quickly though, we've had another person. Hey, welcome back. You've perfectly timed this because we're about to jump into another sprint and you can read. I don't annotate books because it does remind me too much of schoolwork. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. It's not for everybody. Strong annotation feelings. I think some people really get a lot out of annotating it. And like I said earlier, I really enjoy annotating because I like writing down. I remember things easier if I write stuff down. And I feel like with Babel, I want to annotate it because I want to be able to enjoy Babel differently to how I enjoy Dark Academia usually. My fear is that if I annotate Babel, I will then want to go back and annotate Catherine House and Mexican Gothic and Plain Bad Heroines and every other like big chunky Gothic novel that I've got, you know. And
Well, I
the
mean,
girl's not got time.
You can keep them as we read and do that, you know.
Yeah.
Later on and take your
Eventually. Yeah. Cool. All right. I'm going to press go and I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
Yes, see you very soon.
Hi, Celine.
Isn't there?
Also, I'm loving the videos that Hannah was being. I love that mixer.
We could have judged her based on it. Yeah.
I'm like, that feels
great about this eclectic mix. Thank you.
Hey, I said I liked it. God.
What's the thing that we need to ask? I'm like, there's a lot of like film stuff there. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
But there's some BookTube elite as well. So
that is true.
And also Critical Role got a little look into.
Obviously. So yeah, how did you guys get on?
I'm almost done with the thriller, and well, it's more of a horror. I think it's a real slasher. It's enjoyable. It's quite short, very predictable, but also quite enjoyable. I'm liking it.
That's fair. And yourself, Lizzie?
I had lunch and I watched YouTube while I ate lunch.
Me too. Me too. But I have a pleasant surprise for both of you. We have a Becca.
Hi.
How are you?
Not too bad. Just finished a video and I now have a couple of hours spare because I'm home alone. So perfect reading time.
There we go. Now you get to hang out with us and you're alone no longer. That's how the internet works.
Yay!
What are you picking up?
What?
What are you picking up?
I've got Fable.
Nice.
Yeah.
We are all reading the book at the moment. I love that.
You know, it's a big release. I'm not surprised. Yeah. No, I watched the YouTube video. So I didn't get any reading done, and I'm not even going to apologize. So we'll do better in the next sprint. It's fine. We'll do better in the next sprint.
Will.
So Deanna's joined us. Let us know what you're reading, Deanna. Had lunch, did my laundry, and then you're going to read A Wizard of Earthsea. Excellent. I had an alarm set, and I must have turned it off. And you obviously needed to sleep. I mean, to be fair, you were awake at midnight. It makes sense to me that you'd be awake now, like to wake up later. Like that's reasonable. Oh no.
Oh God.
Is that like a COVID symptom? Please tell me you don't have COVID. Please tell me you don't have COVID.
Yeah, I saw on Emma's Instagram that they tested positive. I think it was a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's bad.
That sucks.
That really sucks.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, you obviously needed the sleep. Milton refers to fairy elves, and the footnotes say they were in medieval law were less sinful. Okay, interesting. That is very cool. I like that. That's a good time. Yep, agreed. I had lunch and listened to the other half of the chapter. Now ready to dive into APA format for my presentation. Good luck. Good luck. 38 pages read. Well done. I hardly watch movies, but analysis from movies. Yeah. No, I agree. So many of the films that were like included in that, I've not seen. I've seen Mean Girls. I remember that one was up there, but I haven't seen them. I just like watching people talk about films. Like a big nerd.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Anyway. Did some much needed chores. Cry face. Yeah. Becca. Excited to see you, Becca.
Hey.
It's been ages since we've done a live show with you, Becca.
I know.
Where have you been? What's been going on?
House changing. We've redone a bathroom.
Oh, okay.
We laid some lino anyway.
That counts. That counts.
It
That's
totally
fair.
counts.
Cool.
I mean, the roll's been sat in our porch for 3 years. And we finally got around to doing it because we got it before lockdown. And Mum was like, "Oh yeah, we'll get that done."
No, that's fair. That's fair. To be fair, my parents did their kitchen, got all the cabinets and stuff put in, and then we're going to have the floor done afterwards. 11 years later, they took the plastic off the cabinets, still not on the floor.
Okay, we're not that bad.
No one's that bad. No one is that bad. It's just my family. But
oh no, my uncle moved into his house before I was born, over 26 years ago now, and still hasn't finished painting his front room. It stops halfway up the stairs, and he hasn't painted further.
Yeah, that's fair. And the colour that he'll have bought will be out of stock now. That won't exist anymore.
Yeah. And we keep on shouting at him, and he's still like, "I don't care." And we're all like, "Finish your house! You've lived here for ages."
That's fair. Mac and cheese is a successful spread. I agree. We didn't have mac and cheese, but now I kind of wish that we had.
What did you have, by the way?
Nuggets and chips.
Or jealous.
It was very tasty. 58 pages. Well done. Need to eat in the next sprint. Yes, please eat something. I've also left out of this Babel thing. Emma, I don't feel like this is going to be your vibe. And especially as someone just coming back to YouTube because of burnout, maybe don't come in hard with the dark academia.
Agreed, yeah.
I feel like if you want to, fine, but do it gently. Be gentle.
I think it is a good one, but I don't think it's the first book you should try and read just because everyone else is reading it. Although that is exactly why I picked it up now, so I'm a massive hypocrite.
We all are. That's fine. This entire channel is fueled by hypocrisy. Don't worry about it. Finished Ghostly Nemesis, a short story about Skin Lucinda by Lael Litkey. Second story in the horror anthology. Nice. Let me know as well if I said that wrong, because I probably did. I was awake at 3 a.m. because I was coughing up lungs. Gross. I'm sorry that I missed it, that you have COVID. Also, I'm genuinely amazed you went for all the X's and not the classic MX2 fingers, I got really sick on Monday. Managed to finish 3 books last week. That's impressive, because when I had COVID, I just hallucinated and just watched TV because I didn't have any energy to do anything else. Lizzie will confirm. I couldn't even do the dishwasher. I was pathetic.
To be fair, though, I wasn't much better, and I just fell asleep while watching said TV and just didn't do anything.
Killed me. We were watching a video essay on the making of The Hobbit, and then we started something else after that. And all of a sudden, I just heard, because where we were, I was facing this direction, and Lizzie was over there. All of a sudden, I heard Lizzie snoring, and it was just my favorite thing because she had her blanket up to here, and then when old people snore themselves awake and they just kind of go like that. That's what she did. It was so cute.
Oh, it was a time when we both had COVID, wasn't it, Hannah?
Wasn't it just? Anyway. Comment jumps. There we go. No, this one. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say to that. But hold of you to assume I could physically pick up a 10,000 page book. No. Also, last week I was reading A Dark Shade of Magic. And I didn't love it, but I did. What? So you read it and... we didn't love it. Oh, okay. Fine. I haven't read it.
I read this one. It's on my TR.
I've read the first one and I didn't love it. So, I mean, it's fine, but I feel like there are better fantasies out there, and it's not my favorite of Schwartz's work.
That's fair.
So, nothing will stop.
And what was that, Becca?
I'm Schwab trash.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like it balances out, right? Because there's stuff that I'm just not fussed by her as a writer. Lizzie is in the middle. I feel like Celine is very much in the middle, and then we've got straight up trash as well. It's a nice mix. And then I'm glad you enjoyed it. This is the thing, is I'm never gonna be if someone likes a book I didn't like, unless it's a very particular type of book or author, I'm not going to be like, you can't like that. Like, I prefer if you're like, oh, I know you didn't like this, but I did. Cool. Good. It found its audience. And as a writer, that's all I need to know. Okay, my comments need to chill out because every now and then I go to click on one and it just goes, whoop, and I'm like, I don't know where I am. I'm on my laptop, so P-side is harder to access. Fair. 60 pages, and I'm loving the writing. I know I'm getting older reading older books, and it features Radio 4, right? And not only that, okay, so Tea Apollo Blue not only features, but like heavily, it looks like Radio 4 is kind of like, because he embarrasses himself on the radio, that's what ruins his career. Like, imagine saying something on the radio. Like, anyway, yeah. But I'm glad you're enjoying it because the writing, I think, is beautiful. I couldn't concentrate on anything either. 2 books were audio, and I have absolutely no idea what happened in one of them. The other I finished just before I got bad, and the third was 30 pages of Darkwood. Fair. Have you finished Darkwood yet? What's going on there? Have we finished it? Have we finished Darkwood? Anyone? No? All right. Perks of having chronic illness, which means I have half symptoms anyway, so I'm used to keep going. That's fair enough. Does anyone know a good D&D story that's not based on R.A. Salvatore? I know books that are D&D adjacent, that have like D&D themes, but not like a specific D&D book. No. Let me know if that's good enough. I've got to go make lunch and maybe shower. I'll be back later. Okay, well, enjoy. I can't wait for you to come back.
I hope you enjoy Paradise Lost, Pixie, because I'm so impressed that you are even picking it up. And I want to see more facts like the good angels being allowed to go and haunt forests, because that's hilarious.
That's fair. Yeah, we will read again in a sec. It's just you guys are chatting, and it's nice. It's nice having comments. Keeps me busy. Yeah, 4 stars, good fun. Okay, so books that have like a D&D vibe, I would definitely say Kings of the Wild has a very strong D&D vibe. The Color of Magic, or basically any of the Rincewind series by Terry Pratchett, has a very strong D&D vibe. Brightfall, which is a Robin Hood retelling, also has a D&D vibe. Arguably, Legendborn has a D&D vibe because you got different types of magic, training.
Yeah, the magic system. I agree, the magic system, and also like the tribals. Like, it feels like it could be a D&D campaign all by itself. So I do agree with Legendborn.
Yeah. And I would probably say on the higher end, The Unbroken by C.L. Clarke as well. Again, because of like the way the magic system works, coming in contact with lots of NPCs and just kind of the political battle and stuff is very D&D like as well, depending on who your DM is. It's not straight up hunting dungeons, but there's like a lot of like crossover there, I think. They're all great as well.
Also, to add on to that, Desert Prince is a good one because that has trans rep in it, and some other like non-binary stuff. That's really good by Peter V. Brett. It was very surprising how much LGBT plus rep was in that.
That's cool. What about Skullduggery Pleasant?
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Such D&D vibes. Strong D&D vibes. That's cool. Right behind you, right there. Good, because I need to know if it's any good. I've got that on my TBR as well. I need to read it at some point. When I had COVID, I read 5 books. It just made reading 5 books in 5 days whilst in COVID. That's cool. That's great content. That's great content. Like I said, couldn't concentrate. You couldn't pay me to read when I had COVID. Like, my brain just would not work. No. Nil point.
I'm always impressed when people say they do stuff while they had COVID, because I was like, no, absolutely not. I'm just going to be a blob, and I'm going to live my best blob life, and just sleep all the time, and be thrown tablets at whenever, because Hannah is very good at making people take tablets.
I feel like I turn into your mother the moment you're sick. Like, if Lizzie's got a migraine, which she gets migraines quite a lot, the first thing, like, okay, have you taken some meds? And she'll be like, no, I was just going to have a nap. I'm like, yeah, have a nap, but take some meds first. Have you had any water? Do you need me to go and are we out? Do I need to get some cocodamol? Like, what's going on here? And Lizzie just looks at me like, will you stop it? But also, if I don't, do you take any meds if I don't?
That's really not the point.
I think it is the point. I think it is the point. Yeah. Really, really unfortunate, because like Deanna's symptoms for having COVID were like physical pain as well, and I hate that for you. Me at the start of my vlog is funny. I just slowly get worse. Yeah. There's a vlog that I did a couple of weeks ago where I got a really bad cold, and it wasn't COVID, but it was just like a seasonal cold. And at the start of the vlog, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna read these books, and then by the end, it's just like me down here, like, I don't read today. Like, it's just like that level of energy. It's not good. Not good. Like me saying I'll read, no, damn well I'll have yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Best blob life.
To be fair, that is my happy place. My best blob life. And yeah, it's the one by Peter B. Brett. Yeah.
There is also a D&D graphic novel comic series called Die by Kieran Gillen. Haven't read it though. Interesting.
That one's a bit iffy. I did read that one. None of the characters are particularly sympathetic or likable. I was just like, you could all die and I'd start laughing. Like,
fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Although, speaking of graphic novels, Sass and Sorcery, which is the first of the Rat Queen series, is very D&D-esque.
Oh yeah.
Although I've read the first 3, I've been told not to bother reading it past the 4th one because they got a new writer for 5, 6, and 7, and apparently they are awful.
Oh, I quite enjoyed them. I mean, I haven't finished it, but I've only got the last 2, and I've really enjoyed the whole series. So.
But then to be fair, I find like general graphic novels have great D&D vibes. Saga's another one. Got great D&D vibe.
Have you tried Once and Future, which is the one where King Arthur's like resurrected and this guy has to try and stop it with his grandmother who keeps on trying to shoot everyone?
No.
It's brilliant. I've only read the first one and absolutely adored it because he's been kept out of this whole life, like the whole time, and he's just running from these monsters. Like, what's going on?
I mean, mood. I don't think I'd know what was going on either.
It was great fun.
I'm like, why didn't you just go back to bed? Fair. Managed 42 pages of The Dancing Face, a thriller, and feed my. It's good. It's good that you fed your children. They might struggle without that. I lived my best blob life until I couldn't sleep because I burned no energy for days. So I cleaned my entire house and collapsed into bed. I had no chill to Deanna, let's be honest. Like I love Deanna to bits, but Deanna has 2 modes. One is Zen, okay? Nothing phases her, totally chill. And then the other one is no chill, where like everything's cleaned, everything's done. Like she's a teacher, so like you can imagine like how those 2 things like balance themselves out. I live in the no chill all of the time category. Like I've never felt the Zen. And on the morning of Deanna's wedding, I was a bridesmaid for Deanna, and I've been a bridesmaid before, and brides are notoriously difficult on the day of their wedding. So chill. Like everything was really relaxed. She may as well have had that really nice meditation music playing in the background. Like in honesty, it was the most relaxed morning of the entire holiday. It was lovely. But yeah, I can absolutely believe that you had no chill towards the end. No. Emma's like, I don't even do that when I feel well. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Yeah. To be fair, I would not recommend it. Was not worth it. I'm so sorry. When I had COVID, luckily the Tour de France was happening and I got to watch the cycling. That's cool. It's nice when like you can coincide a traumatic illness with an event on television. Like that's nice that you could.
I was wondering who would watch that because I experienced it. They have to block my city at some point for everyone to pass it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but go die. Like I want to do stuff. I need to be on the road. Just get away.
Yeah. I remember I used to live in Twickenham, and anytime there was a rugby match on, you couldn't move for love nor money between like certain hours. So you got quite used to it of being like, okay, I need to go and do the shopping before 8:30 because otherwise I'm not getting back to my house. And I mistimed it one time, and I spent an hour and a half just sat in the car just watching people walk past me.
Mm-hmm.
Not ideal. Would not.
You're like, I have a life, please.
Yeah. Cool. Right. We're going to go back to some reading.
Yes.
Because it would be nice if I could actually finish this book today. It would be nice. Also, I really enjoy this. The edge of the marathon comes through my town and blocks every... But you're not... No. No. That's really funny. I'm a big cycling nerd, but the community are very masculine. No. I can say it because all of us here are at least femme presenting. Men are the worst. That's fine. The
Oh,
only man in my life that I need is Jamie, and he's in the comments somewhere. So that's fine. Although, please, Deanna, don't tell Will I said that. Anyway, I'm going to press go. And I'll see you guys in 45 minutes.
Okay, see you soon. Hi.
Oh. How did we do?
34 pages.
Not bad.
That's actually really good.
Mm-hmm. What did you just do? No, Celine, before we get to your, what did you just do?
I was just, trying to put my book on the side and I completely fucked it and then it fell and it banged onto the chest. I'm sorry. I was trying to do it all like nicely and I brushed it and then it just banged. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I don't know if anyone saw it yesterday, but at one point I pulled my hair from one side to the other, not realizing that the strings from my hoodie were caught up in my hair, and basically smacked myself in the glasses with them. And like I said, I don't know if anyone saw it, but it kind of just clocked me, and then I just kind of went. I was like waiting for someone to say something. So
I didn't see it. You're lucky. I would have said something.
You absolutely would have. That's what I was like. I was waiting. I was waiting. But anyway, yes. Sorry, Celine. What were you saying about your reading?
I finished my thriller, and I've picked up this one again. And I'm on page 37.
Nice. Are you enjoying it? I know it's slow, but are you enjoying it?
I'm not sure where it's going.
Okay.
No, not that it's supposed to go somewhere, I guess. But I don't know. I'm wondering what is happening, basically.
That's fair. Becca, you said 34 pages. Lizzie, yourself?
I did about 30 pages. It's really insidious, and I just want to know what the father did. And I'm really hoping it's an actual ghost story because there are like little like tidbits of there being ghosts and supernatural things happening. And they just did a chapter from when she was a kid, and like her dad coming into her room because she thinks there's a monster because she can hear some weird sounds like under her bed, which obviously, like, putting the pieces together, it probably isn't under her bed and it's actually the basement that's under her room. And her dad's got like mud on his boots and she's like, Dad, why are you so dirty? And it's like, this is fucking horrible. Like it just makes me like my skin crawl, which is great. Like this is what I like in a horror book. Like, don't get me wrong, I asked for this, but I also like, oh, gross. Like seriously gross. And we've just met the neighbor who I think whose father wrote a book about the family, and he's like slimy, and he's like, yeah, you and me, like, it's inevitable. And she's like, I don't date men. And he's like, oh, but like it's inevitable. And she's like, no, you misunderstand me, I don't date men. Make it about yourself if you want, but I don't date men. And he's just like,
hate men like that. Hate men. Anyway. I also managed about 34 pages and I finished the YouTube video that I'd started. So love that for me. Let's see how we got on. So I may have read nothing. That's fair. Super's important. 50 pages, thriving. Love that for you. Are you enjoying it?
So good.
This is an easy read or just because you read really quickly? Tell me. I had lunch. I promised getting back to reading that. You don't need to promise. That's fine. We all took a lunch break. That's fine. Becca didn't even rock up until after lunch. So I
haven't even eaten lunch. So
that annoys me. Eat something in the next sprint, please.
That's what I was planning on doing.
Say that again.
I was planning on doing that anyway next sprint.
Right. Why does that come with such an attitude, Becca? I was going to do that anyway. Not because you told me, but because I was going to do it anyway. I didn't realise I'd adopted yet another sibling.
I don't have siblings. It comes out at this moment.
Anyway, I struggled with APA for 20 minutes, then I chilled out for a bit. Good for you. Next sprint, I'm going the walk to clear your head. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. What's the weather like where you are? Because it's actually really nice here. It's really sunny, but it's cold, which is like my favorite kind of weather. My favorite. 54 pages left of your book. You'll be done with it very soon. When you say you'll be glad to be done with it, is that because you've enjoyed it or because you haven't? Because that sounds like you weren't enjoying it, like at all. Like you're glad it's over.
Yeah, sounds like that.
I'm now eating food I made and it's delish. Fried tofu with sweet potato fries. Let's go. Showers for later. I'm having my post-meal tea for the next round. Okay, cool.
Oh, I love that. I need to make tea. I need to go make tea.
I timed it really well so that I had chai just as the sprint ended. So it's really fucking hot. I'm very happy. I'm really loving the old school Agatha Christie vibes of the writing style. We just started investigating and I have a feeling it's going to be good. I like that. I like there's enough set up. If you're like 50 pages in and it's like still preambling, but you're interested, that's a good time, I think. Who else here enjoys a mystery? Anyone?
Me.
I like to watch them.
That's fair. I do find watching mysteries easier than reading them. That's fair.
My
Lizzie
brain
is dead inside.
I don't do mysteries
At all?
At all?
well, I do, but they're not like my thing. They're not my go-to. Like I don't
Lizzie?
They're cute.
What have you just described about the book you're currently reading? Wanting to know what's happening? I would argue that's a mystery. Where's the lie? Where's the lie, bitch?
Has anyone seen that movie, See How They Run? It just came out in cinema. Because it's a murder mystery one, but it's set around the theatre show The Mousetrap. So you've got all these Agatha Christie type things going on throughout it, and it's a really good one, actually. It's sort of like an English version of Knives Out, but set in like the 60s kind of thing. It's a really good time, actually.
Interesting. That does sound like my sort of thing, to be fair.
It is really fun. Slightly ridiculous, but good time.
I'm really enjoying the phrase dispatched my brother to the supermarket because my brothers would not do that for me. I'm the one that's usually dispatched. So I love that for you. And I love that they're bringing you snacks. And I love that you got 30 pages done. That's great. Didn't read anything. Need to decide between two books to read on my Kindle. And I'm avoiding making a decision. That's fair. That's fair. What are your options? We can help you. We can help you make a decision. And then if you hate that decision, just go with the other one. That's fine. That's how that works. 55 pages from Jamie. Well done. 16 to 18 degrees. Yeah, it's 17 here. Perfect. Not much. Not enjoying my best friend's exorcism. Maybe I thought it'd be more humor and less gross. Not a book for me. I was expecting it to be more insidious than it was. I got really bored with it. Actually, it's one of the ones that Grady Hendrix wrote that I DNF'd, but it was like a soft DNF. I hadn't even put it on Goodreads yet that I'd started it. I just wasn't really interested in it. I thought Horror Store was good fun, but the Final Girl support group was bad. There's not an author for me. So, how about you guys? Anyone here read my best friend's exorcism?
No.
Anyone interested in reading it? Anyone think it?
I don't know. Is it really? I want something very scary because I watched the movie, obviously, the original, and I got scared shitless. So I'm like, I want something similar. Like I would expect something similar, but I can guess it's not quite the vibes.
No, I didn't think it was scary at all. I just thought it was boring, which is why I
don't think it's for me. Then I don't think I'll read it ever.
I think I would want to read it. That's like out of all the Grady Hendrix ones, that's the one that I'm most drawn to. And I know the cover gives me such like nostalgic vibes, even though I wasn't alive in the 80s, but like I feel like that it just looks like it'd be really good and I would probably quite like it. From what people are saying about it, I think I would enjoy it. But that's the only Grady Hendrix. And that and Horror Store, actually.
I was going to say, Horror Store is the one that I would recommend to you. It's the only one that I even remotely enjoyed. It's the least problematic of the ones that I read of his. And I just thought it like, because of the concept of it, because this is the thing with Grady Hendrix, and it's a real bee in my bonnet. How dare you have really good ideas that you then can't see through? Because like the concept of My Best Friend's Exorcism, the Final Girl support group, Horror Store especially, like they're great ideas. And for anyone who doesn't know about Horror Store is what if IKEA was haunted?
And it looks like an IKEA catalogue from like
Yeah.
what I've seen of it. And that's one of the reasons I want to read it, because I'm like, that is such an interesting design of the book.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, those are the only two Grady Hendrixes that I'm remotely interested in. Because again, I'm still getting like into like thriller and horror really, fairly recently, but I've not read any of them yet because I'm a Stephen Graham Jones person apparently. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, which is fair, but yeah, interesting. Okay. In fairness, it's a prologue type thing, and then chapter 1 starts on page 9, so we've got like 20-30 pages of setup, and now getting to this station. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I need to see it too. What I find funny is Snag Tights did the tights for that movie. What? You can buy the vintage tights, but they also have Halloween tights with rats called See How They Run. Interesting. Are they rats or are they mice? Because if it's based on Mousetrap, it would make more sense for it to be mice. Anyway, I tend to like mystery more if the protagonist isn't a cop. Yeah, no, I have. Okay, so this is another one of those genres that I get really picky about, surprising no one. But I like a mystery where it's either like a classic Sherlock detective, where they're like an amateur detective, someone who's emotionally invested in the story, and that you're right there, Celine.
Can you hear
No.
cars honking? Like a lot of them. Maybe a wedding, or we are Sunday. Yeah, maybe. Shut up.
Yeah, stop being happy about being married. Gross.
Who does that? Sorry, I can't.
No, you're fine. But the kinds of detectives that I hate are like the classic cop or like the gritty cop that's like, I have an alcohol problem and my wife hates me, but I solve crimes. You know, him. He irritates me. I can't read those ones. The Yo Nesbo style murder mysteries, not the one. Know what I'm saying?
I think those are the mysteries that I always immediately think that that's what you mean when you talk about mystery, and that's the exact thing I cannot stand, the cop mysteries. So maybe I like mysteries, but not the ones I like police procedurals, which I love watching.
Procedurals. It's procedurals we don't like, but mysteries.
Like, I love NCIS. I love CSI, like on TV. Fine, I just don't want to fucking read it, you know.
But that's because they're comfort watchers. They're like anything, like where every episode's the same. And yes, the last 3 episodes of each season, they have like a ramped up drama element, right?
One of the team is in danger, and you've got to save them.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, to be fair, NCIS does kill off team members quite frequently. So
yeah, but some of them come back. Some of them come back. You know, it's all faked.
And some of them, it's real and it's sad. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I don't mind watching a police procedural. I don't mind watching like Midsummer Murders and things like that. My comfort zone, for sure. I remember I went on a surfing holiday, and the first 2 days we were there, it was really sunny and I got really bad sunburn. So I refused to put on a wetsuit and actually learn how to surf. So I spent most of the time like making sandcastles and colouring in. The second 2 days, it pissed it down with rain. So people who were like there for proper surfing obviously didn't give a shit. They're going to get wet. They're in the sea anyway. They went out and surfed, and the rest of us, there was like 8 of us that went. So like 3 actually went surfing. The rest of us hung out in my cabin, watched Murder, She Wrote, and coloured in, like had colouring books and shit. Like
that.
Best holiday, honestly. Such a good time.
Have any of you seen that Twitter thread that went round of the best kind of murder mystery would be a TV series starring Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart as grumpy neighbours solving mysteries, and they keep on having like various other famous actors coming in as like their like children and grandchildren and being like, "Granddad, you can't sneak in there," and then being like, "No, we're going to do it," and stuff like this. It would have been just imagining it makes me happy.
Yeah, I would watch the shit out of that.
So would I.
What's the name of the actor that plays the hot priest in Fleabag and Moriarty?
I
I would watch a murder mystery where he was the detective.
Oh yeah, I'd watch practically anything with Andrew Scott in, but that's because I love him. So.
Oh, do you? I can't tell. With the intensity with which you said his name, would not have been able to put 2 and 2 together.
But I love him. I met him once. It was wonderful.
Was he really nice? He seems like a really nice person too.
He said he liked my hair, and it looked like this at the time, and I was just like, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, bless him. I love that for you.
Yeah, it was really nice. It was my first Comic-Con as well. It was like the first day of my first ever Comic-Con, and I was like, right, I'm coming to these things for the rest of my life if I get this.
Yeah. I love that. I'm also definitely more intrigued. Like, so I've already bought a Fatal Crossing. It's on my TBR for this month. I love the fact that it has a Scotland Yard detective, but the POV is someone who works there. Because, like, that's the thing for me. I like a story where the investigation is half-assed by the detective, but actually is seen through by someone who's emotionally invested in it. Because it's easier to empathize with, right? Like, it's just...
That's like how you run, because even though you're following two cops, one of them's very much that like divorced, drinking, all the rest of it, but the other one, played by Saoirse Ronan's really, really invested in all of this. And so it's sort of like it's from her point of view, and you sort of see her trying to do it all. And even though she is a cop, it's more like she's taking on like more personal, so invested in this, and she just really wants to help, kind of thing.
I've realized now that you said the Saoirse's in it, I've seen the trailer where she's like really, really keen to get it all kind of like yeah, it has a kind of like Wes Anderson vibe to the trailer. But yeah, that's fair. 30 pages of Wizard of Earthsea, good for you. But a mystery element in fantasy, sci-fi, etc. Yes, I'd argue most Gothic has a mystery element to it. Yeah, it does, because so much of Gothic is fueled by the unknown that it would be really hard to find a Gothic that doesn't have at least some element of mystery in it. Like you're working out something. And I loved reading Jekyll and Hyde, but I saw someone tweeted the other day being like, it's so sad that no one will ever be able to read Jekyll and Hyde without knowing what the plot twist is before going in. Like, imagine reading that as it just came out. And I was like, yeah, now I'm jealous of all those people from the 1800s that got to like really enjoy it.
But I actually think that, so with what Pixie's saying, yes, there has to be something else, not just a mystery. I think that's for me. It's like I like things with magic in it. Like I can't just read like a historical fiction or a contemporary because I get bored really quickly. And I'm very much a fantasy sci-fi reader. Those are the genres I'm more drawn to. So if there is like mystery, but there's also magic and maybe like aliens, yeah, I'll fuck with that. Yeah.
I'll fuck with that. Yeah. I love I keep going to call it my boyfriend's. My boyfriend's exorcism, my best friend's exorcism. I'm definitely the audience for that type of horror. It's just cozy horror without nightmares. Oh no, give me the nightmares. Traumatize me. Make me feel something. That's what I need.
Yeah, too. I like the horrors that are actually spooky. Like that's one of the reasons I loved Horrid. The ending of Horrid fucked me up. Like that entire ending, I was like, what? Why?
I can't wait for you to read Hollow Places. Hollow Places is so creepy, and it, like, considering I was watching it again, it was one of the first books that I did for start to finish sprints, and I am still haunted by that book. It's really good, but wouldn't recommend it if you're looking for a cozy horror. It's not cozy, but that's fair. The rat community has claimed them as rats. I feel like the rat community claims a lot of things. Doesn't make it true, unfortunately. I haven't read Grady Hendrix as my best friend's exorcism, as it's not my favourite trope, but I enjoy The Last Days of Jack Sparks by Jason Arnott. Haven't heard of that one. Why did you capitalise the titles? That's my question. Is that just so I knew what the titles were? Because thank you. I needed that, apparently. That was great. Snag themselves Radisson. Fair enough. My McDonald's is here. Pray it has flavour. Thank you. Yeah, what's the point of having McDonald's if it just looks like cardboard and tastes like cardboard? That would suck. Now I want McDonald's. I like middle grade mysteries and middle grade spooky stories are top tier. Considering I'm all against like whimsy and fantasy and general good times in middle grades, it's because I'm a miserable cow. A middle grade mystery or a middle grade ghost story. Sign me up. Speaking of which, Celine, at what time of day are you when are you starting that? What's happening?
I think I'm starting it in the next sprint because I'm very excited. So I don't want to wait anymore.
I don't want you to wait either.
That reminds me, I finished on my drive home from Cornwall. I finished the Catherine Arden Small Spaces series. So I finished Dark Waters and I listened to Empty Smiles. That is a freaking epic series.
I still don't have the last one. I want it so bad.
It's so good. Like everyone was like, oh, but the last one, like they have so many things to wrap up, but it's really short. And I was like, No, I am fine with that being the ending. I thought that Catherine Arden did a fantastic job, but as spooky middle grades go, those are like, I think they're on the line to being middle grade and YA in some moments, because those were scary.
I'm very excited to receive it. It's in the box, Hannah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't arrived yet. It's pre-ordered. It's on its way.
But
In the box is Anna Dracula and Lord of the Rings, which I haven't sent yet. So sorry about that.
But Empty Smiles is all about clowns, and clowns are terrifying.
Probably read it in the last live, then, like for Halloween. It seems fitting.
It's so good. I cannot wait until you finish it, Celine, so we can talk about it. But it's good. I just needed to say, middle grade horrors are genuinely scarier than adult horrors, in my opinion, because they don't lean on like the gore or the jump scares as much. It's very much more like your own imagination works against you the most. We'll give you like the little like tidbits, we'll like say what something looks like, but like realistically, you're gonna make this 10 times worse when you fall asleep at night.
Yeah. That's Hollow Places as well. Hollow Places does that. Considering Hollow Places is an adult, Hollow Places does that as well, which is hilarious because that's one of the choices: is a Fatal Crossing or the Hollow Places. Those
Hollow
would
Places.
not be more different.
I'm voting for the Hollow Places.
I will be reading Hollow Places next
too.
week. I'll be reading it next week in these sprints. So
yeah, Hollow Places I've actually read. I haven't read A Fatal Crossing. It's on my TBR. But although I would say, I don't know if you and Will have plans. If you have plans for later this afternoon, maybe A Fatal Crossing, because I feel like once you start the Hollow Places, you will need to finish it, because it's very, very similar to Mexican Gothic in that once it starts ramping up, that's it. You've got to see it through to the end. It's my only thing. My dad loves Yonesbo. Loves. So that's fine. He can have them. Yeah, not for me. Okay, so there's like a thing with my dad where he will watch a mystery first thing when he wakes up, and it could be anything from like DCI Banks to a Scandinavian thriller with subtitles where everything is brutal. And I'm like, Dad, you're the reason I don't know how to experience joy, because this is where we find our comfort zone. First thing in the morning, he's having a cheery, like, I think he has like Weetabix and stuff. Like he has like a really set routine of where he has his cereal, he has his thriller mystery, and then he goes to work. And it's just like, yeah. Have you guys ever watched a Scandi thriller?
No.
Like they are wild. They are wild.
I've watched some. One of my favorite thriller is a Scandinavian one.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, and I don't even know if it's Scandinavian, but there's quite a few like subtitled like things on Netflix which I really enjoyed. Like I the one that I'm thinking of, and I don't think it's Scandinavian, it might be German, but The Rain was really good.
I haven't watched them, but there's Dark and The Chestnut Man, which is based on the book and is, I think, my favorite thriller book. And I really need to watch those two shows.
Can I have the links to those ones as well, please? Because they sound great. But yeah, we love it. We love a Scandi thriller. Yeah, I don't know I think police procedurals, they're for people that don't necessarily read a lot, and I feel like because they're quite similar, they strike me as the kind of book where like when you go on holiday or when you go to like the airport or something, they're everywhere because they're a comfort read, as opposed to I'm reading because I want to read, as opposed to like I'm reading because I just need to switch off from my 9 to 5 for 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And like with the procedural, you don't really need to pay attention. If you like forget what happened in the last chapter, it doesn't matter because those clues are going to come back around. They're going to explain it to you again. So we all love Criminal Minds. It's great. No, too many books that are non-American are interesting because they are less known for me. That's fair. Scottish Island Detectives as well. So I'm assuming on that list is Shetland, because that's one of my dad's favourite ones. And Taggart. Actually, okay, I know I've told this story before, but Deanna is actually like hanging out in the comments, so I thought I would share it. I was hanging out. I think I was driving Deanna back from home from work, or like I was driving Deanna somewhere, and I asked her what the first date was between her and my brother, like just making conversation. And she told me that they like met up and they watched the film Tangled. I didn't hear Tangled. I heard Taggart. And in Taggart, which is a Scottish procedural, they have a couple of catchphrases such as "There's been a murder" and "I'm on my way." And I decided, because Deanna had said Taggart, she hadn't, that I would then go, "Oh, there's been a murder." And for ages, she didn't have a fucking clue what I was talking about.
I still think that's one of the funniest things you've told me, because I'm like, that. What a mistake to make! Like you couldn't be talking about more different things.
They could not be more different. They could not be more. And also, who would watch Taggart on a first date? Who's rocking up on that first date? I really need to impress this person. I really like them. I've got a big old crush. Let's watch Taggart. Who's making that choice?
No offense, but I feel like that's 100% something you do just to see what the man would do. Like literally, I feel like as the person you are, it's like this really elaborate like test that he's got to pass, and I can 100% see you doing it.
Look, just because you know me really well, I feel like it would depend, because I'm never really offered when I go, like if we do like watch a film, the guy's never like, "What do you want to watch?" Because by that point they've got to know me and they're like, "Let's not risk it," because I feel like the demon part of my brain would be like, "We should watch a horror like Teeth." Which again, if you guys don't know about Teeth, don't look it up. It's a horrific film, but it's also very anti-man.
You're the literal worst. I forgot.
Yeah, no, I am the worst. There's a reason I'm single. I'm attracted to men, but I also hate them. So,
Teeth, is it the YA horror movie?
It's got YA characters, but it's not YA. No,
Okay,
it's got sexual assault and stuff like that in it as well. So.
I think I know what it's about. I don't think I've watched it, but I think I know what it's about.
The thing is, it's one of those horror films where it's really badly directed and really badly like edited. So there's no moment for levity. And you need moments of levity in any kind of horror or drama, because otherwise your audience laugh at the wrong places. And I laughed my way through that film, which is how I know it's bad. But if you don't like Saw or Hostel or films like that, it's not a good time. I think it's hilarious. So, yeah, again, it's interesting that people come to me for recommendations because, anyway, Hollow Places is great. Yeah, I agree. Offering up a buddy read there. We love to see it. I've lost the comments. Where they gone? Okay, here we go. They all just went blank for a second then. Had a heart attack. Yeah, Hollow Places is really good. That's such a shame. Oh, well, that's okay. That's a start. That's okay. It's a start. There's a hint of chicken flavour. That's just a standard McDonald's. Someone else getting excited for the Chestnut Man.
It's really good.
Some days when I come home from school, my dad was watching the Scandi Mystery Series, and I was always upset because I just wanted to come home in peace. Fair. Seems like a good sign, Emma. Hopefully you get better soon. Yeah. I just got the book. I watched the show, and the book is on my Gothtober TBR. Excellent. In the Netherlands, we just have a full-on TV channel for BBC Thrillers, Mysteries, Police Series. Yeah, so we do that too. It's called Alibi, because of course it is. Of course it's called Alibi. Why wouldn't it be?
Did any of you see Inside Man over the last couple of weeks? The David Tennant, Stanley Tucci one? Oh, that was really good. It was David Tennant, so you're in for a good time already. Mm-hmm. And he's playing a vicar. And Stanley Tucci's a man on death row in America. And it's all about how their two storylines intertwine about a missing teacher. It was really tense. Like, it's really far-fetched. I won't lie. It is very far-fetched. And the ending annoyed me because it didn't wrap up one certain thing that they'd threaded the whole way through. But it's left it open for a potential second series starring Stanley Tucci. And I'm like, if you don't make the second series, I'm going to kill someone because I want answers.
You're going to hunt those producers down and be like, take my money.
Well, it's Stephen Moffat, so I'm going to end up, I've got words with him anyway. So it's fine.
That's fair.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the TikToks of, was David Tennant on the Graham Norton show, and Graham Norton was saying like how much the vicar outfit like really suited him. Yeah. So I've seen that, but because we don't have a TV downstairs in our living room, so we don't really watch TV. Like when I was at my parents' house, I watched Strictly because my parents had the TV and it was Saturday night, and I was like, why not have a little peruse? So I ended up watching Strictly, and I'm like, thank God we don't have a TV in our living room, because I would do nothing but watch I'd watch shows all the time and not read anything.
This is why I have to stop reading at 6 o'clock in the evening, because my mum comes down from work and we just put the TV on and that's it. And especially at this time of year, because we are massive Strictly nerds, we'll also watch the sister show It Takes Two every night and House of Games by Richard Osman, and then we just go through and watch all the reality shows.
There's a House of Games book coming out this year that is like all the answer smash questions. It's like just a book of answer smash questions. And I'm getting it for my dad for Christmas. I don't need to worry if he's going to watch this. He doesn't watch my channel, but it's fine. But just so everyone knows, my dad is getting an answer smash book for Christmas because it's his favourite bit. To the point that we'll be sat there and he'll just go, answer smash, before Richard Osman says it, because he just gets so excited.
I love the answer smash bit because I get half of them so quickly, and Mum looks at me like, "How did you get that?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
My brain works in a way that works. That's all that matters.
I don't think laterally. I think outside of the box in some weird way, and
I don't know where the box is. Doesn't matter. I've got it. I've got the answer.
Yeah, and stuff like this, or like some random questions, and she's like, "How did you get that?" And I'm like, "Internet osmosis." I read it on a Twitter thread and it's stuck in my head.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why do I remember everything I ever see on Twitter, but I couldn't for the life of me revise what I needed to for exams at school? That seems unfair, but anyway. Deanna has chosen A Fatal Crossing, but because Hollow Places failed to download, I'm so sorry. One day I'll get you the paperback and I'll send it to you. Teeth is great. Teeth is great. For some reason, I learned to love Shakespeare and Hathaway. Yeah, it makes me cringe a bit. It is Shakespeare and Hathaway is a weird one because it's set in Stratford, and Hathaway and they're detectives, but they're like private investigators. It's a very gentle BBC one. House of Games is great. Yeah, that's fair enough. She always does them backwards. Hilarious. Now I'm torn again. Stop making it difficult. It's fine. Oh, okay, yeah. So I think Deanna learned to hate two things thanks to my family. And now that she's officially part of the family, she can't escape it. The first one is crime procedurals, murder mysteries, Scandi dramas. And the other thing is apple crumble, because we fucking love having apple crumble and custard after dinner. And it got to the point where Deanna was like, none for me, thanks, because she just couldn't stand the sight of it anymore. So, actually, anyone who resides in the O'Donnell household, yeah, no, they can't. They can't. It's why Lizzie has started reading thrillers, because I forced her to, because I bloody love a mystery. Yeah.
I wish that wasn't the case, but it is the case. Hannah is training me, which, fair play, it's working.
I'm using positive reinforcement. It's all good. It's fine. But yeah, no, we are intense. We love apple crumble. My dad doesn't like rhubarb. Otherwise, I would be all up in that as well. We just, he gets to make the final decision. If you tell me that we need to read or something soon, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like that's where that's going.
Hannah,
okay.
we know we need to read, because Hannah, how much longer is left from your book? How are you doing?
I'm over a third.
Look at you go. See, you're doing much better than last week.
That's because I'm doing it as an audiobook. So I've got no excuse. No excuse.
We really don't have any excuse.
What was the purple book that I was obsessed with? Ruin Song.
I was gonna say, yeah, definitely Ruin Song. That's also a very good book. I enjoyed it a lot when I read it.
I've not seen anyone love it as much as I loved it. Everyone has found fault in it where I didn't, but I can only assume that's just because I was in a reading slump. I read that and I gave it 5 stars because I thought it was great. Ruin Song, for anyone who is wondering, is a Phantom of the Opera retelling. Enemies to love, well, friends to enemies to lovers romance. It's sapphic, and basically the main character can torture you with her voice, and not in the way that I would torture you with my voice, but in things that causes you physical pain. And in the opening chapter, she kills a kid. So
just to make it really good, there is a non-toxic male character in it that is absolutely incredible, and that was one of the reasons I really enjoyed it, is because they had a dude in it who didn't act like a baby when she didn't fancy him. Yeah. Minor spoiler, but non-toxic male characters, we love to see it. Yeah.
Not available via my distributor, which sucks. I will, however, say, and this is trigger warnings for a very particular thing, so if you don't want to know about that, that's fine. Mute me for a couple of seconds. There is very graphic animal death in it, and then a mass killing straight after. So the violence is high. So just bear that in mind. Yeah. No, I do. That's fine. Also, we love the cardigan.
It is. It's the
I have ghost hoodies. That's my only thing I'm just liking is the ghosts are right on nipple, you know, like they're right around a nipple. So, you know, a little bit too much info, but it's very cool and it's very warm. And I do love it.
Yeah. I love it.
It's a dog. It's her dog. I think I sat in silence for a while until I finally got up the courage to ask what the fuck that was about. Yeah.
I'm guessing that's about the Apple Crumble thing or the murder mystery thing.
No, that was probably about the Taggart thing.
Oh,
that was probably about that, I'm assuming. Or if it was about like the murder mysteries and stuff. Like, to be fair, and we've said it before and I'll say it again, Deanna is incredibly chill. There's very little that kind of like ruffles her feathers. There's a lot that she came into our family and just accepted like an absolute hero, where so many have been like, I'm sorry, what? Which is a valid response. But no, absolute hero. So, okay, cool. Right, let's read.
Do we have to?
Unfortunately, I need to get my book.
Well, you can watch YouTube if you want.
Why not? Hey.
Hi.
Lizzie, you straight up look like you'd fallen asleep.
I hadn't. I was reading.
I am officially halfway done.
Oh,
and it is all starting to get very, very dramatic. But no, I'm enjoying it. I don't know if it's going to get higher than a 3 stars. I'm going to have to carpool it.
Really?
Copilot. But we shall see. We shall see. It's also really, really cold downstairs. I'm not enjoying that. But how did you guys do?
Not good. I was on my phone. I decided to have tea, make tea, have some cereals, and then I had the great idea to just pick up my phone.
You took a break. That's fair. That's fair.
Well, I've read 10 pages.
Celine, the way you picked up that book then was fucking brilliant.
It's like that. And so like
No, it was the dropping it thing that I really enjoyed. Yeah, good work. Good work. How'd you get on, Becca?
I cleaned the kitchen and ate lunch. So, but I did listen to a bit of my audiobook, so I got another half an hour done. So that's fine.
That's good. That's good. And yourself, Lizzie?
I read 83 pages.
Of course.
I'm back on it. I'm back on my roll, but I am gonna go back into my bed because my feet are freezing.
It's really cold, isn't it? It's really chilly.
I feel like my bed will just be warmer because the duvet is heavier, and that's the only justification because I've got 2 blankets over me, and I'm like, my bed's right there though. I could just go sit in it.
Yeah. I'm going to go and get my Uggs and my hoodie from upstairs in a bit because I also need the bathroom. So I'm going to go grab all of that. And then
I may also make myself a hot drink because I'm also very cold and I feel like a hot drink will help.
Yeah, it does. Really does. Especially when you have it on your head like that. It does.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
It's really nice.
Cool. Let's see how everyone else got on.
Sure
so we've got another 50 pages. You're going to burn through that book today. That's good. Finished your book and you're going out for a friend's birthday. Have a good time. I hope you enjoy it. 40 pages from Priscilla. I took a nap for a little while, but I'm back now reading. Still enjoying Drowning Deep. It's horror, but with a lot of science and some more lore, which really works. That's the Omicron pick, isn't it? Drowning Deep. Interesting.
I think so. I think isn't it the one we have like a face on the cover, or like a profile on the cover, and there's no.
Into the Drowning Deep.
Listen to me.
The Mermaid book by Myra Grant, isn't it?
Yeah. Like the Pirates or my Mermaid book, something like that, right?
Oh no, I'm thinking of the Drowned Woods. I just had a look.
I don't know. I've ordered this one.
Yeah, Drowning Deep is not the book I thought it was. I was confusing it with the Drowned Woods. No, that's fair enough, but cool. 60 pages from Jamie, 5 pages, and distracted by food. Valid. Nothing. Is someone else on their phone? It's fine. If Celine did it, it's allowed. Favorite books. Another 7 sprints or so, and I could finish. Me too. We're going to be going until at least 9 or 10. Because I've said it a couple of times before. So if you've been here all morning, you will know that Amy McCaw is joining us about 7:30. So we will still be going until at least then. She will be writing and I will be asking writery-based questions. So if you have any authory, writery questions you have a burning desire to know the answer to, please drop them in the comments. I will make a note of them and I will try and ask Amy later. Killer Mermaids. Interesting. I finished episode 1 of The Midnight Club and started the first 10 pages of Lucinda.
I want to watch this show so bad. I cannot wait. I'm going to binge
it. It does look good. 70 pages. Should finish this today. I would not be surprised. Not be surprised. The great thing about start to finish sprints is that I read really slowly. So generally anyone who also reads all day tends to finish their book quicker than me. Lizzie, let's be honest. Are you going to finish that book today?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
look at her go. So for sure.
I don't think I'm halfway yet though. I can't do that, so I could be. No, I'm not. I can tell you right now. I am 200 pages left. Like exactly. I'm on page 142 and there's 342 pages.
So 2 more sprints and you'd be done.
No.
Maybe
no, I don't read 100 pages in 45 minutes.
Okay, 2.5 sprints then.
But that's me consistently reading and not like going on my phone and being distracted like most of the time.
Yeah.
Okay, great. It slows us down for the rest of us. Yeah, if I stop snoozing. You're allowed to sneeze.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Napping sounds good as well. So
Yeah. No, I'm enjoying Anatomy. It is still very YA though. When Lizzie came down earlier, we were talking about it, and I don't know if it's the sort of book I would recommend to Lizzie, but I'm now intrigued to see what you would think of it.
if even you are saying that it's too YA, I think I wouldn't like it.
No, I don't think you'd like it. I think it's too YA for you. It's gothic and it's intro to gothic, but I think it's too YA for you.
Yeah.
It's got too many of them YA tropes. Like,
Yeah, that would make me want to burn the book.
which is a shame because it's real pretty.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you got a copy? Are you...
Me, no.
No, okay. At least you haven't wasted your money then.
I need to stop buying YA because I dislike them every single time. So I just need to.
Well, you enjoyed Legendborn, didn't you? Or did you not enjoy Legendborn?
I gave it like a 3 stars, but it was like a 2.75, and I ran it. Well, I mean, the ideas were great.
Yeah.
Like great ideas. Ideas.
But it was YA.
Yeah, and a little bit messy. Like there was a lot of stuff that she packed in one book, like one story.
Yeah. Sometimes, Celine, you cause me physical pain with your views, but it's fine. I respect your decision. I respectfully disagree, but
the ideas were great. Like, look, love the idea.
Lizzie's never respectfully disagreed with anything. She only does things disrespectfully. So,
you know what? I'll take that.
I wanted to say I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request, but that made no sense. But I felt like I wanted to say it in rebuttal.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like it feels like a fair response, but it actually makes no sense in this context.
Yeah, but I still said it, so.
I'm a super slow reader. Super slow reader, maybe a page every 90 seconds. I wish I could read 200 pages in 2.5 sprints. I'd get maybe 70 pages in that time. I wouldn't even get 70 pages in. Like the first 2 sprints, I think I managed like 80 pages for like the full 2 hours. It just struggle. Big struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's harder because like I didn't think I was a slow reader. Like in comparison to pretty much everyone else I know, I'm not a slow reader. I just feel like a slow reader. And then I moved in with Lizzie and was like, Jesus Christ, she reads at all lightning speed.
And I'm like, well,
yeah, and Ryan as well. Outrageous. Oh, it's bloody cold, isn't it?
I mean, we could turn on the heating. We could do that.
I might. I'm going to see how I get on once I've put my Uggs on, because they're basically slippers anyway, and put my hoodie on, and we'll see. Because at the moment I'm only wearing 1 layer. So, although it was quite funny because Lizzie and I were looking the other day at our bill. So we're with Utility Warehouse, and we get like a thing that breaks down everything. I mean, every bill will do this, but it breaks down what we spend where. And we've got about £200 credit for where we pay a standard fee every month on gas. So like a £200 safety net of gas that we could use. We shouldn't. We should wait until it's really fucking cold. But it is quite chilly. So, although for some reason my computer is saying it's 18 degrees. It's definitely not.
That is a lie.
That originally says it's like 22, and we're sat there in like jumpers, blankets, everything else. Is like, it's not 22 in here.
Excuse me. Priscilla's going to go walk Baloo. Have fun. I'll see you in a bit. I assume you're coming back. I'm assuming you're coming back. If you don't come back, I might cry. Jamie is wrapped up in blankets. We're trying to wait till November before we put the heating on. Same.
Blankets are the way to go.
We're doing our best, but I left the heating on, which was a mistake the other day. And to be fair, like I didn't turn it back on again for like 4 days, and it kept the house warm for about 4 days. And probably the only thing that would have lasted longer if it weren't for that I had to keep letting the cat in and out, and I had to like go places and stuff. I like start opening doors and stuff, but it costs £6 to heat the house, and that's too much for 1 day. Too much. Lizzie, did you see what that was? Because I heard the beeping, but I didn't see.
No, I can't see the road from here. Like from where I am in this corner, I can just see Dickhead's house.
That's fair. There's an online reading test where you can see the comprehension rate. I already know that I'm going to fail it. I can't even say comprehension. 96%. percent comprehensive memory on a single pass. That's cool. Of course you'll be back. Love to hear it. Okay, cool. It's finally jumper tracky weather here, but I have to have the balcony door open whilst I work. So yeah, Deanna lives in Gibraltar. If you don't know where Gibraltar is, it's at the very edge of Spain where you can see Morocco, like over the other side of the sea. And it's fucking hot. It's really hot. I got really badly sunburnt the day after their wedding, though, because I'm smart and I stayed indoors until that point because I was not going to risk being in all the wedding photos like a lobster. So, very, very toasty. Nice, though. Too hot. But it tickled me because the other day, Deanna and I were talking about the Gothtober hoodies, and I said that everyone's getting one for Christmas. And she was saying that my brother's got like 80 hoodies and she only has the one. And I was like, yeah, I think it's an O'Donnell trait to just bulk buy hoodies. We love a hoodie, but you don't really need them out in Gibraltar, to be fair. Are you pro hoodie, anti hoodie? What are our thoughts on hoodies?
100% pro hoodie.
Pro hoodie.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been living in one of the ones I'm selling at the moment, the Spooky Book Club one, because it's just so comfy. And then I've also got another one down here permanently.
Nice.
And extra points.
I saw the ones you're selling on Insta.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again, Celine. I was talking, I didn't hear you.
Extra points if the hoodies is your significant others. I'm that kind of girl.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't have a partner, so I just buy men's clothing in XL.
I don't either, but like from what I remember, I was stealing hoodies. So
I've actually had more of my hoodies stolen by partners than me having stolen their hoodies. Because I used to get hoodies when I used to go to gigs and stuff. Like I'd get a hoodie every time, and the sheer number of times I would then I'd lose a hoodie. I'd be like, oh, I could have sworn I had that, and then I'd see my boyfriend like wandering around in it, and I'd be like,
isn't it mine?
Is that equality? Because I don't like it. I'm not sure I'm here for it. What's that all about? You know? So
I think no one touches my clothes, especially not my hoodies. They are mostly merch hoodies, and I'm like, nobody is touching my hoodie.
What's that merch for? I can't.
It's a McFly hoodie, because of course it is. It's their Love Equals MC Squared one that they did for their Love Is Easy thing, and I've also got multiple tour ones and O2 shows and all the rest of them. And t-shirts. Half my wardrobe is McFly merch, the other half is Marvel stuff, and occasionally another bit of fandom sprinkled in for some.
Imagine if there was a McFly Marvel crossover.
Do you know how much I'd cry? Like, I'd be gone. Like, I would be absolutely gone.
You watch as Becca bankrupts herself to get every bit of merch.
I mean, to be fair, it's enough for me that they are fans of Marvel. I'm like, yeah, this is fine. This is good. I'll just cry somewhere. And also, they know Tom Hiddleston, which also works for me as well. So I'm just like, this is fine. You should see the level of fangirl I go to.
No, that's fair.
I'm horrendous.
Someone's got to be. Someone's got to be the biggest fan, and you've taken that role. That's cool. Pro hoodie, but I'm living in a dressing gown at the moment. That's fair. That's fair. I do also love a dressing gown. My problem is I leave my dressing gown on my bed, and then a cat will curl up in it. And then I am such a soppy git. I can't then be like, get off the dressing gown so I can put it on. I just go, oh, that's your dressing gown now.
Absolutely.
Love the giant teddy bear on Celine's sofa. I think it's your bed, isn't it? You've gone back to bed?
It's Mr. Teddy Bear.
Mr. Teddy Bear.
Yeah, the original. He's huge.
He is huge. He's cute, though.
Yeah, I've had it for like over 10 years.
Aww.
It was a birthday gift.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's very cute. Pro hoodie despite my lacking collection. Yeah. I mean, when your partner's got that many, it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
It's fair. I want to be in a hoodie, but it's too warm. Not a problem I'm dealing with right now. I stole my boyfriend's hoodie when we were 17. 13 years later, we were married. Now the hoodie is still on my side of the wardrobe. I love that for you. That is couple goals for sure.
Yeah.
At best, I steal Lizzie's hoodies. It's not the same. And by that, I just mean the Gothtober one that's upstairs. I can't.
Yeah, I did wonder where that went, to be fair.
Oh, it's in my room still.
Yeah.
I know exactly where it is. Lizzie went away for 2 weeks and left the hoodie here. It's my hoodie now. Well, it is my hoodie until I order myself one.
Oh, I was going to say,
Basically, Lizzie bought the sample one that I bought him. I can't not be under the duvet or blanket when in bed, so I'm struggling. That is the most first world problem. Team cardigan. Yeah.
I
Right.
do love a cardigan.
I am team cardigan. I used to be team hoodie, and I will still wear a hoodie. Like I still love them, but I wore them more when I was at uni and at school. But now I'm apparently an old lady because I have a fucking load of cardigans, as in like one of these, and I fucking live in these, and I love them. They're very warm.
It really does. Like, rather than come down in a dressing gown, she'll be in her pajamas with a cardigan. Lizzie is very pro cardigan.
I'm team cardigan as well. Then I have way more cardigans for sure.
That's fair. I didn't even consider it a team. They're kind of like the Lib Dems. Everyone forgets about them, but they're there.
Oh god.
Did you enjoy that? Did you like that little political twist that no one was expecting?
That one felt like a really weird attack, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. You know?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, right? Yeah, everyone loves your cardigan. Your cardigan is great. I love the go-to ones. She's also got one that has strawberries all over it, and it's a really cool, like, mint green.
It is, yeah, that's true. This one is cute as
Again, if I was someone that would steal clothes, that would be top of the list.
I keep on having to stop myself buying cardigans with food items because there was one that was, I think it was like a burnt orange with mushrooms on it. Very nearly got that. I'm really bought in by like cardigans with food items on it.
Here's what you need to do. So Olivia last year did a video where they recommended books based on their mug collection, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do that based on my jumper collection, like hoodie collection. You need to do a video where you recommend books based on your cardigans. That needs to happen.
I love that idea.
Right?
Yeah,
I'll be here for that. A cozy readathon where we have teams named after cozy clothes and accessories. That's cute.
Yeah, that is cute.
That's cute. I'm already, and I showed Lizzie this earlier because I got too excited. So obviously I'm doing Gothtober next year. Becca, Lizzie, Abby and I are doing another read along next year, which is very exciting. And I'm also hosting for my Discord people only a Sims-based readathon. I am halfway through making the graphics, and I insisted that Lizzie look at them earlier because I was very excited. And Lizzie did the classic thing a parent does where they go, yeah. That's it. That's the reaction I got. I spent hours on these graphics, but no, it's fine. Yeah.
Until there are prompts and I can get excited and build a TBR around it, you know that I'm going to be like, yeah, these are great. Because they are great. Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
Sometimes I'm to wear a blanket as a cape. Yes. Yes. I want capes to come back. I want capes to be a thing. We see them in like couture stuff quite a lot. Like they rock up every now and then for the Met Gala. Why aren't capes more universal? Because I want to walk around in a cape and I don't want people to be like, oh, she's that weird fantasy kid, which I absolutely am. But I just want to feel warm. I want to feel like I'm wearing a blanket all the time. I want to feel like Jon Snow's missus. Do you know what I mean? I just...
Or just cloaks with like the hood on as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I showed you the most amazing hoodie that was also a cape, and it was they were marketing it so you could walk around like a ring wraith, just as a aside. But that was basically a cape, but a more acceptable version of a cape in a weirdly unacceptable way because it looked ridiculous.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
It was on Amazon.
I know.
I want to see. I'm curious.
It's so funny because it came up on my Instagram and I was like, my phone is listening to me. My phone is full on listening to me if this is what it's.
No, it's just showing me standard capes. It's too close to Halloween. It's just showing me standard capes.
Oh, let me see.
See if you can find it because it killed me. Oh, I can get a Jedi costume cloak.
You used to be able to get dressing gowns that look like the Jedi cloaks.
I've got like it's basically a dress with a hood, but it's made out of that same material. Yeah, Let me
Oh,
just.
God.
What the?
What? That is
Wait, hold on.
It's way too weird. It's way too weird. I don't know.
So-
how I feel about it.
You see there's a ring wraith on the left. They think that's the same thing.
It's not.
What in the wish is that?
It isn't. It is.
This is on Amazon. Like, this is their promotional photos. I was like, go hard, you know? Like,
Yeah.
you can get them in different colours too. You can get them
Different
in
colours.
Yeah, I'm here for it, you know? Well, now it's not showing me anything other than black, but I know that grey and like pink exist because I saw that earlier.
Cool. So yeah, good times. Also, yeah, it's going to be Sims based. It's a good time, and it's a year long. So basically, I'll send you everything you would possibly need right at the start of the year. I am tempted to do a video kind of explaining it, sharing it, and then being like, "Ha! No resources for anyone unless they're on my Discord." But we'll see. Once I've made the graphics, I'll make a decision then. Ponchos bring me much joy, but it's not a cape, and I want a cape.
I have a woolen poncho now. You've reminded me at the bottom of my wardrobe that my mum made me when I was a lot younger, and it is very comfortable. But I feel like an absolute tit walking around in it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well, in the next sprint, you're going to need to grab that poncho. Let me see if I can find it as if it's not top of the wish list. It isn't, because when Lizzie showed it to me, it was on my phone, unfortunately. I don't care, Emma. It's for Discord people. I can send it to you via WhatsApp, it's fine. Prompts should be named after the books in Sims. They're wild, but sure. And it's mainly based on, yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, I'm playing Sims as we speak. So I just wanted something to do whilst I was listening to the audiobook, and I didn't want to look at the book anymore. So I put Sims on just before lunch. So anyway, speaking of which, I really need to throw us into a sprint. So I'm going to throw us into a sprint. I will see you guys in a bizzle.
That means I have to read, right?
Yes, please. If you could do the thing that we're here to do, that'd be great. Hello. Lizzie looks so unimpressed.
I'm always unimpressed what you chat about.
That's fair. I'm just working out where I got to.
I got to page 78. Which isn't bad, but isn't great.
I managed 33 pages, which is also not bad, but not great.
I did 34 pages. I'm now on page 68.
Nice.
And I did 20 pages because I went and made a cup of tea and then I played on my phone and then I realised I should probably read something. So,
Yeah.
Probably.
By the way, apologies if you can hear an engine going. My neighbours are doing something outdoors. Oh, they're cleaning Cars. Okay.
No, can't hear
They've
anything.
on their kids with a power wash thing, so that's going well.
Awesome. Right, let's see how everybody else did. Ali is here. Woo-hoo.
Hey.
Hey, Ali.
My body brute forced a nap. I mean, you've had loads going on. Like, I feel like that's fair to have it.
Much like Jesus.
Back to Paradise Lost. Hey, Ali. Hey, Pixie. 30 pages. Because you took an Among Us break. That's valid. That's valid. I finished listening to the book whilst drinking Gilbert tea, and after I wrote Goodreads reviews of books I read in July. Love that. I only read 20-ish pages, but I did finish Yellow Jasmine. Love that. What did you rate it in the end? What did you give it? What were your thoughts?
Yes.
I'm still reading for a couple of minutes as I'm on the last 2 pages of the story. Excellent. Finally went for the Hollow Places. Sorry, it's considerably shorter than A Fatal Crossing, which gives me a much better chance of doing a start to finish, but I'm also the slowest reader. That's fair. Oh, so like solid way through that.
Yeah.
Love that for you. 70 pages from Jamie. Nicely done. Nicely. Jamie's probably one of the few people, except for maybe Hannah, that could give you a run for your money, Lizzie, reading wise.
That's fair. I mean, I didn't really think I was a fast reader, as you know, because I didn't even think about reading speed until everyone kept on commenting in it, and I was like, oh, but it's not that fast, is it?
No, it is. It really
it's really interesting to me how weird you get about it. That you're like, oh, I'm not a fast reader. Because like you'd imagine that's what people would be like if they're like slow readers. But I feel like I wear mine the same way I wear anything, which is like you can't mock me with that because I mock myself already. It's like I'm a slow reader and what? Whereas you're like, I'm a fast reader and I'm sorry.
Well, I'm always like, I'm not meaning to be quick. I'm sorry.
Why
No,
is
but
it
it's
bad?
good. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I get really. I don't know. I'm weird.
It's because you can't take a compliment. That's what it is.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, weird.
But look at where your bookmark is already, and that's with you barely being like paying attention. So
I'm like, I might be 50% of the way through, maybe, or just under, I think.
that's fair. Welcome. I've just joined the sprints. I hope everyone's doing all right. I think we are. I think we're doing okay. I mean, I'm over halfway. I'm probably in the last third now, so won't be sprinting until midnight, which is nice.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to be enjoying their reads, so it seems that we're having a good day.
I'm much better now. I'm back in my bed, though. I've got to admit, I am much warmer and I'm much happier. And Blue has decided to go under the duvet. Right up against my leg.
That's cute. I put my Uggs on and I feel so much better for it. I know Uggs are ugly, okay? I get it, but they are so cozy. And I've had these since 2014.
Damn.
Right?
I
They don't look too bad.
I love Uggs. Used to wear those all the time.
They're cozy. I was going to read Anatomy today too, but I would never catch up to you. No, that's fine. I'd be really interested to know what you think because I think you'll really enjoy it. Considering it's set in like the Napoleonic era, it feels more like a Victorian Gothic, which I know is more your vibe than mine. So I would be very interested to know what you think. Very interested. I always start so well with Core Pile and Goodreads, and then somewhere halfway through the year it just gets lost. Do you know what I did last year? And I was really good at doing it. Was I posted on Twitter every time I finished a book with like 4 photos that kind of showed the general aesthetic of the book that I read, and I did it for every single read. This year, I got to like March, and then just forgot that was a thing that I do. And now I'm like 200 books in and like, no, she's never catching back up. It's never happening. So, yeah, disappointing. Good for you, though.
I started off the year really well, filling in on my spreadsheet after every single book. And now it's like, bugger, every time I get to the end of the month. And I'm like, I've read like 20 comics and now I've got to fill that in. I end up spending ages doing it because I put all the stats at the end of my wrap-up videos. So it's like, I have to do this. Damn.
My spreadsheet I'm not too bad at. The spreadsheet's not too bad, and it's color coordinated, which helps. But
that's because you're the spreadsheet queen.
I'm really not. I'm really not. So our mutual friend Hannah Ryan is the spreadsheet queen. She makes the most aesthetically beautiful spreadsheets. And if you don't believe me, you should check out the spreadsheet she made for Middle Earthathon that she just did. Like, she just threw together in half an hour. Like,
legit though, it was while we were talking about the prompts and we were talking about what we were going to do. By the end of it, she's like, "Oh yeah, I started a spreadsheet. Here you go." And I was like, we were just talking and you were doing it. Like, I'm in awe, and genuinely she makes stunning spreadsheets. She's like my go-to person if I need a spreadsheet. And like, she made a version of the core pile that had a couple of other bits on there. And that again is very aesthetically pleasing because of how she's done it with the charts. She's just really good. Hannah is who I go to for functionality with spreadsheets, to be fair. If I need something that's quick and functional, we go to you.
Yeah, I can knock one together, but it doesn't look as nice. Although, to be fair, the one I made you for your Hobbit TBR game.
Yeah, for my the TBR game, that one's lovely. I like the I like everything about that one.
It was serviceable.
Yeah, it was good. No, I needed it too.
That's fair. We've got a Tish in the comments. Tish, did I not send you the link?
Hi.
Did you not want to like join us? I mean, to be fair, it will be super early for you, but that's fine. If you want to jump on, let me know. I'm truly inconsistent reader. Yeah. I wish I was inconsistent, but I'm not. I'm consistently slow.
But Ali, you also have children and animals to contend with, which might be the reason for your inconsistent reading speed.
Not only that, but also the ADHD, the autism, like the being overwhelmed by stuff, like living your life, like the chronic pain, the fatigue. Like, Ali is dealing with a lot all of the time and then beats herself up for not reading. And it's like, Ali, we could be nicer to ourselves, couldn't we? And I'm just waiting for all the angry tweets to come through of just being like, how to stop it? But it's true though, isn't it? You've got 100 pages. There are some illustrations and short. Yeah, no, you don't have to justify. You don't have to justify your 100 pages. Good work. 30 pages to go. You'll get that finished. What are you going to read afterwards, Heidi? That's my question. Loved it. Woman loses her grip. Featuring poison and plants. Highly recommend. Good times. Sounds great. Tish is here. Yeah, Tish, what are you reading? Let us know. I need to be held accountable to actually sprint, but there's no one here to see what I'm doing. Right. You're meant to let us know via this chat how many pages you read. That's accountability. No? Loosely, maybe? No? Okay.
I mean, technically.
We've got Lyanna Stark. Joined for the last sprint, ready 46 pages. That's cool. No one else enjoyed that as much as I did? Just me? All right.
I'm liking that it's Lyanna Stark weather.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I like that the actress that plays the young Lyanna Stark, not Lyanna Stark, the who's the Mormon? Is it Lyanna Mormon? Is it a different one? The young Mormon lady is in a new TV series called Catherine, where she plays like a young Catherine of Aragon, I think, or something like that, and it's wild. It looks great.
I don't know who that
Good
is.
Girl, Bad Blood is what Tish is reading. Love that. I hate to see Uggs, and I would never wear them because I feel like my ankles would hate me for it, but I can see them being cozy. They are just big slippers. They're big, expensive slippers, but I wear mine everywhere.
Very fuzzy. Very, very cozy.
I wear Vans during the summer, Uggs during the winter. That's just my entire life.
I've just got my 15-year-old chunky Etnies that I've been wearing for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I have other shoes. I have gig shoes. I have specific shoes to go to concerts in. But, and stuff like this. But I just chuck on the Etnies and I will do until they fall to pieces.
That's fair. I'm hoping it's good because I just finished an audiobook that was not good. What was the not good one? Let me know. My core one is missing almost all the webtoons I finished since maybe June. Fair. Thank you for the support. Nothing better than a good spreadsheet. Honestly, you need to check out the Hannah Ryan spreadsheets. I genuinely think she should charge people to make spreadsheets because there are so many bookish creators that are like, oh, I track my reading through spreadsheets. Bless you. And I just think she needs to be on that. People need to be paying her to do it.
People do sell Etsy on Etsy spreadsheets.
I would pay for Hannah's spreadsheets. At the moment, she does them for me for free, which is really lovely. But I would pay. Finished reading Lucinda. Didn't love that short story. Too many hand-wavy explanations for all the things. Fair. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I was worried that I hadn't sent it. As Salim will attest, I'm really bad at sending the link when I'm supposed to. So
Yeah. Yep.
for a second, I thought I just hadn't sent it to you. Okay, how are we pronouncing that middle word of the miniature? How are we saying that?
Giccioli? Yeah.
Guccioli?
I would say that, I think.
As opposed to Guccoli?
No, yeah.
Lizzie, you can have a go? No?
I'm going to, but it's Italian. I don't dare. I think it's probably Italian. It looks like an Italian.
I feel like it's Italian, or it might be.
Yeah, it looks like Guccioli.
Guiccioli? I have no fucking idea.
But it also sounds terrible in this accent. This that's happening doesn't help.
It's Guccioli miniature.
Yeah. Is it historical fiction? It sounds like historical fiction. Stop telling me to be nice to us. Told you she'd come in spicy. You wouldn't, though. You wouldn't lie to me because you know I don't like liars. I'm picking up The Stranger Times next. I own that and I need to read it. I've had it too long on my shelf. I need to get to it soon.
You keep on saying that book everywhere. Keeps on.
Yeah, well, it's because the second one's out.
Buy me. And I'm like, no.
I've never heard of this one. First time. I don't even know
It's based loosely on like penny dreadfuls, so like the old like Victorian Gothic thing. But basically, this newspaper is the Stranger Times. It is a newspaper all about the weird and wonderful things that happen when people aren't really paying attention. But then dark, weird things start happening, and they start to investigate it. It looks really good.
I'll go check it out. Yeah.
If I Google Guiccioli, where we were trying to figure out how to, it just comes up with Lord Byron's wife, Teresa Contessa. Guiccioli was a married lover. Oh, sorry, not Lord Byron's wife, his lover. While he was living in Havana and writing the first 5 cantos of Don Juan.
Don Juan.
She wrote the biographical account of Lord Byron's life in Italy.
Oh. So it's probably about that then.
I don't know, but that's what comes up when I...
A miniature was the small portraits that people used to take with them to like remind them what their lovers look like. So who knows? I hate that for you, Ali. Welcome. Just joining. I just finished Slewfoot and I'm picking up a new audiobook. We'll be sprinting along. I'm going to be sprinting until at least 10 o'clock tonight. So for at least another 5 hours. I've got about 2.5 hours, I think, left of my audiobook, but then I'll be reading more stuff afterwards. So yes, fear not.
Do you want to hear how it's pronounced?
Yes, please.
Guiccioli.
Guiccioli? Guiccioli.
And it's definitely Italian. Guiccioli.
Why was it so sexual? That's my question.
Because you're nice. Because you're nice.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've spent too much time watching Strictly with too many really hot Italian men to also now hear that.
Fair. So Lyanna Starkweather is a mixture of the Shadowhunter Chronicles and Game of Thrones. Here for that. I can't read any more Cassandra Clare. I get to like the 4th or 5th book every time and go, I've had enough. Like it's a lot. And there's now just too many books for me to go back and try and reread it. But mad respect to Cassandra Clare for just not taking a sabbatical and just keeping that franchise going.
I mean, I try to read like one of the trilogies a year and sort of I'm slowly working my way through that way, and I'm nearly caught up now, I think.
I had all the books. I had all the books and I unhauled like 1 or 2 of them to a friend, like they borrowed them, never got them back. And I was like, well, this isn't a full set anymore, and just unhauled the rest. I was like, fine.
I had my best friend like tell me everything about the prequel trilogy when we were in high school, and then I read the actual books a few years later, and I was like, "You just spoilt the lot for me, didn't you?" Thanks for that.
That's fair. That's fair. Apparently, the last book was The Wife. The webtoons I start are always impulse reads, and keeping up with them is not an impulsive thing. No, I feel like with webtoons, you have to like you make an emotional commitment, and you really have to like stick it out. So like, yeah, that's fair enough. No, it's not historical fiction. It's the next in the short story. Okay. Could it have an element of historical fiction? I don't know. It just sounds like it. That's fair enough, though, if it isn't. I just sent you a voice message where I attempted to pronounce that word, and it was not good.
She did the same.
That's the question.
She did the same trying because I asked her to pronounce a French name. She was asking me how to pronounce in Babel, actually. One of the girls, she has a French name, so I was like, "Wait, how do you pronounce?
How do you say?" It killed me because whenever anytime we saw a French phrase when I met up with Celine in London, Celine was like, "Say that out loud. Say that."
Yeah, I love that. It's cute. It's cute.
Like we were walking down Shaftesbury Avenue, and obviously, you know, the famous French musical that's on all the time. There's a reason the English just say Les Mis. There's a reason for that.
There, yeah.
I won't be able to get it right now, so I'm not going to try. But Celine did teach me the correct way to say it with the French accent.
I really want you to try.
I'll have messed up by now, but this is Ali trying.
Okay, so I just said Guiccioli.
It's not that bad. It's right though.
Guiccioli.
Like it's not wrong.
Guccioli.
Technically speaking, it isn't wrong.
No, you smashed it.
He was right.
It was the accent.
Guccioli. Loved it.
You have to do the hand movement with it, don't you?
I tried to reread the first Shadowhunters, which I was like, yeah, DNF'd it, couldn't do it. I think that's the thing is like I can absolutely see why it's someone's comfort read. And to be fair, if Cassandra Clare is your comfort read, you are blessed because there are thousands of books in that series. Oh, yeah. So you can just keep enjoying it. But I just get exhausted. I mean, to be fair, if I get invested in a long series anyway, I have to be like properly invested. Otherwise, I'm just like, this is exhausting. I was thinking about an audiobook voices again. Another pet peeve I have is a young voice for a book that just needs a bit more age in the voice. Okay, interesting. I don't think I've ever experienced that as an issue, but okay. I can't see what comments are coming because I've scrolled right up, but seeing Lizzie's face, I feel like something good's coming. Oh, is it the bean? Is it the bean?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Blue does these really weird, like funny things with his legs. Like every now and again, and that was just perfect because all you could see of him was just his beans, which he's now put down because I made him uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
Can we just? Okay. To be fair, I haven't read it yet, so it may be historical, horrifyingly historical. Yeah, I'd really do well on that comprehension test, wouldn't I? That would be a great time for all of us. Jesus Christ. I really hope there's a theatre nerd here who knows why I said lesbian rebels. I didn't just yell it. Okay. I've decided the next sprint I'm going to start a room book called Earth by Madeline Ryan. It's a contemporary, fic, autistic-owned voices for a disabled character prompt. Oh, amazing. That sounds really interesting. Yeah, I think I know but I don't know. It's just that some stories really need an old man telling you a story, and if a young woman voices it, that's fair. Again, I don't think I've experienced that because I feel like a lot of the ones where it's young women, it's like YA fantasy, so it tends to fit. But when it first came out, there was a ticket seller yelling lesbian rebels because he didn't know what it was called. Amazing. Yeah, I'd have bought tickets for that as well, to be fair.
So would I.
Maybe not at Les Mis prices though, because Les Mis is expensive.
I think you'd be a bit shocked if you then went to see Les Mis though. Can you imagine you're expecting lesbian rebels and then you get a story of a guy who's dolphin bred and then a really dramatic cop who's like, I'm so bad at my job.
Who saw what and why and where? That guy.
Oh my god, Hannah, I now need you to do a musical rendition where you are just Javert the entire time.
Mm-hmm. If I wrote a book about being autistic, it would just be like, today I was overwhelmed and my shirt felt a bit weird, so I cried. I'd read it. I'd read it for the disability rep. I'd read it. I'd be like, tick off that prompt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. The one man Les Mis. I tell you what, if I hit 1,000 subscribers, that's exactly what I'll do. I will do a one man. I won't. But could you imagine if I did? I don't want to risk them suing me. Otherwise, I absolutely would.
I think you should just do it anyway.
Yeah, just do it.
I don't want to risk the lawsuit. I haven't got the money. I might do a couple of scenes. I could do a couple of scenes, right? We'll do the ABC Cafe bit. I'll get puppets. Do you know what I love? I love that Becca found that really funny. Celine just stared at me and Lizzie looked so disappointed. Yeah. The unofficial. Yeah, it'll be like the unofficial Bridgerton musical. And I'll get sued just the same.
Just use a little finger puppet. Toms around
Stars. The darkness.
No.
If I just did his storyline, though, like if I just did Javert, I feel like it would be so depressing.
If you did Fontaines, it'd be over in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, in and out.
Hannah, stop. Oh, the Christian Hamilton musical. I saw so many TikToks of that and I had no idea what it was because I've not seen Hamilton. I was like, what are these people doing? And then people were like, oh my god, they're gonna get in so much trouble. And I was just like, I don't know. A one-man Les Mis, but the lyrics are just slightly incorrect. Yeah.
And all the songs slightly off key. You'd be fine.
No, that wouldn't be on purpose. That would just be because I have no singing talent whatsoever. That wouldn't be on purpose.
Try and do it. Try and do
The
the
misunderstandings. I love that. I love that.
Just try and do it from memory, then you can't get sued because you won't remember all the lyrics.
Oh, what if I made it middle class though? It's like I stole a loaf of banana bread. The misunderstandings. Amazing. See, the thing is, like, my brain is now trying to put new lyrics into like the Master of the House song, but I don't have time. I need to read my book, but that's how I want to spend my time now. Anyway. Right, let's read, because otherwise I will be on this for ages. Otherwise, like I would just have a great time.
Next October, you're gonna do like a whole musical PowerPoint, right? You know?
Maybe, yeah. I feel like yesterday. Let's just remove this so we can chat a bit more. Yesterday, after the Kiss, Marry, Kill, I made Kiss, Marry, Kill out of context graphics, and now I feel like I need to make Les Misunderstandings as a sprints out of context, you know?
You could.
Right, I'll do that whilst I'm listening to my audiobook. Right, see you in a bit. Hello, hello.
Hi.
How did we do?
I am on page 190. So good.
Nice.
I don't have much left.
That's cool. That's cool.
Page 102, but got distracted because my mum phoned me, so I could chat to my cousin's 3-year-old. Now I found out she's on the way home, so I'm gonna have to disappear soon.
No worries. No worries at all. Lizzie?
I read a little bit and then I got distracted by my phone. And then Blue was shouting to me outside my door, but he didn't want to come in. I don't know what he wants.
To be difficult, probably.
So, yeah.
Well, I managed another 46 pages. I now have about 50 pages to go.
Not
That's
too bad.
great. That is really great.
So, yeah, probably another sprint and a half. And I'm going to use half of that sprint to do dinner because it's dinner time. So the next sprint, I will stick dinner on, and then we'll probably have a quick catch up before I dish up dinner.
Well, I'm officially halfway through my book.
That's exciting.
So,
well, I made the go on. What were you say?
I haven't got through this as quickly as I'd have liked, though.
Well, it might have something to do with the fact that you keep playing on your phone.
Maybe that could be it.
Do you think? Maybe.
Maybe. Only maybe.
Well, I've made and I've shared the link in the chat. My West End debut.
I retweeted it because I thought it was very funny.
Amazing. Did you like it? Do you think it's good? I love making Canva graphics. It's like my favorite thing to do. Well, Emma was back on their bullshit, but did manage 20 pages. That's not too bad. I decided I would start anatomy and read 60 pages. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking? Are you enjoying it? Getting close to part 4 of Immortal Rules. Excellent. I was much more focused this time. 111 pages, giving you a run for your money there, Lizzie.
Mm-hmm.
See it? Okay. Sorry, I lost the comments again. It's really stupid. Every now and then they'll just shoot up, and it's like, I don't need you to do that. I changed my bedding, looked into universities, and continue editing a video. I'm almost done with at least the rough edit. You're so productive today.
So productive.
Yeah. Like, right? Could never be me. It's just amazing. Amazing work. 57 pages of A Room Called Earth. I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe I'm a bad autistic, but oh well. I don't think every autistic book has to be for you. I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah. True.
And that's okay. Amy finished Tea Apollo Blue and gave it 4 stars.
Oh.
That. I also gave it 4 stars. I thought it was great. The font is very big. Look, right? This is what Lizzie does. Lizzie does that. Lizzie reads like 100 pages and then goes, "Oh, it's not that big. It's a middle grade. It's got illustration." No, you read 100 pages. Your brain still had to process 100 pages. That's fine. You're allowed to take the win. Take the win. Anyway, I started a physical book instead of the audiobook. I'm reading Gutted, a horror short story collection. Love that. Love that. Barely read, and I couldn't tell you how many pages because I don't actually fully understand how my Kindle works. That's fair. It only gives me how much I've read in percentages, and math scares me. Deanna and I are English teachers, so maths is really scary. That's completely fair. But oh no, text me where you're up to. I was going to say put where you're up to if you're reading The Hollow Places, but don't put it publicly because spoilers. But like text me where you're up to because I've read it and I want to know. Finished Gallant, loved the vibes. Story was just okay, felt a bit rushed, and I needed another 100 pages.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Exactly that.
That's fair. I'm quite excited about the Book Eaters because the Book Eaters looks like it's going to be Gallant but with an adult writing style.
I was thinking of keeping this one for Alive towards the end of the month. Might do it. I don't know yet.
I mean, the thing is, I tend to do start to finish sprints quite often. I didn't get much of a chance over the summer because I just had too much stuff going on. But I have put at least one Sunday a month as a start to finish sprint in my calendar for next week for next year. So if you are like, right, I want to start and read this in a whole day, like you'd be more than welcome to jump on and we can do that.
I'll do that for sure. I love those. So yeah.
Okay. Looking at Halloween costumes, what are the options? What are we doing?
What is everyone doing for Halloween? I'm so curious because it's not a thing in France at all. Like I'm not going to do anything because none of my friends will want to do anything at all.
I will probably be reading because it's a Monday and we're doing the slumber party on the last weekend, so Tish, Olivia and I are going to take it in turns to like host reading sprints and do like fun stuff and be on like each other's channels throughout the weekend.
I'll be in the
so yeah, I mean I'll be updating my spreadsheet and then I'll be planning on what to read, seeing as in November I'm only allowed to read one book at a time. So
wait, it's going to be so much fun just to watch you try and struggle and just be mad about it.
I'm so tempted to read like 3 graphic novels one after the other so that it counts and then just spend the rest of the month watching TV.
It might be a bit petty to do so, but also
I'm sorry, have we met?
That's my, but also it's kind of like you, so yeah.
No, I feel like I will because November is usually the last time where I pick up new books. December tends to be when I pick up like comfort reads and rereads, or I just don't read at all.
Okay, that's fair.
So I will be reading. I'm just being petty. But yeah, going back to this, tell us what costumes you're thinking. What are you doing? Because to be honest, like last year I dressed up as Gideon the Ninth for the last weekend and then I was the only host in fancy dress and I felt very silly. So I don't think I'll be dressing up this year. And I don't know what I would dress up as if I were to dress up, to be honest. So
as a final girl.
I live like a final girl. I already look like a final girl. So
put yourself in fake blood.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Maybe I'll dress up as Eddie Munson from Stranger Things.
Yes.
Oh my god, should we do something like that?
I would literally just need to curl my hair and get a denim like vest.
Do you have
Job
the
done.
Hellfire t-shirt?
No, I don't. But I feel like I've got enough band t-shirts I could get away with it.
Because I got mine from somewhere. I've forgotten the name of it. It was the only place that wasn't sold out. So if you need the link, message me.
That's fair. To be fair, I see them everywhere. They are everywhere. So yeah, maybe we shall see. Depending on the Kindle book, you can change the setting to show pages. Yeah. I mean, it's all right. If I were to guess ratings, I'd say 3 stars. I said that at the beginning. It has improved for me since then. I do enjoy it. I don't know if it's not going to be a 5 stars. I know that for sure, but it may, depending on how it ends, it may hit 4 stars. I've hit the early evening slump, probably need food, but food is hard when it will taste. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Super productive. Don't be surprised. Be proud. Be proud of yourself. Off to Google I go. I didn't like The Boy Who Steals Houses. The autism rep was meh. That's fair. I finished the miniature, thank you. Miniature, which was about Byron's miniature painting, though not a horror despite being in a horror anthology. Interesting. I love that it's like, and it was historical after being like, it's not. It is. It's not a thing in Gibraltar either. Europe isn't very spooky. No, that's because we invaded other places and they were like, it's spooky here. And we're like, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to having anything spooky
Very
here.
sad about that.
I have got a bucket full of sweets though, should anyone knock. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Hannah, it's the 9th of October. Why have you... So that I can eat them. And then when the bucket's empty, I'll refill it. And I will continue to do that until Halloween. And then after Halloween, I'll open advent calendars.
Yeah. It depresses me. I'm seeing all of the Christmas decoration already.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's not even Halloween yet. Like, give me some Halloween stuff, anything. Like 1 pumpkin. I'm asking for 1 pumpkin.
Just one pumpkin.
Just one. I'll be happy.
I find it funny and sad that Europe isn't spooky. Because, I mean, like, Paris has got the catacombs. Like, you've got Dracula's castle somewhere, like, in Romania. Like, I'm not being funny. You've got spooky fucking places in Europe, and you don't take advantage of the spooky Halloweenness. Like, I'm sad.
Castles and stuff like that. So many things that we could do, and nothing.
To be fair, having been to Dracula's castle, it's not that spooky because there are so many fucking people that go and see it that you kind of shuffle your way through it. It's a gorgeous Anglo-Saxon castle, but I feel like Romanians could absolutely be like, yes, it's this castle, which is a castle that's not making as much money, and Brits wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, that is true.
It's a beautiful castle. But we are stupid enough that we would absolutely believe it's a different castle. So, but anyway, yeah. I gave Anatomy 3 stars in the end, but in my opinion, it's a good book. Some aspects were mid, but I love the premise and I liked how the class divisions were handled. Yeah, I like this as well. So it's really interesting the way it looks at how they handle medicine and the class divide and stuff like that. But the main character's fiance is a bellend. Straight up.
I haven't heard that insult in a while.
I use bellend all the time. It's like my favorite because it's offensive, but it's not like too offensive. So bellend, yeah. I'm not doing anything Halloweeny except having classes. It's a Monday, so I don't know what people's plans are going to be. Yeah, I'm so jealous about this. Going to Boston to visit a friend, so I need a couple's costume. And any help appreciated. So the last couple's costume that you did that I know of was where you dressed up like a jockey and Will went in like an inflatable horse and jockey costume for a rugby event. But I don't know if there's any like famous stuff that's come out recently that you could do couples costumes with. Like nothing that's like springing to mind that would still make you look good. Because I feel like, I mean, why not just rock up in your wedding dress again, but do like the corpse bride? The only downside to that would be that it would be very heavy to fly out. but it's an option. It's an option. I don't know what couples costumes. Maybe you could do like a Mexican Gothic, go in like a 50s style dress, get some mushrooms, do something like that. That's only because I know you've read that book. But yeah, everyone in the comments, if you could help Deanna some ideas. I'm not creating.
What about a Scooby-Doo one? She could be Daphne, and he could be, I don't remember the name of the guy, but like
Fred?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know. I like this idea. I like Scooby-Doo, so maybe.
Well, I like this idea because they have a dog. And whilst she is a Springer Spaniel, not a Great Dane, I would love to see her in like a little Scooby collar. That would be so cute.
Yeah.
I'm so here for that.
See, my head just goes to Michael Myers now because I've been watching Halloween for the first time. We've been mainlining the series.
That's fair. I'm actually being really good at the moment. I've only got 2 that I'm currently reading because I soft DNF'd all the books that I was currently reading before October so that I could just
I'm
go
going to have
harder.
to go. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries, Becca. Love to see you again.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be back again next Sunday.
Sounds good.
See ya.
See you later.
Books.
Bless her. Yeah, so I'm currently only reading 2, which is amazing, genuinely.
It is.
How about you, Lizzie? 5. That's fair. That's standard for us, really. Celine?
Way too many.
Yeah, that's fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
Yeah.
But like only big books. I have Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, The Kind of Monte Cristo. I have volume 3 of Oz, It, and Babel. So like big books, which isn't a good idea at all.
Yeah, I feel like you're reading quite a few because you've got so many buddy reads, though. Like, I feel like those 2 things go hand in hand.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
I might have a few buddy reads.
Celine has actively asked us to stop asking her to join buddy reads.
She'll say yes.
Because she will say yes. If anyone in the comments was like, hey, Celine, do you want to read this book with me? Celine would find you and she'd buddy read with you. And then she wouldn't read the book because she had too many other buddy reads to do.
Apart from the time that I remember saying that I need to read Muse of Nightmares, which I still haven't. And Celine went, oh, yeah, I need to do that too. Oh, Celine, do you want to buddy read that? No, I'd rather gouge my eyes out with spoons, was Celine's reply to that. So actually, watch buddy read with Celine, because you might get that kind of answer.
I feel like only you would get that answer.
This is the only book that I really do not want to read that I have. I will read it at some point because I do have it and I do not DNF books. So I need to finish it. I just really don't want to. Like, I really, really do not want to.
Then don't read it.
No, I will. I have to. OCDs.
You don't.
I do.
You don't. No one is holding a gun to your head. You don't have to read it.
I need to know how it ends. I need to.
You don't. You could look it up. There'll be a wiki.
And I have the book. I have even like a special edition of it.
Oh, you can have a pretty edition. That's fine. But you don't have to read it. You don't have to read it. It's okay.
No, but like,
I give you permission not to read it.
No, I do. Like, Lizzie, we can do that. Not please, not this year, but like we can do that next year.
I was supposed to read it for Bookopoly, and I didn't.
We can plan that for next year. I will buddy read that with you.
Okay, who has money on this time next year, mid-October? Celine still hasn't picked it up.
You know what? Just to prove you wrong.
I tell you what, Celine. I tell you what, we did say that with the November thing, if I managed to read only 1 book at a time, you'd buy me a book. If I managed to read 1 book at a time, you have to read Muse of Nightmares.
When? Like, not this year, please come on.
No, in January.
Oh, like first month of the year?
Yeah.
I know it's going to be at 2 stars. I know that I'm going to hate it, and I want to hate it.
Then don't read it.
What's the point? Just
Google.
You don't. Celine, you don't.
I love to talk trash about the book, and I know that so many people love it. I'm going to have so much fun telling them that it's trash. I know that also. That's why I want to finish it. I want to be like, it's so bad. What? This is why.
That's so funny. You don't have to read it. You don't have to read it.
I know. But I'm
And if you're not going to read it in January, I feel like you're not going to read it. Like, what?
Oh, now I'm going to. Now I'm going to put it on my TBR just because you told me that I can't.
That's because. Right, Celine, why are you and I such brats? That's the question.
I don't know. But I love that. I'm not mad about that.
That's fair. I know you would, Ali, and I appreciate you. I love the idea of you going as Eddie and Chrissy, mainly because I want to see Will in an 80s mullet wig. I want to see that so bad.
That could be so much.
But I'm very sold on the Daphne and Freddie, though. You're welcome. I'm glad you've been able to be productive because I have not. Oh, hey, bud. My children are still very little, so we won't bother trick-or-treating, and I don't do Halloween parties. That's fair. That sounds like a lot. I saw some really cute cat Christmas stuff that came out. Yeah, I want to buy my cats presents because I'm that person. What do you want? What's the plan here, bud?
He wants a friend.
He wants the blanket. That's what he wants, which is the other side of me. So he's either going to sit right behind me or he's going to sit on the blanket. But either way, it's a massive inconvenience. Okay, next one. I brought a cute pumpkin container and I got 2 little pumpkin ceramics for my grandma. That's cute. That's
everyone having cute Halloween thing, and I don't have any. Not even like a candle. Not even one candle. It's so sad.
Sorry, I just got to move everything.
Pumpkin puree at the grocery store, and I've tried 3 different ones. That's how bad it is. I'm so sad.
Okay. Blue doesn't understand how sofas work.
It's because he's silly. Also, my computer's running so slowly. I'm trying to post a tweet and it's like, no.
It doesn't want to.
Spoopy with Halloween. Yeah, that's fair. I need you to things stop. What?
Effing stop with the errors and not
Good work. My brain works so well. Don't tempt me, Hannah. I will buy you a Scooby costume for Zoe. I have no problem supporting you like this. Tony and I would never do couples costume. I mean, yeah, you can bully your husband into doing whatever you want. So I feel like you absolutely could. There you go. Support. Currently reading 5 books. I did one buddy read once, but normally I read niche things or read popular books years after the release. That's a mood.
Yeah.
I'm in 1 book club, and that's my local library. I make sure it exists. That's fair. I counted, and I'm currently reading 6 books. Probs should DNF one of them, except that I'm not a Terry Pratchett fan. Interesting. Because I really like Terry Pratchett, but I know that for me, a massive part of that is the nostalgia. That those are the audiobooks my parents used to put on when we used to drive for like really long periods of time as kids. So
I cannot. I wish that I could. I really wish
you could. You could.
No, I can't. I have. Once I start a book, I have to finish it. Even if I put it aside, I will go back. It's my brain. It's how my brain works.
You can train it to do different. Also, you can't see. I'm going to lift my laptop up a little bit in the hopes that you'll be able to see, but I don't know that you will be able to see. I need to move 1 sec. Sorry, this is really precariously done. But Cat is under blanket.
Oh, he's so cute.
That's how he's been all afternoon under my duvet. It's because my door's closed. I think he did want to come in, but he was like, no, I don't want you shut in. I don't like closed doors.
Yeah. He doesn't want to cuddle. He just wants to be warm under the blanket. So that's fair enough. I can respect it. I'm now wonky, though, because I've moved this. There we go. That's better. I DNF like a trooper, so I'm here for it. I'll buddy read it with you.
The problem, Ali. You would buddy read anything with me. And we have to picture of time because we got the pretty edition. So we have to do that already.
See, I've been cutting down on my buddy reads because Ali has got the brunt of this quite a bit, and so has Olivia from Olivia's Catastrophe, where we pick a book to buddy read and then I fucking hate it. So every comment is like, this is terrible, isn't it? So
That's
having to, like,
exactly
slow down
someone
on
like that I need for Muse of Nightmares. I need someone who will hate the book as much as I will.
Well, I really liked the trilogy. I've just got Strange the Dreamer to read first, and then I can read it with you. That's fine, because I'll love it, and it'll be really funny to watch you be like really angry about it.
No, I'm going to hate. I need someone to hate it with.
That's fair. Go feed your rats. Me too. I want to celebrate my oldest cat's birthday. She's 1 this year. I didn't know what to get her. That's so cute.
It's cute.
Is there like a particular treat that's their favorites? Because Dreamies do an advent calendar. Just
That's
saying.
good.
I would have to get my youngest something too. Yeah, that's fair. You do still mean your cats, right? Because if it's your children, I don't care as much. But if it's cats, like, you need to get your cats presents. No, can't deny you anything. I'm gonna go eat. See you later. Have fun, enjoy, and congrats on being super, super productive. Proud of you. I used to be like that with finishing books. Then I didn't want to waste my time on reading. Yeah, reading isn't a hostage situation. You can put it down. It's fine.
Hannah will teach you the ways of DNFing because she taught me. So
will.
I didn't DNF before I met Hannah.
Well, I've known you like for a whole year, right? At least.
Over a year now, yeah.
Yeah.
You've had to put up with me for over a year.
I'm good with that, but I will not DNF a book.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're not in the house. Like, Lizzie had to like learn because I'm here going, just DNF it. Just DNF it. Just DNF it. Just DNF it. All the time. So anyway. I'm terrible at buddy reading with Hannah because we both DNF so bad. Yeah. To be fair, we were gonna do a kind of Green Brothers type vlog where we would like talk to each other and then edit it all together. So it was like one of us talking like to the other about books. We tried it with 2 different books and we DNF both of them because we hated them. I liked Terry Pratchett when I read him as a teen, but this one I started in like June. I just haven't felt like picking it up. That's fair. It just tries to. Which one is it? Because I did Interesting Times recently and it's so full of Orientalism that I was like, this isn't funny. But then I picked up the following one, which is Last Continent, and I thought that was much better. I like how you told me to feed the rats, but not myself. Well, because I know that once you're up, you will feed yourself. But if you're comfy, but your rats can't do that. They can't like negotiate whether they're going to eat or not. If you don't feed them, they go hungry. That's how that works. Plus, I know you've had a McDonald's today. I know you've eaten something. No, not the healthiest thing you could have been eating, but at least you've eaten something. So, the only successful buddy reading I've ever done. There you go. Yeah, my cats. I call them my children because they are your children. But I was just worried they were actual children because then I'd have to stop paying attention. Sorry, that's the law. Where's that comment gone? Yeah. Get your cat a Halloween cat house.
I love that idea. Oh my god, Lizzie. Do that for please.
I'm like, absolutely not.
Lizzie, come on.
I don't. If I had that much disposable income, I would totally get a Halloween cat house for Blue. But the thing is, I don't have that much disposable income to buy something that Blue will just ignore.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's gonna be so cute. He'll be so cute.
Yeah, mine too. Because if I'm not enjoying it and I DNF it, then it's a 1 star and I can just move on. And then every other book. And I tend to not put things on Goodreads until I've hit the 3rd chapter mark anyway. So I don't count it as a DNF if I don't get past the 3rd chapter. There you go. Pixie's on it. I don't even have to say anything. Pixie's got it. One of those Christmas things. I have my eyes at Christmas present cat house. Could I get a link for that cat calendar thing? I think it was just like a Pets at Home thing, or Sainsbury's, but I can try and find the link. I will try and find the link. The girls got leftover fries. Of course they did. I frequently feed the children and then not myself. Yes, Atlee, I'm well aware.
Yeah, you should feed yourself. It's important.
No. This is not a see Ali gets it. This is a see Ali, you need to eat something. Have you eaten today, Ali? And don't lie to me. I DNF things so much if I'm not vibing. Yeah, DNF it. Life's too short. Pets at Home or Sainsbury's. No, I know that because I've been in both of those buildings recently. So I know it will be one of those. but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Also,
And actually, they feel very similar because they're very close to each other. So
I was going to say Pets at Home and Sainsbury's. One's a supermarket for pet stuff, and one's a supermarket which includes pet stuff. So actually, the difference is very minimal, in my opinion.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you only ate breakfast, I would never get mad at you for that. But it's fine. I'm going to throw us into a sprint, and then you can go get yourself something to eat. I am going to sort out some food for us because I also need to eat. But it's going to take at least 45 minutes to cook. So I'm going to do that and then work out what the hell's happening.
I might jump off and come back. How dare I? I know. I need to cook something. I need to take a shower. I also probably will watch a movie because I haven't watched my horror movie of the day. I don't know which one, but I need to watch some. But I will come back later because I still have to finish this one and I still have to finish this one.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll still be here when you're done with all of that. So go and enjoy doing that, and I will see you later.
I'm going to jump in the shower, but I won't. I'll just turn my camera off.
Okay.
I'll be here. Like, I won't leave, but like,
That's fine. Okay.
Okay, I can just turn off my camera if that's it.
No, it's fine. Honestly, like if either of you need to go and do stuff and then jump back, like you've got the link. The link's not going to run out. So,
but
I'm not going there. I'm literally going to jump in the shower because my hair is greasy as shit and it's been annoying me all day.
Okay.
And I'm also like the light isn't working in the bathroom, so I'm going to do it while there's still natural light.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to do the fuse so you can have actual light on.
Oh my god.
I know. And that sounds like we're really stingy with electricity. We're not. We're just really lazy about flicking the switch on the fuse. If it blows, that's it. Just don't turn it back on for a couple of days. But anyway, right.
See you guys very soon.
See you in a bit. Hello. Hello. You right?
You?
Say that again.
You?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're like further away or if I've turned my volume down or something, but you seem really quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got about 30 pages left, less than, and 2 chapters and an epilogue. Annoyingly, it will be a 3.5 stars because they didn't commit to the thing that I was hoping they'd commit to.
Oh.
I got really excited. I thought it was going to be like high stakes drama, and then it wasn't.
Well, this got really creepy really quickly. Like things have finally flipped. And I read like 30-something pages and I had a shower. So I'm now on page 200. So only 142 pages to go.
That's fair. Cool. Right, let's see where we can get to. I'm making use of sprint to watch 43 TikToks I sent you. 48. Ali sent Emma 48 TikToks. Well, I ate lunch. I will do it begrudgingly and complain the whole time. That's fair. Hello and welcome. Just joined on a train listening to Clown on a Cornfield. Loved that.
Such a good book.
Such a good time. I'm so excited for book 2. I'm so tempted to do that for the sprints next week.
Mm-hmm.
Tis a good time.
You should, because when you're done with it, I can read it.
You can read it before me because you'll get it done quicker than I do.
No, it's not on my TBR officially, so you go for it.
Okay, I see. Yeah, we're all proud of you. I'm gonna do an oh no. She said meditation, not medication, which I despise. Okay, yeah, no, that's skip. I read 32%, and she hasn't said anything about autism explicitly, and the few symptoms that have come up have been portrayed disabling. Okay, yeah, right, fair enough. Not for you. Made it to part 4. Bit sad at the ending. Oh, okay. hopefully I'll be going to head off now. You are so welcome. Feel free to come back next week. Actually, Tish is hosting sprints on Tuesday. Olivia is hosting sprints on Thursday. And then I will be back on Sunday. So feel free to join. I'll be back in an hour. Got the live chat for the Midnight Club. Nice. Hello and welcome. I made it to page 81. Like, it's a thing. I honestly just have no feelings towards it. I'm certainly not invested. That's fair. I didn't really get fully invested until page like 150. And even then, like I said, this is going to be a 3.5 to 3 stars. This isn't going to be, which is disappointing because the last one was too. What is it about me finishing a book in a day? Just being like, this is fine.
Maybe don't read Clown and Cornfield 2 then, because then if it's another, well, it might be another 3.5 stars just for the sake of it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 10 pages and all living things in my room were fed, including me. Proud of you. Debating switching to my ebook for the next sprint. That's fair. Only an hour and a half left in that. Perfect. I mean, like I said, we're going to be here a while. Amy is due to arrive in like 20 minutes. So inevitably, we will be sprinting when that happens. But I will try to add her on, even if we're off eating, because our dinner will be ready very, very soon. 92 pages this time. Got about 50 pages left. Love that. I love that so many of us are finishing books today. It's going to be a good time. I mean, some of us have played on our phones all day too, and that's also fine.
I haven't played on my phone all day.
Oh, then I guess I'm not talking about you. It's weird that you felt attacked that way.
I feel like you were aiming that at me. I felt the aim being.
I don't know why that really tickled me, but it really did. Is that how one aims? We're just. So how many pages have you got left of Just Like Home?
142.
Okay. Do you think you'll finish it today?
I should do. I don't really see why I wouldn't. I mean, other than the fact I've got dinner in between. But if we were only going to do 2 more sprints, then I think I probably could if I just go on with it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm hoping we'll do more than 2 sprints because, food.
We're going to be here a while. We're going to be here a while. And I would quite like to either read Interview... I was going to say Interview with a Vampire, which is not what I mean. What is that interview one that I've got? And Inspector Calls, there we go. And Mooncakes this evening, so I can at least tick off some more Gothtober reads.
Mm-hmm.
Ali is going to finish Anatomy out of spite by the sounds of things. Like, it's not bad, it's just not clicking for me. That's fair. Only 2 more. No, we're doing more than that. We're doing more than that.
No, I meant that more as
finished.
I was saying if for some reason we only did 2 more, then I would still be able to finish it, is what I meant, Emma. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere as far as I can tell. Like, don't worry about it. Although it is 7:10, which feels like today has kind of gone quite quickly.
Today hasn't gone as quick for me as it did last week. I feel like last week I really felt like I was rapidly running out of time and wasn't getting the book read when I wanted to. And that had me panicking big time. Because this time last week, I still had like 160 pages to go. And I was like, I need to keep reading. Whereas now I've got like 12. Like, it's just not as bad. So, yeah. Because it's a mid book. Yeah. I can see why people loved it so much. Like, it got so much hype when it came out, but it's entry level Gothic. And we're intermediate to experts, let's be honest.
I mean, I'm only a tad disappointed that you're going to finish your book before I finished a book, because I feel like there is something wrong in the universe that has happened.
Imagine if I finished 2 books before you finish yours.
I wouldn't be fucking surprised, because you'd do it out of spite, wouldn't you?
Hi.
Hey. Welcome.
Managed to get here in record time. Toddler in bed, so fingers crossed he stays.
Yeah, fingers. Well, actually, you timed it perfectly, because I was like, oh, I'm going to end up turning on another sprint, and then Amy's going to turn up. And I'm going to have to do that awkward thing where I'm like, I've added you, and then I just ignore you for half an hour. And I'm like, no, she's here. She's ready.
Yeah, I did it once. I'm really organised. So how's it going? Have you had a good day? It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It has been a long day. But yeah, not too bad. We were literally just discussing that I've got about 12 pages left of my read.
Awesome.
which I'm really excited about because it means I can read. I've only read 2 books for Gothtober, and we're 9 days in. So I'm going to pick up some of my shorter reads after this, which I'm very excited about. Lizzie is fuming because Lizzie reads twice as fast as I do by a mile. She hasn't finished her book yet. So it's a bit embarrassing, really.
It depends on the book, I think. I'm a really fast reader if I'm completely into it and in the right mood and everything. But I'm kind of average, I think, if the book's okay and I'm a bit busy and my head's not in it. So maybe just having one of those days.
I'm really tired. So I drove back from Cornwall on Friday evening. I got in at about 11:30. And then I woke up like at about 8:30 yesterday. And then like today I slept a little bit longer, but not by much. I just think I'm exhausted. So I know that's a reason. Like I am quite enjoying this, but I feel like I've been cheated that Hannah's going to finish her book before me, and I am petty enough to be annoyed about that.
It's so funny. So, Amy, if you didn't know, we live together. So
I think Lizzie mentioned.
Yeah, and I'm the eldest of 3, and Lizzie is the youngest of 2, and somehow we have created a sibling rivalry in this house. Like, not intentionally, but it is a strong motivator for both of us. So it's not just the fact that I've read my book faster than Lizzie has. It's the fact that it's been documented for the internet to see that that's happened is why it really hurts Lizzie.
Not only that, but I called you out for being a slow reader once on a live sprint, if you remember. So now
I could forget.
It all comes back, Lizzie, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't hide
like a
anything.
steel trap. So you're writing this evening, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm working on a new secret thing. I've just hit 40,000 words today, and I'm at that point where it's kind of going quickly. I know you write as well, don't you?
I do,
I kind of had 20,000 words at the beginning that were really hard work, and now I like totally know what I'm doing with it, and I just can't wait to keep writing. So it's good fun. Although I don't know how long it's going to be. I think it might be quite a long one, but we'll see.
That's fair. No, I was actually like, one of the questions that, because I text Amy throughout the week being like, I have questions for you. One of them was going to be like, I know you can't tell us about the project, but I was going to ask like whereabouts in your process you were, because I'm in the process of redrafting mine. So I'm about 30,000 words in, but I know I have another like 60,000 words to go. Unfortunately, I keep adding words to it. So what was going to be like a nice 80,000 words like thriller is so much longer than that now. And I need my editor, who's lovely, to really come in and be like, Hannah, stop it. Like it's just not happened. So is this like the first draft of it?
This is completely first draft. Although for me, I don't think any first draft is really a first draft, because I'm not somebody who just gets all the words down on the page as dirty and kind of messy as you like. I kind of write a bit, then I'm like, oh, that wasn't very good. I'm just going to tinker with it a little bit. And if something doesn't make sense, so I went in a direction where 2 of my characters, I weren't sure how they were going to, like the relationship between them. And I decided they were going to be brother and sister. And I was like, I've got to go and add that back in. I can't leave it. Like, I know that they were just this indeterminate thing at the beginning. So yeah, it's interesting how I feel like I can't fully leave it alone. I'm trying to push forward with this one though, because I really want to get this draft done before Christmas, because I've got something else that I need to draft by May next year. So one under contract, one not. So there's quite a few things going on at the minute. And I've got a story coming out in the anthology like next week, the Lurk in the Dark anthology. So I'm kind of thinking promo as well that I need to remember. I've got another feature in a book coming out, not a whole book, this one. But
if you've got a link for that, drop it to me via Instagram and I will put it in the chat.
Cool, thank you.
And I can do the description later as well, because that's really cool. Because I think that's the thing. And I don't know if your first book, if you found that was the same. Because my other question is if you remember what the first thing you wrote, because obviously prior to being an official author, like authors write 100 things that never see the light of day. So I was just interested if you were like, yeah, I remember that was the first thing I wrote.
Yeah, I do. So I'm trying to think. There've probably been maybe 3 things before Mina and the Undead that I thought maybe I could get an agent for this. Maybe Mina and the Undead was the best thing by far, and the first one where I thought, actually, I kind of get where this would be placed in a bookshop, and I think it made people would read it. So it felt different. The first one was a vampire book, and it was pre-Twilight, and I started writing it straight out of uni, And then this book called Twilight came out, and no agent wanted anything to do because everybody got flooded with vampire stories. So I felt really bitter about it.
That's
that
fair.
I couldn't write my vampire book. And actually, looking back, it probably wasn't very good. I was like, I think I was probably in my like early to mid 20s, and it was, I can't even 100% remember. It definitely was like paranormal romance with a bit of action, so similar vibes to Mina, but like 1,000 times worse probably. So yeah, it seems that I've never been able to kind of let go of vampires. And then I wrote kind of a dystopian thing, but again, the time wasn't right because I think dystopian was having a moment, and publishers were like, well, in 2 years it won't be having a moment anymore. And then what was the other thing? Yeah, there was another thing that was like historical, I think. It's all a bit hazy now because it's so many years ago. That is one that I think I might brush off. That was set, oh God, I can't even exactly remember, but it was set in America at some point in history. And I thought it was quite fun. It was kind of like vigilantes and like lawlessness and stuff. It was good fun. So yes, I will come back to that one. But the original vampire one, no, that one's like, I just don't want to read it. Like my husband was saying, do you want to read any early drafts of Mina and the Undead? And I was like, absolutely not. It was called New Orleans Vampire Story in those early drafts. So if I see anything called that on my computer, I'm like, I'm not touching it because it will be awful. It's been through so many edits, like mostly from me. My husband also like does a really close edit. My agent does, and then obviously publishers and critique partners. So it's been through so many pairs of eyes. So that early thing will never ever like be shown to anyone. I did show,
that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Because so where I did my masters, I saw a lot of books in their very, very early stages, and obviously like feedbacking them becomes like a massive thing. Before you had an agent, did you have a kind of a process for like workshopping any of your stuff too?
Yeah, so it was a bit more ad hoc before I had an agent because I didn't really know who to ask. So I asked a uni friend once and she absolutely obliterated the thing I'd written to the point where I never let anybody read it again. So she probably wasn't the right person because she just really went for it. And I think you need somebody who will give you a balance. They'll be honest. If it's not working, they'll say, I think you need to rework this in some way. But you need to still feel some positivity at the end of it. So I didn't really know until I got onto this thing called Write Mentor, like a mentoring program. I met 2 other writers got mentored by the same person as me. So one of them in particular has just become like my go-to critique partner. She reads like everything I write. She's called Hannah Cates, and she's just awesome. She works for she kind of runs a publisher in the US, and she's just got such an editorial eye. And I've kind of picked up author friends along the way who do stuff for me as well. Like my friend Rachel Fatcheroti does my sensitivity reads, and she writes amazing middle grade and YA books, which I've read like early versions of and stuff for her. My friend Mia Kuzhnia, who writes middle grade and wrote Midnight in Everwood, she is very, very good at the kind of positive, uplifting feedback that I need, as well as saying, work on this. So I get Mia to read it. If I'm like, is this good? Mia will like reassure me. And then other people, I kind of know who my critique partners are and what they sort of do for me. So yeah, to me, I find it really important. I know some people, like some authors that I know, don't have anybody, like no betas. They just send it and they do it all with a publisher. But I don't know, for me, I like that collaboration and kind of bouncing things off people, because sometimes they don't necessarily tell you the answer, but they tell you the problem, and you're like, oh, like my agent said to me that she wanted to get rid of a big chunk of book 1, and I was like, no, I love it, so I'm going to really fight for it and make it so good that you won't make me get rid of it. And sometimes you need that. How about you? Do you have like a trusted kind of group of betas, or are you still like building yours?
I do. Yeah, so a lot of them are friends that I met through uni, and obviously because they are also writers, they understand that feedback has to be like, it has to be critical but not criticism. And I think that is like a really hard distinction, that if people aren't writers, like it's a really hard thing to do. Lizzie reads everything I write because I force her to, and because Lizzie writes as a hobby rather than like with the aim to like sell anything, it's far more a case of like, is this enjoyable? I'm very aware that my fiction is genre fiction. It's meant to be entertaining. And the one kind of gripe I had with my masters is that everyone was writing literary fiction. So even if they were writing fantasy, it was high fantasy. And if they were writing sci-fi, it was speculative. If they were writing historical, it was, you know, it was going to be the next kind of like bring up the bodies kind of thing. Whereas mine was like, hey, it's werewolves solving crimes. Like it was a very different
That's
vibe.
more my end of the scale. And it's like,
Yeah.
I think you're one kind of reader or another. Some people read absolutely everything, but I don't know. I feel like the world can be such a dark place, and like even turning on the news feels like a dystopia. So I kind of, at the moment, more than ever, I'm just craving positivity in books. And like, if I pick something up and it's like everybody's really miserable, I just find it difficult because it kind of pulls me into the misery. It's like I'm reading, if I've got any time tonight, I'm going to read a bit more of These Witches Don't Burn. And although people are quite used for bookmarks, random piece of paper, I have 1,000 bookmarks and I've used an ill-fitting piece of paper.
That's such a I do that.
It's probably got something really bad written on it as well, like remember to do stuff today. It's got
like a to-do list,
yeah, but like that nobody else could understand but me. So yeah, even though this is murder and, you know, people are getting accused of stuff that probably didn't do it, and there's like blood magic going on, so bloody things being left everywhere, it still feels kind of not too dark, and like people are still having relationship fun and like smoldering moments with love interest, sapphic love interest too, in case anyone needs persuading. So yeah, it's, even though it's fun, it's like murdery fun is kind of my main favorite brand, I would say. Murderous but happy.
Accurate. I mean, I don't know if you can tell from the general vibe of like my background and stuff.
Yeah.
Murdery fun is definitely where it's at.
Yeah, and I think that's the hard thing with writing Mina too. I was like, they've seen some really bad things and like sometimes done some bad things, but I still want it to be a happy book. Like I don't want it to be a whole book like they're processing things that have happened, but I still want them to have loads of fun and get dressed up and go to parties and like.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. No, that's really cool. Right, I'm going to throw us into a sprint because our dinner is basically cooked, and if I leave it any longer, it will be overdone. So I'm going to do that. I still have like 100 things I want to ask you because I love talking about writing, and we've got loads of comments as well. So if anyone else has any questions, drop them, and I will jump back on in a bit. But if not, we'll see you in 45 minutes.
Yeah, cool. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Welcome back. How did you do?
You don't want to know. So I'm doing a school event tomorrow, and I've never done a school event using Teams before. So I thought I'll just pop on and see how Teams works. It'll be fine. 45 minutes later, I'm still trying to figure out how to make Teams do what I want it to do. I just want to do a presentation with me also on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So 45 minutes later, I'm still figuring it out. So yeah, hopefully I can write in the next one and it will all come together, but I'm slightly doubtful.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah.
At least you're putting it now and not having that struggle tomorrow.
This is what I thought. Well, that's why I thought I'll casually just pop on and check it's okay, and it's not okay. So, yeah. How about you? How did you get on?
Yeah, well, I managed to finish anatomy.
Awesome.
And then throw it across the room. And then I have started an Inspector Calls, which is for a different prompt. So this one was for training montage because she's learning to be a doctor. And in this one, it's for an interview theme. So
cool.
Yeah. How about you, Lizzie?
Obviously ate dinner and I read 36 pages. And this is like playing on all my worst fears, which is not great. And I was hoping to have finished this when there was still daylight outside, but you know, c'est la vie, can't change that. It's really dark. Like everything that's like coming to a head, it's so dark. And I can 100% see why some people hated this book. Like I can 100% see it, but I'm loving every second. It's scaring the life out of me, but apparently I like to do that to myself.
What did you say you're reading?
It's Just Like Home by Sarah Gay.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've seen that around. Is it too scary for me then, Lizzie? Like, will I not be able to cope?
I don't know, because it's definitely a sentient house. Like, for sure. This is the prompt I was doing it for, a sentient house. And there are bits, like, it's playing on, like, all my fears as a child, so I'm scared of the dark. I still am. You know, I'm 27 and I still, like, I have a Lumi, which stays on a low brightness all night, because I'm terrified of the dark. And it's, like, got, like, an underbed thing, and her father was a serial killer. And so she's dealing with all of that. But then there's things being revealed now. And I'm just like, this is very spooky, but I'm really enjoying where it's going. Like if a story commits to like being like a proper ghost story, I'm here for it. So I'm just wondering how this will end. I don't know. I think if you're looking for like fun spooks, this one probably isn't it.
I'm wondering.
But I'm enjoying it. Might be one to read during the day if you're not into big spooks.
Might download a sample on my Kindle. I feel like that's usually a safe way to see whether I can cope. I read a little bit and I'm like, no, I'm too scared. I'm going to stop. I think I can cope being really scared. Like, say it's a slasher, it can be as bloody or psychological as you like. But if it just taps into certain fears, I just can't cope.
That's fair. That's fair. Lizzie and I have been reading some really insidious books where not a lot happens, but it's just creepy. It's unsettling. And we've been like really, really enjoying that. But Lizzie, I'm not as afraid of things as Lizzie is. I think the most frightened I've been recently is when there was a massive spider that like came down the stairs. And generally, I'm not scared of spiders, but this thing was huge. And Lizzie's armchair used to sit in that corner, and the stairs are here. And so Lizzie saw it walking down the stairs and jumped onto her chair. And because she freaked, I freaked, and I was up on the sofa and we were off the floor and it was not okay. But where I was in the house by myself for the last 2 weeks, the quiet and the dark didn't really bother me. It was fine. But yeah, I start panicking when other people start panicking. And then I go into like full mum mode where I'm like, okay, they're panicking, so I'll fix this. Like I can deal with this because they can't, kind of thing. So
I think because I used to be a teacher, a lot of that I had to do. Like a wasp comes in the classroom, and it's like, I'm not scared of wasps. I'm not terrified that it's going to sting me and I'll have an allergic reaction. You know, I'm just going to get this wasp out of the classroom. So I think because of that, I tend to, and now I am a mum, stuff like that, I tend to be okay. Like spiders don't scare me. It's things that can actually hurt me scare me. And we went to this like animal farm, and they were offering like for my toddler to hold all this stuff, and I was like, oh, that huge terrifying snake that could crush you, of course you can hold it, my darling 2-year-old. It's fine. So yeah, stuff like that, it's difficult, and you have to kind of feel out your comfort zone of, am I okay with this, or am I going to say no, you can't do it? But I would have dealt with a spider for you if I was there. I could have managed that.
It was horrific. Genuinely, it was fine. We were just chatting, and I saw the thing walking down the stairs. Like that is how big it was. Like our stairs are pretty steep too, and I saw it walk down the stairs, and I was like, "This is how I die. This is how I die." And so I was on the chair. Hannah stands up, goes on the chair. Then I'm 100% like, "Oh my god, we are actually going to die," because Hannah's usually like, "Okay, whatever." But then luckily, our other housemate at the time, her cat just ate it.
Yeah. She played with it for a bit first. She really taught it a lesson. Like she let all the other spiders know not to mess with us.
Which is very funny.
Yeah, there was a similar size spider at my parents' place that used to come out around the same time every night. So about 9:30, it would walk from one side of the living room to the other. And that didn't bother me because I knew it was coming. I knew it was there. And there's a big spider that's like up in the corner behind some of our fancy additions. Fine, stay there where I can see you. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter that it's there. But if something moves near me, that's when I panic. And knowing that it was coming down the stairs behind me is definitely like what set me off. But no, I appreciate that, Amy. I'm glad that you'd have like saved us from the spider. I appreciate that.
The only time I can't cope is when I'm not wearing glasses or contact lenses though, and if I can't see very well and something blurry and dark comes towards me, that panics me. It's like, what is it? You go to the horror movie place, don't you?
Yeah, well, I'm really funny because I'm a wimp. Like I'm a massive wimp. Like I can't watch like horror movies and stuff unless it's like the middle of the day. Like I am a scaredy cat. Reading horror, I love. Although I read Horrid, which is probably the scariest book I've read in a while, and I like the ending got me so badly, didn't it, Hannah?
It really did. It really did. And I didn't think it was that scary. Like, I was like, this is good. It's a good time. But I wouldn't have said it was like, I was not as freaked as Lizzie was. The Hollow Places, now that one got me. I still think about that one. That one terrified me.
The other one was Sundial. And Sundial is a thriller. And the creepiest thing about that, it's a mother with her 2 children.
That's why I've not read that. I'm out straight away.
The child in that, the one particular child was so creepy, like, and it was immediate. And I was messaging Hannah like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is really freaking me out.
I went up to the bathroom at one point. She's just sat it like with this like tiny little lamp next to her. Like, Hannah, this book is so scary. And I'm like, you could turn the light on. Like, it would make it less frightening. But
I got through it, and I enjoyed it.
That's the thing with horror, though, isn't it? Like the most innocuous scene to some people. Like a critique partner of mine read something that I'd written, and a particular scene had a fear of hers in it, and she just skipped the scene. Like she saw the buzzwords, and she was like, "Nope, I'm out. I'm not reading that. You edit that bit yourself." And like, I was like, I didn't think that was that scary. Like, what's happened? So yeah, I think horror can definitely, like Pet Sematary, can't go near it now. Toddler that bad things happen to. I'm like, nope. Whereas I watched it before a few years ago, like, this is great. I love this film. Love the book. No, not anymore.
Yeah, no, there are definitely ones that, like, we were talking about films and stuff because obviously we did the Kiss, Marry, Kill yesterday. So lots of like big slasher villains and final girls in that. And as I was doing like research and stuff, there are so many of those films that I'm like, I watched this as a child. I wouldn't dream of watching it now. Like, it's so terrifying. And it's just like, yeah, you haven't really learned to be scared of it yet and stuff like that. But I'm really bad for like atmospheric music. If the moment music changes in a film, doesn't matter what genre it if the music changes, my heart starts racing. And I'm like, especially in comedies where they will use the music intentionally for like a jump scare, but it's for a laugh, I'm like, that's cruel. Don't do that to me, because my heart starts going every time.
But I quite enjoy the comedies. I really like things like Scary Movie. Those things like hold nostalgia to me, and they use music really well to take the piss of the horror genre. So I think that those ones get like really, I find those really fun.
The thing is, it's cathartic, isn't it? You have a good old scare, you get all the kind of the heebie-jeebies out, and then you feel better. It's good for you.
That's why the psychological ones, the ones that I struggle with, because I think you can't leave those behind. Like you watch Scream and you're like, oh, most people are dead, but I feel fine. Like, but if it's really psychological and like it's tapped into something in you that really bothers you, that's what I struggle with. Because like weeks later, I'd be still just descending into despair over it. So yeah, not worth it. I'm really careful what I read on that basis. Fair. I think it affects me too much sometimes, certain subjects.
What was the last book that you just noped? You were like, absolutely not.
I'm trying to think. If anybody says that anything is like a really deep consideration of grief, I'm like, that's just, I really struggle with that. Like, I think I can cope with like some of it and like character experiencing loss. But if that's what the whole thing is about, or if it's too close, like if it's to do with a partner or a child, I'm like, no, I can't because I just put myself. I think maybe I just put myself in stuff too much. So I can't think specifically, but it's anything like that kind of thing. I just like, I don't enjoy it, so I don't seek it out anymore. And if I hear it's in it, I'm like, not reading that. Can't do it.
Well, that makes me think.
Tremblay books, like people keep saying I should read those. And I'm like, yes, but I've just read the blurb and it sounds so upsetting.
That's next on Lizzie's to be read list. Is a
Paul Tremblay. Go with that, Lizzie. Like you can test it for me and let me know if it'll make sad and if it will, I will read it.
Well, I've got the Pallbearers Club, and I had seen it like a couple of weeks like before. So Hannah's got a book subscription box that she does monthly, and it's like I get a surprise book with my subscription. And I'd been looking at this on like one of the ARC sites, and I'd requested it, and I didn't get it. So when I got it in my subscription, I was like, "That is really weird," because I hadn't mentioned it at all. But it just looks like exactly the type of thing that I enjoy, which is like insidious and sometimes a bit gross.
Yeah, like a bit gross. Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be like body horror, like because the cover is literally like a spine with like pins going through it. So I'm like, I'm excited to read it, but there are certain books that I'm like, I'm going to really hate myself after reading this. I know I will.
And that's fine. That's fine. So we were talking earlier about like gothic and horror books that we would read as like entry level versus us who are like expert and intermediates. So if you were going to recommend like an entry level gothic or horror book to someone, what book would you recommend?
See, my entry level was Stephen King, so I think I'm a little bit skewed because I don't think Stephen King is proper entry level. I think it depends on the age at which you read it. I don't know, like if you're into haunted house stuff, depending on the one you choose, Darcy Coates is really good. Like that pushed my boundaries, but I felt quite safe and like it didn't go into any places. I've read a couple of hers now and I thought, yeah, haunted house wise, I can cope with these. So if I can cope, you will probably be fine. I'm trying to think. I've done that thing where you've asked me for recommendations and I'm panicking and I'm like, I've got nothing.
No, you're fine. You're fine. The only correct answer to this, Amy, is Mina and the Undead. So
well, yeah, thank you. It is
that's the only correct answer.
You've heard what a wimp I am. So it is definitely entry level horror. I think as well, YA horror actually is quite often a good recommendation for way in. Some of it, like Dawn Kurtagich, her books will like turn your brain inside out and make you feel like scared and questioning everything about yourself. And I kind of love that about hers. A lot of YA horror isn't like that and is a bit on the lighter side. So like the Red Eye books, if you like looking to test the waters of like, am I going to like slashers? I'm going to like a bit of like vampires, but the horror version, not the sexy version. Like Red Eye books are really good. Like I think there's two scales of vampires, aren't there? From like Damon and Eric, who might kill you but are really hot, to like the kind of bloody mouthed, almost zombie vampires. Like
yeah.
That's really funny you said that, Amy, because Hannah got me a book, like a joke book. Like she got me a load of things to do like a collage for Lord of the Rings collage for me. But she also picked up a like book of vampires. And I literally said, none of these vampires are hot, Hannah.
It's like a proper like old folk tale, goes through all the different mythos of like traditional pre-Twilight,
I was
pre-Eric.
say, I don't think it got hot until like Carmilla and Dracula kind of did hot vampires really. But even
Honestly.
Dracula like doesn't start hot. He kind of gets hot as the book goes
He
on.
gets hotter the more he sucks the life force out of other people.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
love that at his hottest, he is a burly Romanian with a massive beard, which like when I first read Dracula was not my type. And now I'm like, actually, maybe a little bit, yeah.
I think
Honestly,
I just imagine Gary and I just shortcut the whole like how it describes in the book, and I just go Gary Oldman because he's my
no, that's fair.
Dracula.
That's fair.
No, but that vampire book was genuinely the most fun I've had in a long time. Like, I read the whole thing, and like there was a subplot where like the author had written like little annotations, you know, like the author, quote unquote. And I was like, this is so much fun. I'm loving this little mystery that's just like peppered in with these little annotations, and I just had such a blast. I was like, Hannah needs to bring me more of these like little monster books because this is great.
What's it called? That one? It sounds fun.
It was literally something like the A to Z of vampires. I found it in a charity shop.
Oh,
like
right,
I choose books for Lizzie every single month. One that I paid like £1.99 for in a charity shop. That's the favourite thing that she's ever had from me.
It was just so much fun. I was just like, I'm learning so much.
I went in a bookshop recently, and the bookseller really kindly said that my toddler could pick any of the books in the children's section. I was like, wow, okay, go and pick, pick something really nice that you'll keep. And he's like, £2 book about trucks, mummy, please. Okay, you pick that one. I would have bought for you anyway. You've probably got enough change in your own pocket to pay for. Fine. Yeah, sometimes the best books can just be the biggest bargains, can't they?
Oh, for sure. Okay, so we have Priscilla has rocked up again. Hello, Priscilla. I need to send you Mina and the Slayers. Thanks for reminding me. People are eating their dinner, which is good. I had to bully people into eating their lunch earlier, but that's fine. We've moved on.
Oh, yeah, that would never be me. I don't ever miss meals like accidentally.
Me either.
My mum can sometimes, I can get to the end of the day, like, have you eaten today? She's like, I don't know, have I? Like, literally, it gets to anywhere near meal time. I'm like, need to eat. Where's the food? Like, I can't think about anything else.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's the only time that I have ever forgotten to eat is when I got into a real writing zone, and then it was like 6, and to the point where I was like, oh, it's dark outside, and it wasn't that I was hungry, it was that like I had just been staring at my screen so long, time had moved without me, it was one of those. But
I've never been that much into writing, so I'm impressed with that. Like food always, it like goes food most other things in my life, basically.
Yeah, I think I just got really into like one thing in particular. It's not the one that I'm working on. It's not that. It'll have been that I had an idea first thing in the morning. I'll just start planning it. Oh, it's been 3 days later, and it'll be that. I'm skipping through a few of these for some stuff that's notable because these were all from like an hour ago. So I'm very, very sorry.
Sorry, it's me. I can't stop talking. You've just blamed me. It's not anybody else's fault.
Oh, it's 100% me. It's fine. You're being a great guest.
You're letting me do it. Please tell me to shut up if you need me to at any time.
Not.
I'm not easily offended.
Cool.
Like I said, I used to teach, so I'm not easily offended. Like, kids can say some things.
That's fair. So yes, I was in a writing program at college, and it really messed me up because my works were never good enough because I wasn't a literary fiction writer. I just wanted to have fun. This is the thing though, and this is what I find really interesting about a lot of writing courses, is the writers that are teaching them are fantastic. They will know their craft inside and out. However, they are more likely to be literary and kind of retired writers, because if they were writing general commercial fiction, they would still be writing. Like their agents would still be getting them to be doing stuff.
Yeah, I think the Bath Spa course, I know some people who are like currently writing books and are also teaching there. So I think certain ones have kind of got their finger on the pulse, and some of those are writing like contemporary YA and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I do get the perception that some people, when they ask me like what I'm writing, what I'm working on next, it's like, so what, you've started at YA, when are you going to move on to adult? Like, when am I going to progress? Mm-hmm. And also like genre fiction, it's like, okay, so you're warming up with something easy, like, just gentle, and then you'll move to write the proper stuff later. I'm like, no, this is what I want to write. I want to write genre fiction.
Yeah.
Like,
and
even if I move around a bit, like it goes anywhere between like mysteries, horror, thriller kind of, but it's always genre fiction, and there's always romance. Like I enjoy romance. Like the book I'm currently writing has a little bit less of it in, which I'm surprised at myself, because normally I like the romance stuff, so it depends. But yeah, I just try and tick every genre box. I'm quite happy to be in that space. Nothing literary in my books. If you want it literary, probably don't read mine.
That's
I
right.
feel
If you want a good time, however, there we go.
Thank you.
I feel like I was quite lucky because I did an English and creative writing degree, and I've only done a BA, not an MA like you, Hannah. But I've chosen obviously not to do anything with mine, like with my creative writing. But I feel like I was quite lucky because my creative writing tutors were all like, they all ran like courses over the summer, and they all had writing like going on. There was a couple of tutors though that I would not go to for writing stuff because they were just mean. But I always went to my flash fiction professor because he was like my favorite person ever, and he was always really supportive, and always his feedback was actually useful feedback. And I feel quite lucky that I found that one tutor that was like useful, and even if he wasn't teaching the flash fiction course, but I actually wanted to just run something before I submitted it, he was always really nice and did that too. But I know that a lot of people do find it hard with certain unis, I think
certain unis, and like Bath Spa's a prime example because that's where I did my master's. I feel like there is an expectation because of the quality of lecturer they have there. But I only had one lecturer there that was kind of a lot harder on me than others, and I know that I was quite lucky in that because I worked with Faye Weldon, who writes like feminist literary, but she loves to read genre fiction. So she lapped up anything I sent her, anything I sent outside of class as well. If I was like, I don't know if this scene's working, I don't know if this bit of dialogue's working, like she was always really open to read loads of stuff like that. Jess Kidd, who writes historical fiction, was one of my first lecturers whilst she was doing her PhD. She was really helpful. So I think it's a case of like finding the right one. It is hard. My favorite thing though was just how many people were kind of doing the masters because they were taking like a break from work and then realizing that writing a book is work. And they were like, oh, I thought this was just going to be like I would write what I wanted to write, and it's like, no, you've got to make it better. Like, you're not just going to, no book was created like overnight. That's not how this works, although how wonderful would that be?
A lot of people don't realize, like somebody who I'm quite close to asked me, so is like writing books easy, can anyone do it? And I was like, yes, in theory anyone can do it, because anyone can sit down and do what I do, is write very small amounts a day because it's all I've got time for around a toddler. I sit and write about 1,000 words a day and I put the work in, but it's not easy. I mean, some people will tell you they can blast through a draft in 2 weeks or something, and that's great for them, but they're going to have a lot of editing at the end of that 2 weeks because that cannot have come out coherent after that.
No.
That's it. That's why I'm not doing anything with my degree. You've put the finger on. You've done that very well, because I am a lazy human being, and like sometimes I just want to be a blob and not do anything. And like being a writer is hard, and I do it every November. November is the time when I'm like, no, I'm going to be a writer this month, and then I get to halfway in the month and go, nah, I'm done.
That was exhausting.
You know, it is great and I love it, and I wouldn't want to. I mean, I do a day job as well, but I wouldn't, even on the really hard days, I wouldn't give it up because it's great. And I think the buzz for me of completing something for myself, but then also that point that I'm at now where I can. Sorry, my husband's phone's going off somewhere in my vicinity. Yeah. So the thing of like completing it for yourself feels amazing, and then actually reaching readers who enjoy it is just like peak amazing. But it doesn't pay great. Even when you're selling a lot of books, you're getting a very small percentage per cover, like per book that you sell. It's really hard to sell international rights and things like that, and movie rights. The amount of people that message me and say, can you just get movie rights for me? And I was like, sure, of course I can. Like, it's that, I can just seek them out and they will come. It's really difficult. So I think you've got to be quite strong-willed and stubborn and be willing to kind of take flack and because people will tag you in unpleasant things, and not often, luckily. In my case, I've been really lucky. And maybe because I was a blogger before, I kind of know how to navigate that space a bit. Like, I don't go on Goodreads and like click 1 star and see what happens. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, it's difficult. It's amazing. It's like kind of the best things. Like having a kid has been like the best thing I've done, but also one of the hardest. And having a book is a bit like having a child. It takes a lot of effort, and you'll enjoy lots of things, but it will kind of consume your life as well. Yeah. And I've done 2 at virtually the same time. I had my first baby and my first book like in the same year.
Oh wow, that's an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, during the pandemic. So my book came out April. I've lost all track of time. Like, it ruined it for me. So April last year, when my child was 1. So like I'd got a 1-year-old child and a like brand new book baby.
Wow.
So that's been quite a ride. At some point, I'm going to have time. He's going to go to school. I'm going to be like, what's happened? Like, I've actually got time to write during the day, like not when I'm shattered at night.
You'll be celebrating them going to secondary school and being like, oh my God, it's Mina's like 11th anniversary.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want him to go to school because I want him to be with me forever. But, you know, they need to grow up. So there will be some benefits of that.
No, but I think actually like the childhood thing is like, is very apt because I feel like there is a point where the books that I've written, I've mainly self-published. I've ghostwritten quite a few stuff that has been traditionally published, but obviously as with ghostwriting, like I don't get any royalties for it. I've been paid for just the work that I've done already. And so like my name's not on it or anything. So a lot of the stuff, it's really jarring when people do tag me and stuff, because it's not, I haven't had a whole team of people behind me supporting me the whole way through being like, this is great. Like I've had my friends, like, and they're very supportive and they're very excited about it. But then when people do come with comments, when people have negative stuff, and it's really bizarre because like generally when they have negative stuff, it's like, I didn't like this and this about it. And I'm like, that's fair. I'll work on that next time because it's such a small sphere. Like I haven't had any like nastiness. Okay, that's not true. I had one person where I rated something on their NetGalley and I just didn't enjoy it. And I was like, it was a poetry collection. And I was like, this is a bit disjointed. It wasn't my favorite. A couple of these poems were really great, but I feel like actually these things didn't work for me. And they came and rated everything that I have on Goodreads as like 1 star and was like, this is like the worst thing I've ever read on the book that wasn't out yet. And like, that was probably like the nastiest. But it tends to be that I'm just like, okay, that's fair enough. Because for me, writing's a process. Because what I do for a living is writing. I have people telling me what's right and wrong with my writing all the time. I can't really see how I would be able to separate myself if it were to be, but then obviously it'd be a different kind of process. So
I think different people review in different ways. Like some people like give me a 5-star review and then say lots of stuff that they're like, oh well, it would have been, you know, better for me if it was this and this. Some people say it's the best thing I've ever read, 3 stars. And I'm like, well, I don't understand rating anymore. Like I'm just, you know, if I'm tagged in it, I read the review, but I don't seek them out because it's just...
that's fair. The thing I think is most brutal is Bookstagram, because Bookstagram will take a beautiful photo of a book and really like they'll have like decorated it. It'll be beautiful composition, and then it'll be like, this is the worst book I ever read. And I'm like, why have you spent the time? Like who has the time? Like I don't. That's the only thing that I'm just kind of like, I don't get that. Because I'm like, if I don't like something, I mean, I DNF like a trooper. So if I don't like a book, I don't spend a lot of time on it anyway. But I won't spend an entire day like writing and crafting a review for something that I didn't enjoy, because what's the point?
I don't generally review stuff that I didn't enjoy because, like you said, I don't finish it. And if I've DNF'd a book, I kind of think, well, I've not given it a full shot. Therefore, I just don't mention it in future videos. Don't read it into anything like into that though. Like some of my author friends have been like, did you not like it because you didn't read it? And I was like, no, I've just said that I'd read 20 books that month and I read 3. So there's a case of that as well. So sometimes stuff gets bumped onto future months, but generally if I don't like something, I just kind of don't mention it again, because I think I know a lot of effort's gone into that, and for every me that isn't that bothered, like somebody might love it. Like the literary fiction that doesn't do it for me is like some people's favorite genre and they read it all the time. So I kind of think, who am I to say literary fiction isn't great? It doesn't mean it's not great because I don't like it. That's kind of my take on negative reviews, but
that's fair. So I shared your link.
Oh, cool. Thank you. So yeah, it's fun. It's adult horror. So that was interesting for me that I pulled like no punches, and we were given a very specific pitch of writing something like R.L. Stine, but bloodier. I was like, okay, so I'm going to write like a kind of bloody point horror. I like this. So I went for werewolves because we're told to write about creatures, and thought I can't do vampires. I feel like I'm entrenched in vampires in a different space. So I'm going to do werewolves. And yeah, like you said, that is self-published. So it's interesting because I'm going to have a self-published book now alongside traditionally published ones. And yeah, so it will be interesting to see what the feedback is, because obviously in some ways it's not going to have had like a full editorial team behind it. I kind of had my story beta read and stuff, but I didn't pay for an editor. I just used my mates basically. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people think of that. And yeah, I think self-publishing is interesting because people tend to go look into a self-published book, I think sometimes with a preconception. And I've read some self-published stuff that is awesome. and like, you know, and like traditionally published stuff, some that I've read and I thought, I'm not bothered, you know. And I don't think that self or traditional is like a necessary guarantee of enjoyment in either direction.
No, I'm exactly the same. And it's really interesting because I had self-published an anthology before I did my master's. And I had a conversation with one of my lecturers about it because he was like, well, how can I guarantee that a book that I read that's self-published is going to be any good? Because it's been a vanity project. They've paid for it themselves. And I was like, you can't guarantee that if it's traditionally published either. Like, I understand that if you read a lot from a particular publisher, or if you really like a particular editor, then yes. But so many books come out. Do you have the time to learn who those people are? Or are you going to go read a synopsis and go, that sounds interesting, and give it a go? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's the thing, isn't it? Traditional publishing, you have had to get through various gatekeepers. So there is the presumption that, you know, I got an agent, I then got a publisher. So there's got to be some level of benchmark. But just because something is self-published doesn't mean that it hasn't reached that benchmark. And traditionally published stuff you might not enjoy, or you might read it and think, actually, I don't like the way this has been edited, even though it's been edited to a traditional publishing level. So it is interesting. I mean, I think if I was given the choice, I would continue to traditionally publish my novels, because I think the amount of support and, you know, the process it goes through, and like UCLan have been amazing at letting me have my own way in a lot of stuff, like with the covers, but then giving me all the support I needed and like getting into Waterstones and stuff. I wouldn't have been able to do that as a self-published author. So I think on balance, that's what I'd go for, but it's not always an option, is it? Sometimes you've written something and publishers are like, I don't know where to place this, or this isn't the time for very specific niche, you know, pandemic dystopia. It might not have been a thing to write right in the midst of COVID. People, I don't know, maybe they'd want it then, or totally not want it. Like, it doesn't mean a book isn't great because it didn't get through all the hurdles.
Well, that's what I'm kind of hoping with the werewolf one, because I'm self-publishing this one, and I have never been traditionally published outside of what I've ghostwritten. So it's not, I don't have an agent, and it is something that I'm working on for the next project. But I sent it to a lot of agents, and I got generally like quite good feedback about the response. And it was a lot of, I don't know where to put this, because it's a cross genre, because it's urban fantasy with gothic elements and romance elements, and reads like a murder mystery as well. It is a hybrid. It is a hybrid of all those things, because I like all of those things, and I think it works as the story. And because it's broken up into different perspectives as well, it's an enjoyable read. It's a very fast read. So I know it will sell. I know people will enjoy reading it because people have enjoyed reading it. But selling it, like agents that I've spoken to that I respect and want to work with aren't interested in it. That's fine. I'll work on the next one and I'll try again when it's ready. This I'm going to self-publish. And it's really interesting, because I'm like, yeah, I want people to kind of go in with that understanding that no, it hasn't gone through all of these gatekeepers. You'll still have a good time though. Like, it will still entertain, and kind of have a hybrid career is kind of the goal at the end of the day anyway. So yeah.
What were you going to say, Elizabeth?
Oh, I was just going to say, I do think it's interesting actually though that now publishing has changed a bit, because you see so many now originally self-published books which are now being picked up to be traditionally published. Like, you look at the Atlas 6, that was completely self-published, and then it got a fairy edition and, you know, got a whole thing, and you seeing it again with like Legends and Lattes. So those are like the two big ones. There's, even with you self-published, it still might, you know, if the right person reads it, it gets the like how much interest that those two books got. Like, I think the publishing industry at the moment is super interesting to look at, because it seems to have changed a little bit in their like perception of looking at books now.
Yeah, Rosie Talbot recently got a deal from Scholastic, and she was going to self-publish her book, and she'd got right through the process, and like literally months, if not weeks before they picked it up, and Scholastic are publishing it next week, called 16-fold, and it's amazing. I read a proof of it when it was going to be a self-published book, and it was amazing, and you know, it's coming out of Scholastic and it's still amazing. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that even authors that you respect incredibly highly will have had a lot of no's at some point in the process, whether they didn't, you know, not many authors had every agent biting their hands off. I had agent rejections initially. And luckily my agent offered really early on, so I didn't have to go through that whole grueling process with this one. And then publishers, like every author I'm sure has had at least one publisher saying, no, not for us. We've got enough vampires, or we've got enough whatever you've written. So yeah, I think that the rejection thing is part of it. And a lot of the success stories you hear, like people who've got published are like, only one agent offered and then only one publisher offered. Like I get that all the time with authors I interview, and that's all they needed, one person at each point to believe in it enough that it will fly and it will do well. I don't know, it is interesting. And I think that people like Rosie, it shows that she has got a big TikTok following and things like that can have a good impact as well, because they're thinking, well, she's already marketed this thing to over 100,000 people know about it at least. So yeah, it's good to see. I think that publishing is very traditional in a lot of ways. It's good to see stuff shaking it up.
Yeah, no, definitely. So with your anthology, also I'm not going to expect you to tell us the narrative, but with the werewolf mythos, did you add anything to the mythos? Did you recreate it, or have you just gone traditional werewolves?
The way I did the same that I did with the vampires, I kind of thought, what version of this what will best serve my plot? So some of it, like there's a particular element that I just invented because I had this image in my mind of something that I wanted to have, because it's on a movie set. So they're making a werewolf movie and then real werewolves come and ruin the day. But they come and ruin the day for a very specific reason. And the movie is being filmed for a specific reason without giving too much away. So I just had a few weird ideas and strung them together into my own werewolf mythology. But I think it's still really recognisably a werewolf. And I did the same thing with Mina and the Undead. Like they still, they drink blood and they can't go out in the day generally. And stuff like that. But then there were certain things I needed. I was like, well, I want my vampires to have powers. So I'm going to put these, these limits on that bit of it. And I want my vampires to be able to, go out in shade maybe, or cover themselves up and be okay. So yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to use a creature and just kind of go fully traditional, because there's so many versions of every creature, isn't there? Like werewolves, like, can you be bitten and become a werewolf? Can you just like get a bit of werewolf blood on you and you're a werewolf? Like it just depends on, there's so many versions of the story. And yeah, I did my own thing a bit, basically. How about you? Because your most recent one's werewolves, isn't it?
Yeah, so the one that I'm in the process of editing and kind of having like the final draft of it before we start promoting it is the werewolf one. And it's going to be a duology, so it's part 1 and 2. Part 1 is very much the setup of how the werewolves kind of came about and like finding a new wolf. I very much leaned into what I wanted them to be a metaphor for first, and then kind of created like my additional mythos around it. So I've tried to avoid the standard super aggressive, super angry, lose their temper, wolf out tropes. And I've gone for more like pack mentality, kind of like family dynamic. Obviously, like real wolves have been shown in the wild to work with ravens when they're hunting. So there's like this wolf-raven dynamic as well, where just because you're like one of like the pack or whatever doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a full shifting wolf, stuff like that. And I've tried to like add those elements to it, but then like heightened senses and stuff like that is all in there. But the pack mentality, it kind of Jasper from Twilight vibes, where it's just kind of like if they feel a certain thing, you start to feel that thing too, because you're kind of ingratiated in the pack. And my main character is deaf, so she knows sign language. And there's like skills are transferred over, so the more time she spends with the pack, the more they're able to speak to her in sign language, because they're picking it up from kind of like osmosis almost.
Okay, that's interesting.
I really like that as an idea.
And I like the fact that you've really kind of thought it through, because I think I love vampire stuff, and the only time anything ever grates a little bit is like if there isn't a full like think through of the mythology and like thinking of what the ramifications are for the characters and for the plot. I think is really good if you've done all that work already and you're kind of still working on it, because that's hard. It's really hard. And like some of the rules I invented in book 1, I was like, oh, that's made it really difficult for book 2. Thank you. So just bear that in mind as well. Like think about your second book and think, am I going to need my werewolves to be able to do that thing? Because there was one particular thing where I was like, I really wish I'd not done that. Why did I do that?
Well, there's one thing that's in it that is definitely going to be like jeopardized by this, and it was one of the things where it came out in feedback where it's like, well, what happens between these two characters when those two become like werewolves? How is that gonna? And I was like, oh, that's not good. Well, we've just added more tragedy. That's fine. And I'm just like rolling with it. Because I think about everything a lot. I am very much I have hundreds of notebooks. I have spreadsheets. I have everything that I need. I very much plan everything. Each chapter title is based on a song from a playlist I made when I was in the process of planning it and stuff like that. So that I spend a lot of time thinking about it, and then I'll put maybe 2 of those ideas like on a page, because I'm like, no one needs to know how much I thought about this. They just need to enjoy it. Like, that's it. So yeah,
I'm finding comments on the actual Word document at the minute because I'm trying to push ahead my draft and edit a bit less than I normally would. I'm just leaving a comment for like future me to deal with, like, this character is just vanished in this scene. Like, I've got this character I really like, and I was like, where is he? Like, he's just not there, and he actually is there. But I put it on just because for future me to deal with, because some stuff I know that I don't need to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
I only fix the big stuff that's causing a whole plot headache.
Yeah,
as I go along.
That's fair. Do you write chronologically, or do you write certain scenes?
Generally, yes, unless I get really stuck. One of my friends told me that she did a thing where she like bullet points a scene and then comes back to it, and I have tried that this time, and it's worked well, because sometimes I just need a bit of time to think about something, and actually a scene after might help me figure out the problem in the missing one. So yeah, generally chronological, but I have started missing stuff out. How about you? Do you chronologically?
Yeah, I'm a chronological, because I know that if I don't, I will only write the scenes I like. Like, I know that I'm like, well, we'll start with this stuff, and it's like, oh, I've got to write, I don't want to write that one, but it needs to happen, otherwise this scene doesn't make any sense, but I just don't want to write it. So if I write it chronologically, then at least I can go back, and then I am more kind of, I will throw everything onto a page and then reorganize it. And I find that a lot easier, especially because mine is more murder mystery. I can be like, okay, so I have set this up and this is where it pays off. And then I can go back, read through and be like, did I actually set that up? Okay, I set this up and then never paid it off. Okay, we'll add this kind of later. And again, the spreadsheets help with kind of, I've got like a whole timeline, because my book only takes place over like 4 days. But a lot happens in 4 days, and obviously, like with Mina, that's very similar. A lot is happening very, very quickly.
Oh, some of my early edits were things like, did you know that like 5 big things happen and it's like 11 o'clock in the morning? I'm like, maybe that could be over 2 days. Yeah, it's difficult. I think short time frames, there isn't a lot of breathing room, and I think I like murder mysteries where there are minutes for the characters to sit and think, okay, we need to figure this thing out, or in my case, to sit and watch 90s movies and stuff. But yeah, it's tricky, definitely. Murder mysteries are like my favourite genre to read and write, but I think they're the hardest thing I've written, because they take so much. Like, do you need more red herrings? Do you need less of them? Do you need clues that aren't so obvious that the reader can guess the second they see the clue? They're like murderer. You know, you need a clue to be there so that the reader doesn't feel cheated, because I hate that. I hate getting to the end of me like, that was not a thing.
That was never set up.
Yeah. So yeah, I have all this going on because I think I'm a big reader as well, and you're obviously the same. It definitely helps to think, I didn't like it when it happened that way in another book, so I'm going to make sure that I don't do that. So there's a lot to think about. This is why I edit so many times. People always ask me, how many times you've edited this book? Like 5? I'm like, no, 100 maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what draft this werewolf is on, because it's also the one, like, it's too many, because I need to keep doing it. But like Lizzie will, because like Lizzie and I met through D&D, and I ran a campaign that Lizzie joined. So Lizzie will vouch for this, that I am really bad for setting something up and thinking that's a really obvious clue, and then it's not obvious at all. And then I'll reveal it to everyone, and they'll be like, how?
Preface with this though is I'm also really stupid. I'm not like stupid, but like
no, I don't buy that.
Well, when they're right, so trying to guess something. Trying to do any puzzles, my brain yeets itself out of the room. It's like absolutely not. There was a moment, I just need to say this. I'd seen the map. I'd seen it about 1 billion times. And then when Hannah was like, oh yeah, no, it forms a pentagram, I was like, oh my God, it does. And it was right in front of me. I was so cross, because I was like, I'm sure this has got something to do with it. And Hannah was like, yeah, no, it does. I'm like, it was in front of me the whole time.
We've had it for about 6 weeks, and not only that, there was about 8 of us that were playing at the time, so there was like 7 other people who'd had it for 6 weeks, and it was like, it was never put 2 and 2 together. And it wasn't until the end where I was like, yes, you knock one over and you notice the pentagram shape, and I've been sat there for like 6 weeks being like, they're going to notice, it's so obvious, it's going to make it a really short game, it'll be really boring, they'll never know.
But also Hannah is very good at sandboxing, essentially, so like setting something up and then reacting to what the characters are doing, so that's always really fun. And that's why I like Hannah's storytelling, because it's very collaborative in like a D&D setting, but I've also been really enjoying reading like the drafts of the werewolf story, because I'm quite like sometimes feel like I'm quite brutal, but like I'm not doing it to be mean. I'm just like, no, I'm going to give you genuine feedback because it's not going to help you to me to be like, yeah, everything was great. And like for the most part, everything has been great. There's just been things that I've said, well, actually, for me who reads scary fucking horror, if you want to get something across, like you wanted me to read like a certain scene that you thought was really gruesome, and I came down and was like, yeah, no, it's good, yeah, it was fine. Like it was
so chill about it. There's the like an autopsy scene, and I was like, I don't know if this is maybe a bit too visceral, like is it a bit too gross? And Lizzie came downstairs and she was like, oh, I laughed, it was quite funny. I was like, no, not the response I wanted, actually.
I think though the people you're closest to can be the harshest with you, because you know that it's not going to be like a relationship ender, is it? Like sometimes my husband reads it and it's like I don't like this character anymore, or I don't get this. I'm like, well, okay, so if he's having that reaction, why? And I have to like step back from my wife. I'm right, you're wrong. Like and go, okay, actually, if he's not got a problem with it, and then my agent's like, by the way, I've got a problem with this character, and I'm like, oh, okay, fine, you two, I'll sort it. Leave me alone, I'll sort it.
So what you're saying is they gang up on you and then you're forced to change things.
Yeah, it's if people start to agree in feedback, I think that you're never going to please absolutely everyone. And the nice thing with writing a book too is I've noticed that I do check my Amazon ranking. Sorry, I can't stay away from it. And I think book 1 is at 4.5 stars and book 2 is at 5. And I was like, I think this is because people have picked up book 2 because they liked the first one. I'm hoping that like not everybody's going to like it, but why pick up the second one if you didn't like the first one? Yeah. So it seems to be that the book 2 readers are the people that have stayed with you in the journey. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. And like people in book 1, some people like more romance, please. Some people like no romance, more blood. And you just can't make everyone happy. So you've got to make yourself happy when you're writing it. And like I said, the gatekeepers, the kind of people like, if my agent says the pace is a bit slow and then my editor says the pace is a bit slow, it's like the pace is obviously slow, fix it. Whereas if my agent said more kissing and my editor said less kissing, I'd have to figure out how much kissing I want, you know?
No, that's fair.
I don't like you going to kissing. That's just the scenes I like.
No,
I think it's quite funny because your editor, Hannah, reads very different books to what I read. So I always find it really funny when Hannah said that her editor said this, and this. And I'll be like, I totally disagree for these reasons. So I'm really helpful. I'm the one that chucks like the rock into the really flat pool, nice equilibrium. I'm like, no.
Well, you say that like it's not necessarily that you create waves or anything like that. It's that you'll say something so left field that I'll be like, oh, I hadn't even thought that was going to be a problem, and now it's a problem. So like one of the things that I'm having to redraft in particular, a lot of the feedback I got when I was working on it initially was that it wasn't sexy enough. And I was like, that's because it's a YA about siblings. Like, how sexy do you want this to be? Whereas now I'm scaling it up to be an adult book. I can make it sexier. But I did love story as a module at Bath Spa. And one of the things we had to do was that we'd have different types of love story. And then we'd have to like write our own versions of that. So it would be like unrequited love, toxic love, etc. And one of the things was we had to write erotica. I'm not good at writing erotica. And my lecturer basically told me that what I had written was very vanilla, and that has stayed with me emotionally. So I was like, right, I want to scale up this book. I'm going to make it more adult. It is going to have scenes of a sexual nature in it. Can you just read the scene that I've written completely out of context and just tell me, like, am I on the right track? Like, what do I need to be reading to make it better? This, that, and the other. And Lizzie went, yeah, I could tell you were really uncomfortable. And I was like, that's really helpful. Thank you. Like, that's just added to the anxiety.
There's something for everyone. Like, for me, it's the big action sequences where everything kicks off. And like, I think a lot of YA mysteries, they need that at the end, don't they? Like the big reveal and like everybody's there and it gets really complicated. That's where I'm like, I need help. Please, can somebody just help me figure this out? I need to talk to you, like walk you through my scene and help me do this. Whereas give me like the kind of intimate moments between characters where they're having like friendship moments or relationship moments. And I love those. I can handle them like easily. Somebody said to me that I should write adult paranormal romance. And I was like, maybe, because it would just kind of be like, I think I like writing the steamy stuff and like the kind of looks across the room and that sort of thing. And I guess you just progress that on a little bit further, but I've never written it yet. So I don't know how far I could go with it. It'd be interesting because I think like you, I'd probably be like, And Fade to Black, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll just add this and like, to be fair, I have got more comfortable with it, but it is just the fact that like when people talk about like feedback you've got, it's always going to be the negative stuff that sticks with you more than like, the last bit of feedback, Kelly's great because Kelly will always in the email tell me exactly what she loved about it, and then the actual document will be like, this is wrong. But it'll be like a really nice, like, she's so gentle with me, and I'm like, it's okay, I've got an ego, but like, you can break it a little bit. I can be brought down a peg or so, it's okay. But like, she put something like, oh, and this bit is superb, and I like for 3 days was like, she said it was superb. So like, then Lizzie comes in and goes, and brings me down a peg or two, because it's what I need. It's what I need.
I think that's the whole writing journey, being brought down pegs many times over.
I always like, even like with negative reviews, I think the only one I've been really like rough on, like the one that I genuinely like traditionally published, is Twilight. It's the one book I have gone hard on the reasons I dislike it. But like everything else, I will, if I didn't like something, there's always a reason. And I would always try and be like nice about it, unless like it's done something in like really bad, like there's racist or sexist things that are so blatant that you can't ignore it. But like, I don't feel like being mean about something is necessarily the right way to go. So when I'm like trying to give feedback to Hannah, I'm always like, like, this is a reason why this didn't work. And like, the Bridesmaid Survival Guide that Hannah wrote, I loved it, and I'm not a massive romance reader. Like, I'm not. So immediately I was like, I'm really worried, because I don't want to like completely hate this book, because like Hannah's my friend too. I don't want her to like get annoyed at me because I didn't like her book. But I loved it, and the only thing that I wanted more out of it, and the only reason it got 4.5 stars, was because I wanted more out of the friendship group, and that was the only negative, like genuine like thing that I was like, I needed more of this, and then it would have been perfect.
I like the fact that you gave an honest rating, that she's your friend, but I think it's a tricky thing, because I kind of expect my friends to give me like good ratings, but I'd also feel a bit cheated if they like didn't like it and then gave a good rating. See, you can't please me, basically. Like,
no, that's fair. That's fair. At least you're open about it. That's fair.
It's really difficult, isn't it? And I think that it's so hard, like, especially like author friends who like, we ask each other to blurb our books, and you're always so nervous like picking it up. Like, they've asked me to blurb this, like, what if I don't like it? Like, I got sent the other ones by Fran Hart, and I didn't know anything about it apart from I remembered it saying like it was a bit ghosty or something, and I sat there like, what if I don't like it? And luckily I loved it, and I was like, thank goodness, because Chicken House have sent me this like asking for a blurb. What if the blurb was, I don't know, not my thing? Like, you can't write that on a book, can you? So it's tricky. But luckily I don't think I've been asked to blurb anything so far. I'm always worried, and so far I've just really liked everything, so it's been fine. But
that's good. That is good, because I feel like that's my fear is, I've had other friends who've self-published and they've sent me stuff, and I'm just not the audience for it. It's not even that it's bad or that there's anything wrong with it. I just know I'm not the audience for it. A friend of mine, she has about 15 books out now, but they are all fairy tale retellings. And I got to a point last year where I was like, I've read so many fae-based fairy tale retellings that I don't want any more. And I was like, she asked me to I pre-ordered one of them to like support her and stuff, because I was like, I want to like support her, but I haven't read it. I don't plan on reading it, because I was like, I just know, even if I were to read it, it's not an honest review, because I know I'm going into it with like a sour face. So like, there's no point. But I also wouldn't expect people to read my book just to support me. And it's really funny, because like, I came home and Lizzie had read it the weekend that I'd been away, and I came home to Lizzie sitting on her armchair going, I've got a bone to pick with you. And I was like, oh God, what have I done? Have I left my washing out? Have I done something what have I done? I'm in trouble. What have I done? And she was like, I read your romance. I really enjoyed it. And like, it was so she was so angry that I would write something that she enjoyed. Disgusting behavior.
How dare you, Hannah? Like, honestly.
No, but like, it really threw me through a loop though, because like, I genuinely like stay away from romance, like straight romance. I just tend to stay away from it because I'm less
straight romance or straight romance.
Well, both. You know? I'm more likely to read a book if it's got a sapphic or any LGBTQ plus relationship in it, because I enjoy that. And I like romance to be like, if it's in the plot, I like there to be a lot of other things going on for me to enjoy it. But I was like, I really, really like this, and the fact that the love interest was like the most precious being ever, and he needs to be protected at all costs. I was like, I hate this. I hate that I'm loving this boy that Hannah has created, and he's just so precious, and I love him, and I'm angry at myself because I'm like, no, this isn't the stuff you like, Lizzie. What are you doing? And I was like, well, it was also very funny. Like I highlighted so many passages that I just found so amusing. But it was genuinely one of those moments where I've gone, you managed to make me like a book in a genre I typically don't enjoy.
But that's
good writing right there. Like, you've done a good job there.
But it's really funny because my godmother rang me and she was basically like, so I bought your book to support you. I read it because I felt obligated. I was like, we're already off to a great start there. And she went, it's actually quite good. And I was like, where's the actually coming from? Like, I do this for a living. Okay, can we just agree that like not everyone's gonna be my audience, not everyone's gonna love this, but it was never gonna be bad. Like it was never gonna be. It just really tickled me. So yeah, Lizzie's in the pile of people that are like, what a surprise. Well, anyway, so
I think my friends and family were a bit like, oh, you know, I really like Amy. What if I don't like the book? It's going to be really awkward. And so far, I think I know them all well enough to know that they did like it. So luckily, it's fine. I was a bit worried about my brother at first. He was like, I've read a few pages. It's okay. But I think it's more, he's busy. And he did like it when he finally got to it. So
that's good. Well, it is good. It is good. So I'm not surprised.
But I know good isn't an objective thing. And like, you know, sometimes I'm going to write something that like one of my close friends is not going to like. And that's okay. I'll deal with that when I come to it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We were talking about middle grade earlier because middle grade is probably the genre that I am most picky about because I really like a middle grade horror, ghost story, mystery, etc. But general whimsiness, I guess I'm such a grump about. I'm such an old lady when it comes to like, I'm like, no, this didn't make any sense and everything's just really silly, so I'm not enjoying it anymore. Whereas Lizzie, that is like absolutely, she is the audience for that. So I like the fact that like, yeah, enjoyment is subjective. It doesn't have to be. It's never going to be for everybody.
Yeah, I think especially middle grade, like sometimes it is written like solely with the child's kind of mentality. And I've read some friends' books that are like middle grade, say comedy, and I'm like, I get that this would be really funny if you're an 8-year-old, but I'm just like, I don't know, I see the jokes, but they're just not my sense of humor, and that's fine. Yeah. I did that early on. I bought like everybody that I knew who's an author. I bought all their books because I want to support them, and it became unsustainable really quickly. And I've just now started just buying the ones that I think I'm going to really enjoy because it's not helping them. And like you said, I might like if it's a really good friend, I download it onto my Kindle and like it's just going to live there now. Like, you know, I'm just going to take that hit for you. Yeah, I don't read stuff that isn't my thing. Like quite a few people like write like nonfiction for kids, and I'm like, well, that's just not going to be my thing. So I'm not going to spend time on it when I've got loads of other stuff I want to read.
No. And obviously, as a booktuber and blogger anyway, it becomes disingenuous if you're making reviews, if you're making content about stuff that you don't actually like.
Yeah, what I tend to do is I like buy it for the target audience. So if it's like nonfiction and I'm like, oh, I'll give it to a teacher friend because they'll put it in their classroom, or I'll buy it for a kid that I know. So I kind of try and give support where I can in that sort of way. But yeah, I think definitely if you see something pop on one of my videos, you know a mile off, wouldn't you? If I was like, this nonfiction book about puberty is like the best thing I've ever read. It's not aimed at me. Like I know how that all works now, luckily. So yeah, it's interesting. Support your friends, but you maybe don't have to actually read it. That's the take home there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if no one out there is interested in a thriller with werewolves, that's fine. Because I'm interested in it enough for everybody anyway. Like
they are. Like literally, I just read Big Bad Me by Aisling O'Loughlin that just came out. And I'm interviewing Aisling next week on my channel. And like that was one of those where I was like, I've chatted to you a bit. So I really hope I like this, and I loved it. And I was reading it, I was like, where have all the why werewolves gone? Like, I want more of these. So if you're telling me I can have adult werewolves too, like that's fine.
Exactly.
Willing to wait for those.
Yeah, well, actually, Ashley and I met on Twitter because we both we both responded to a tweet about like what's the general premise of your book, and both of us were like, "You're writing about werewolves too?" Like it was very much like a meeting of we both like werewolves because you're right, there just aren't enough, and I feel like a lot of them are either really old and therefore really like stuck in their ways, or they are for a much, much younger audience. The last adult werewolf book I read was The Last Werewolf by Glenn something or something Glenn, and it was just so boring. It was so boring, and I was like, there has to be an adult werewolf book that's more entertaining than this, and if there isn't, I'm going to be the one to write it, because it was so dry.
I've read a lot of werewolf paranormal romance, and I read some, I wish I could remember the author, the Blood Ties books, Tanya Huff, I think it might be. They were really good, that were like mysteries that kind of had that paranormal romance edge as well, but they were written a long time ago, and I haven't come across anything since then, really. So yeah, I think it's exciting. And to be honest, even if like a wave of werewolf books come out, I wouldn't worry, because a wave of vampire books have come out and people are still reading mine. So, and if anything, I think it kind of helps you. I was really worried when V. Schwab wrote a New Orleans book. I was like, no, don't write a book set in the same place as me, like most popular author in the YA verse. But actually it was fine. And the amount of pictures that people tag me and that have both of our books in them, or said, I read yours because I read hers first and I needed more New Orleans. So you've kind of just got to keep your blinkers on and just like keep moving forward with it. Yeah. Because somebody at some point you'll be really close to, I'm sure it happened to you with some of your other books, where you're like just about to publish this and something that sounds identical has come out.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I know it will. I'm expecting, especially now that it's coming to like the end of the drafting season kind of thing, to see loads. But Pixie's in the comments holding me accountable, and I appreciate you. I think it's time for another sprint. So are we all good for another 45?
Sorry, Pixie. I'm not going to get invited back. Like, this is bad.
You absolutely will. No, genuinely, I was saying this before. The very first load of sprints I ever did for Gothtober, I had Gavin from How to Train Your Gavin on. We talked for 4 hours and we read for 15 minutes. And that's only because at the end, Gavin was like, we should probably read. And I was like, yeah, maybe. So, no, you're fine. You will absolutely be welcome.
I just wanted to say, weirdly, in the whole thing of like of wanting to publish something and then something comes out in like a completely similar thing, but not at all. Before Midnight Sun came out, I'd been planning to do rereading Twilight. And then as I was about to publish the first one of me reading Twilight, Midnight Sun was announced. And all I could think was, oh, everyone's going to think that I've done this because Midnight Sun is coming out. And like, that is not why I did it. That's not why I did it at all. So it's like in every little aspect, that is always going to happen in like the smallest, stupidest ways.
I'm about to post TikToks all the time, and one pops up where it's like, oh, YA thrillers with a school setting. I'm like, oh, okay. Also, I'll hit publish on my YA thrillers with a school setting one, and you will think I've copied you, but I did not.
It happens. It happens.
Okay.
Well,
I'll
cool.
stop talking now. Let's go.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I will see you in 45 minutes. I hope you get lots of writing done.
Thank you.